Are you certain? Yes, Master. I've seen it in the Jedi. Sidious crossed his arms, his mouth drawn in a contemplative frown, the black folds of his cloak draped over his thin, unassuming frame, but Loomis knew better. His master was the most powerful Force user in the galaxy, despite his small stature, his body weakened with age. The Force did not care for the physical, it was drawn to something else, something deeper, something his master had an abundance of. What is your level of control over him, Loomis? I can make him mine in under a minute, Master. Sidious nodded. And how long does it last? From the moment I leave him? Hours. The droids have recorded up to 5, but it depends on how hard I work him. If I break him too much, we cannot use him. I've had to be careful. Sidious was still for a moment, his breathing imperceptible, and Obi Wan looked down at the man, his hood drawn back, and while he resembled the Chancellor Palpatine, the man before him was Darth Sidious, his golden eyes pinpoints as he ran through the information his apprentice had provided him. We may need a new Jedi for you to experiment with. I need a master if it's for practice. The Knights are too easy. Can the Knights access the holocron vault? Yes, but not where they would keep the Sith holocrons. Sidious frowned. Soon enough, you will have more Jedi than even you will know what to do with. We are on the brink of war. Did you go to Kamino as I asked? Yes, Master. 200,000 clones are ready for deployment, and 1 million more are impending. Do you believe that to be sufficient? It will have to do. I will have full power in the Senate within the week. Kenobi smiled gently. Congratulations are in order, I suspect. Shall I bring you a gift? Sentimentality is a weakness, Loomis, the Sith Master growled, but there was no threat, no malice, no warning behind it, a small, slight smile tugging on the edge of his thin lips. Even if it's for my master. Perhaps not then. If you must, bring me the Sith holocrons from the Jedi Temple. I'll begin formulating a plan. I have so many options. Obi Wan closed his eyes, sifting through the memories he had drawn out of the Jedi Master, feeling the dark side in the depths of the Jedi Temple pulse with life. He was so focused in the search of the dark side that he did not feel the careful prodding of the Master upon his mind. Loomis. You are guarded. Obi-Wan's yellow eyes slowly opened, drifted to his master, and he bowed his head and kneeled before him. The Sith Master slowly came to stand behind him, his knobby fingers sliding into his golden hair, the shadowy hands of his Force presence gently combing through the apprentice's mind, and Kenobi leaned back against his master, sighing in contentment. I see the holocron has been useful, Sidious said softly, gently observing Kenobi's thoughts and memories like the passive observer of a holovid. Do you believe you possess the skill to break the Jedi? Given enough time, I think I can break the best of them. You will not have time when war comes, Loomis. You will be engaging in battle with the Jedi on the field of war. Can you break them during battle? Yes. When I engage Koth, he is easiest to break when he is wielding his lightsaber against me. His focus is on the fight, not his mind, and feelings of aggression give me a way to get in. Show me. Obi-Wan closed his eyes, bringing the memories to the forefront of his mind to give the Master easy access. Koth is weak. He was hardly at his best when you faced him. And you see how easily I broke him. I learned from the holocron, my master. I can break a Jedi during battle. The longer we fight, the easier it will be for me to bring them to their knees. You will need to draw your lightsaber against them. Kenobi smirked. I eagerly await the opportunity. You have been reluctant in the past, my child. Sidious' presence became probing, more invasive, and Obi-Wan groaned softly as the shadowy fingers raked through his open mind. You have been given several opportunities to kill Jedi, and you have passed up every single one. Master, I am the negotiator. I cannot have any death linked to me. I have been very careful about who dies around me, and how. Kenobi smirked, warmth running through him as he took pride in his own exploits, and he felt his master softly gasp, the long fingers tightening in his hair. Sidious was in his mind, and Kenobi's feelings were flowing back into the Sith Master. Palpatine may have been holding Obi Wan open, but the connection flowed both ways, and the Master was exposed to his apprentice. "You have done well to maintain discretion, Loomis." Kenobi softly chuckled, bringing forth the memories of the broken Jedi, the death of Ixion, the soldiers that have killed themselves all because of his command, and he could feel his master tremble, his body heating as he purred in satisfaction. "I find it extremely satisfying to watch people kill themselves or their loved ones. Doing it myself is just hollow. It's too easy. You are a testament to the Sith, my apprentice." Kenobi sighed as the Master gently stroked his hair, his thin fingertips running across the young man's scalp. "We will not be able to meet in person for quite some time." Sidious felt Loomis quietly hold his breath. "You will be on your own for some time. As Supreme Chancellor, it will be difficult to find time to contact you exactly when I need you. You will need to use your own discretion in the upcoming war." "Am I ready, Master? What do you believe?" "I'm ready." Sidious nodded. "You are ready. You will not be alone, of course. You will have Tyrannus." The hand tightened in the thick blonde hair, sending sharp pain through Kenobi, and he moaned softly. "Watch him, my apprentice. I sense treachery in him. He still has use to me, and I wish to keep him until I am ready for the war to end. I will report all my suspicions to you, my master." Sidious nodded, the fist in Kenobi's hand relaxing, returning to its petting. "As I said, I may not be in contact for long periods of time. Slave him to you, if you must." Obi Wan reached up and grabbed one of his master's hands, bringing it to his lips and gently kissing the rough palm. "Thank you, Master, I have been waiting for this for a very long time." "Only if necessary, Loomis." "Yes, my master. As war draws closer, Tyrannus will find himself further and further in the public light. His influence cannot be denied. I'll admit, he has proven to be remarkably effective. I was never one much for public speaking, I can't help but admire him for it." Sidious smirked. "You are a shadow operative, Loomis. The seat of power was never for you." "I agree, Master. Which is why you are watching Tyrannus now. He was meant for rule. He lusts for power, as you do, but it is on a grander scale. It makes him a threat, a worthy placeholder until I found a more suitable apprentice, but a threat nonetheless." He tilted the young Sith's head up, and worshipful golden eyes gazed up at his master. "I think it will benefit me for you to appear by Tyrannus in his next public address. Could it, of course, but I need to rile the Jedi. They have become reclusive since Antar 4. Their actions in that battle have made the people doubt their intentions, and the past few months have seen them slowly rise in esteem. They have returned to being peacekeepers, and I need them angry. When the Republic calls on them for war, I need them willing, and I feel that the threat of the Sith will drive them to it. They know Tyrannus is Sith, Master. Many of them have been doubting that over the past few years." Obi Wan scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Dooku supposedly killed me, and they doubt he's Sith? I had told them, you'd think they would see that as a confirmation." Sidious nodded. "Many do. But many doubt. He has done little these past 6 years, and nothing of late to indicate his connection to the Sith." Kenobi felt a flash of anger shoot through him, the feeling spreading through him to the master behind him, and Sidious hissed, his hand falling in the sandy blonde hair once again. "They are truly pathetic. Do they honestly never learn?" "Never." The master calmed his anger, sending the force through his apprentice to soothe the origin of the dark side's wrath. Under the command of Sidious, Obi-Wan's rage abated, and he relaxed against the Sith Lord. "Their incompetence should please you. It will be their undoing." "I know, Master, I'm just bitter." He didn't move for a long while, Sidious searching through his mind to find the emotion his apprentice felt, but could not discern what it was. Kenobi's mind was turbulent, awash in emotions, and a single one did not surface. "It is not bitterness," he said slowly, his words carefully measured. "I do not regret my turn to the Sith. It would have happened even if the Council heeded me. But you wouldn't have fallen if Qui-Gon Jinn hadn't tossed you aside." "You're right. I wouldn't have." He took a deep breath, feeling his master's presence calm and patient within him. "I look forward to the end of the Jedi. But they betrayed me. I have not forgotten, and I will never forgive them. Knowing what I know now, if I had to do it all again, I would have run to you sooner." "I know." Sidious ran his hands over Kenobi's neck, his shoulders, delighting in the soft, pleasured gasps of the apprentice as he slowly slipped out of his mind. "And now you must go." Kenobi smiled, slumping forward and sighing as he stood. "When we are reunited, it will be in our new world. My empire." "Yes." He grabbed the hem of his master's sleeve and brought it to his lips. "Is there anything you want me to do before the war?" "Make your public appearance, then lay low. Leave the war-making to me and Tyrannus. And during the war..." Sidious grinned wickedly. "Be victorious, Darth Loomis. Mitwanjanted Chat Saddle Nu Asha. You have made me powerful, my master. I will not fail." Viceroy Newt Gunray shrieked loudly, jumping out of his chair and stood shaking behind it as if the heavy wood could shield him. When Grievous stood and reverently bowed his head at the newcomer, the rest of the Separatist Council followed the Neimoidian's lead. Grievous, bowing to the negotiator. This was an unholy union if they ever saw one. The hooded man inclined his head in response. "I hear congratulations are in order, General Grievous." "Thank you, my lord," the cyborg purred, pleased, respectful, and Dooku rolled his eyes. When he said to make peace with Grievous, this was not what he had in mind. He imagined the violent tension ending. He didn't foresee the brutal cyborg licking the young Sith's boots in his subservience to him. Kenobi had an irritating habit of making allies everywhere he went, and though it did benefit the Separatist cause, it severely annoyed the elder Sith Lord. "Is the army to your satisfaction?" Grievous growled. "It will be. We have numbers, but droids are useless." I hear you like the Magna Guard droids." "I commissioned several full battalions of them to be made. They are more expensive, but I believe the banking clan provided the funding." "We did, my lord," Sandhill said swiftly, hiding behind the chair. "And the Techno-Union did begin building them, didn't they?" Golden eyes fell on Foreman Wattenboer, and the Skakoan blanched, his ragged, nervous breath coming in metallic bursts through his respirator. "We did, my lord." Kenobi grinned at the cyborg. "I don't like droids either. Hopefully these will suit you better. Also," he purred, "I went to oversee progress on the Malevolence. It is truly remarkable. I think you'll be pleased, Grievous." "Oh, Sith hells." Dooku impatiently drummed his fingers on the table, his angry eyes meeting the amused yellow of Kenobi. "Why don't you just get to it and marry him?" Obi Wan scoffed, laughing loudly, and the council ducked behind their chairs. "Oh, you know I can't do that. I already married you." The faintest of color came to the Count's face, and that was enough. Both Sith knew Kenobi had won. He looked about the room and scowled. "I hate this place. You don't need to be here, negotiator." I disagree. Where is everyone?" Obi-Wan smirked, his lazy gaze running over the room, and he stopped on Dooku's face, the Count's features drawn and confused. There was a difference in the other Sith, and Dooku didn't like it. He saw those yellow eyes glint in the shadows of his hood, and he could sense the malice there, quietly sending a simple request to the younger man through the Force. "Please, don't." That settled it for Kenobi. He had to. Grinning, he commanded, "Come on now, everyone sit." And they did. The council members moved from behind the heavy chairs and sat obediently, their bodies slightly trembling under the strain of the force. Now, what were we discussing? We were just finishing, Dooku snapped, standing up, and the others stood again. Now, Dooku, I came all the way out here to Geonosis, this cesspool of a planet, just to see our progress. War is coming, sweetheart, and I want to see my work. Sit. The separatists all sat. Dooku's hands were planted firmly on the table, and Obi Wan grinned with delight as he saw the other Sith's arms shake with the effort of resistance. He was struggling. My lord, Newt Gunray began, but Kenobi held up his hand. My dear, the important people are talking. Hold your breath. The Neimoidian sucked in a sharp breath, his thin frame inflating as his chest expanded. Don't you breathe now, understand? Gunray nodded, and Kenobi flashed Dooku a cheery smile. I have really missed this. You have never stopped, how can you miss it? It's been a few days. The discussion, Dooku. What was it about? Declaring war. The Republic is voting on raising a military. We are writing up the Articles of the Confederacy. We're no longer just a separatist movement. We have the support, and the Republic is hostile. His brown eyes darted to the Neimoidian, the pathetic creature turning a deep green, his chest expanding and contracting rapidly as he struggled to not breathe. That is what we are doing, let him go. Kenobi nodded, and with a slight wave of his hand, the Viceroy collapsed on the table, breathing quickly and sucking in air like a parched man at an oasis. We will meet tonight, all of you, leave, Dooku snapped, and the council quickly did as commanded, Gunray's Neimoidian friends helping him from the room. The door slammed shut, and Dooku drew his lightsaber and pointed it at the Sith as he pulled his hood back, yawning and running his hand through his hair, unconcerned. Every time, Dooku snarled, slowly advancing. Is this a joke to you? Kenobi scoffed. You know this whole thing is a joke. It isn't. This is our master's plan. And all these men, all of them, are already dead. When our master has what he needs, the Confederacy will be crushed under the Empire's heel. That time is not now. No, but it will be soon. The way I see it, Dooku growled, when the war starts, your time is over. Our master needed you to bring worlds away from the Republic, and now you've done that. You are useless. That's cute. Kenobi smiled disarmingly, drawing and igniting his lightsaber in an instant when the Count lunged at him, their blades locking just before his face. My master wants me to be with you on your next address to the Separatist worlds. He grinned, effortlessly defending as Tyrannus furiously attacked, his brown eyes melting to raging yellow. He did not. He wants you hidden. Data pad in my pocket says differently. He's recorded a message for you. I'll see it after I kill you. Master won't like that. Dooku grinned wickedly. Oh, I think he'll forgive me. You were an amusing distraction for him, but I am his apprentice. The Count renewed his assault, but it was too late. Obi Wan smirked, his blade deflecting the furious blows, but he was lost in the Force, using the open flow of the dark side to effortlessly slip undetected into Dooku's mind. He chuckled softly, and quietly issued the command to kneel, and, shaking, Darth Tyrannus dropped to his knees, his yellow eyes pinpoints as he gazed at the other Sith in fear. Kenobi took the data pad out of his robe and handed it to the Count. I think, Kenobi drawled as Dooku carefully listened to the Sith Master's message, that you will find our Master desires us to stick together. So it would seem. He wants to keep you safe, Dooku. That's going to be hard when there's a war on, so he's throwing me out into the field. It will change their focus. We need them spread thin if we're going to kill them all. You don't kill Jedi, Dooku snarled, tossing the data pad back to the other Sith, and Obi-Wan deftly caught it. No, I don't. What I do is far, far worse. He watched the Count closely as the older man carefully tested his ability to stand, found himself unrestricted, and quickly got to his feet, the force around him shifting as he threw up his defenses, eyes sliding back to their natural brown, and Kenobi felt a twinge of jealousy. He didn't have the ability to reclaim his own natural blue like Dooku and his master could. The skill would have been useful had he ever wanted to infiltrate the Jedi. I don't have the room on Sereno to keep all the Jedi I plan on breaking, so I'm relocating. What? Kenobi rolled his eyes. I'm moving out, Dad. Force help me, I thought you'd be pleased to be rid of me. Don't get me wrong, I am. Exceedingly so. Dooku frowned, looking the petulant man over. I have tried for years to force you out of my home. I am simply surprised. It is very sudden. What, do you need advanced notice? Not at all. Where will you go? Mustafar. Dooku frowned, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Kenobi had a taste for finer things and luxuries, and Mustafar was neither of those things, but he knew better than to ask for an explanation. When is your next address? I was going to have one at the end of the week, Dooku said smoothly. But since you are here, we can do it tonight. I don't want another council meeting disrupted by your presence. Dooku. The brown eyes shot to the other Sith and narrowed at the serious, sincere tone of the younger man. I know we don't see eye to eye, since we hate each other, but if we are to make our master's plan succeed, you and I must be united. He cannot do this without us. For a moment, Kenobi saw those eyes flash dangerously, and in them, he saw desire, ambition, a chance to take advantage of a sign of weakness, and while Obi Wan kept his face gentle and sincere, the dark side within him growled dangerously. His master was right. There was treason within Dooku. He truly believed that he could defeat Darth Sidious with the right allies. The Count slowly smiled, and though it was very convincing, the negotiator wasn't fooled. I will put aside our feud if you do, Loomis. Gladly. The young Sith extended his hand, and Dooku quickly took it, the physical contact allowing the two Sith lords to more easily read each other, and both men bucked up against the strong, impenetrable walls of the other. Kenobi smirked. Until the war begins, our master requested that I lay low. I'll be staying on Mandalore. I'd love it if you don't need me in that time, but you do know how to contact me. I won't, the older man said swiftly. Believe not or not, the Confederacy can run without you. If only that were true. Obi Wan sighed heavily, a smirk on his face as he looked at the older man. We have a few hours until the evening. It may be the last time we get to spar. Do you want to? Dooku frowned, glaring at the man. You always complain when we do. Don't you say it's too easy to beat an old man. I'd forgotten that. You're right, I'll just go find Grievous. Kenobi didn't wait for the Count's outraged response. He just left in search of the cyborg. I'm going to make her a droid. Qui-Gon stood in the doorway of the room in Padme's luxurious Naboo estate that he and Anakin would share. The Master had just come back from his walk around the perimeter, checking the security and making certain that everything seemed safe and secure, and he returned to see their room filled with wires and parts and plating and broken droids. Anakin's personal droid, a small, blue and white astromech droid called R2-D2, was rolling around in the limited space, beeping rapidly and prodding the broken droids for parts. A droid. Qui-Gon repeated, tired blue eyes looking over the mess, and he couldn't keep from sighing. Anakin, why? She's really into politics, right? I'm going to make her a protocol droid, it'll help her out in the Senate. I'm sure she has a droid already. Yeah, but mine will be smarter, Anakin chirped, shaking a wrench at the Master. The broken, degraded frame of a humanoid droid was laid out before the young Jedi. The thing was beyond repair, the innards looked ancient, and Qui-Gon thought that it was better suited for a trash heap on some forgotten planet. If anyone could fix it, could make it worth fixing, it was Anakin. Where did you find this piece of rust? It's a masterpiece. It's starting an electric fire, Anakin. The Padawan's eyes shot to the wires of the neck, the things sparking and smoking as small fires began to burn in the chest cavity. R2 activated its thrusters, flew over a heap of scrap, and activated a fire extinguisher, spraying the broken droid and Anakin with foam. Alright, okay, enough, R2, stop it. The droid beeped and whistled in response, and the Padawan frowned. Ha, ha, you're funny. This isn't an improvement, it's a mess. More beeping, and Anakin flushed. Look, I know I make messes, but, wait, why am I explaining myself to you? You are going to clean this up before we sleep, aren't you? The master drawled, and Anakin nodded. It is getting late enough as it is. I'll make sure your half of the room is clear, Anakin said swiftly, his hands busy fiddling inside the droid, removing things that were broken beyond repair and searching the scrap piles for things he could use to replace them. Qui-Gon sighed, lifting his hand, and the scraps and broken droid rose into the air, and he moved it over to Anakin's bed and unceremoniously dropped them, the heavy pieces bouncing off the soft mattress. Oh, come on, was that really necessary, Master? Anakin Skywalker, I am an old man, and we have been traveling all day. I'm tired. Oh, come on, Master, you're not that old. You're perfectly spry. You aren't winning any points, my young Padawan. Build your droid, but please, keep it down. Yes, Master. Qui-Gon sighed, watching the teen for a moment before he shed his heavy cloak, unbuckled his belt and removed his tunic. He carefully folded the garments, placing his lightsaber on top of the pile and laid them on a nearby desk, his fingers ever so lightly running over the dark, deep scar on the right side of his strong stomach, a physical reminder of how close he had come to death that day on Naboo. He was just about to crawl into the large, comfortable bed when his comlink began to beep, and the master had to fumble through his folded robes for his belt, pulling the device out and answering the call. The hologram before him displayed the image of a very wet, very pleased Quinlan Voss. Upon seeing the old master, Quinlan's already foolish grin became wider and more foolish. Master Qui-Gon. I'm so glad I caught you while you were indecent. Are you with the senator? You're Padawan. Anakin is here, yes. Quinlan was beaming, and even through the hologram, Qui-Gon could see the tracker's face light up. Oh Force! Hold on, let me get comfortable. Qui-Gon Jinn, I will give you anything you want if I can watch you two kiss. What? Quinlan, no. Don't like being watched. Quinlan purred, crossing his arms over his chest, his thick cloak soaked with water. Don't worry, I get it. I'm not sleeping with my Padawan. Right. The kiffer drawled, his eyebrow waggling suggestively. You're sleeping on him. I give up. How Obi Wan handled you for an entire year, I'll never know. He sure did handle me. Quinlan. He said that to me a lot. I imagine so. Qui-Gon pinched the bridge of his nose, observing the other master. I know I will regret asking this, but why are you soaking? Alright, get this. I had a fight with a bounty hunter in the rain. Crif heck, it rains a lot on Kamino, I don't think it ever stops. Wait, you're on Kamino. Qui-Gon nearly dropped the day top hat, fumbling with it for a moment and putting it on the desk. Even Anakin looked up, his hands absently working on the droid while he focused on the image of the kiffer. Yeah. I said I was going. You're not going to believe what's here, Qui-Gon. The council won't either. That's why I called you, Realization dawned on the kiffer. Oh, that's why I contacted you. He frowned. Dang it, Qui-Gon, it's your fault for distracting me, you sexy son of a bench. Your out of control libido is not my responsibility. What's on Kamino? Quinlan removed the heavy, wet cloak and shivered, rubbing his arms and trying to warm up. Cloners. The Kurenains are cloners, and dang good ones. They've made an army, Qui-Gon. All clones based on your Mandalorian assassin friend. An army? He asked softly to nobody in particular. What could they want with an army? Nothing. They made it for the Republic. What? Qui-Gon felt the floor fall out from under him and he held his breath, his swift mind trying to connect the dots, struggling to make sense of the pieces he had that fit nothing else. How is this possible? Did the Senate quietly commission an army? The hologram flickered. No. These clones were commissioned by a Jedi. Master Sifo-Dyas. I pretended to know him, but I don't know him. I knew him, Qui-Gon said swiftly, his previous fatigue gone. Master Sifo-Dyas died over 10 years ago when his ship went down. Could he have commissioned this army? The Kurenains say he commissioned the army for the Republic, but, Master, if it was over 10 years ago, that was before the assault on Naboo, wasn't it? Yes. Qui-Gon took a deep breath and closed his eyes, remembering the dead master as best he could. Any information he had may help the Kiffer in his mission. Master Sifo-Dyas was on the Jedi High Council, but he was dismissed because of his extreme views. Which were those? You have an unusual gift, Quinlan. Psychometry is rare, and were you not such a playboy, you'd find yourself on the council because of your ability. Sifo-Dyas was in a similar situation, but his talent was the gift of foresight. They say he foresaw the galaxy at war, and he believed the Republic would need an army if it was going to survive. Qui-Gon took a deep breath and held it. I didn't think he'd actually do it. Well, that solves that mystery, Quinlan drawled. But it does get worse. The Kurenains have been in contact with someone recently that claims to be affiliated with the Republic. And he was here yesterday. Who? Quinlan shrugged. There isn't a thing I haven't touched around here, and I get flashes of something. I can't see what it is, or who it is, but it's there. Obi Wan was sure there's a Sith Lord in the Senate, and I'm beginning to really believe it. The old master closed his eyes, breathing deep and even. This calls a lot of what we know into question. We have been assuming Dooku is Sith, but he is Sith, Qui-Gon. He killed Obi Wan. Yes, I know. The old master took a deep, frustrated breath. The more they learned, the less the pieces fit, the less sense any of this made. If the Sith Master is in the Senate, why would Dooku be at the head of the Separatists? Maybe he's breaking away, Quinlan said swiftly, shrugging and wringing out his hair. Maybe he's had enough of his master and is looking to kill him. I mean, that's sort of what the Sith do, isn't it? I suppose. Qui-Gon looked over at Anakin. The young Jedi had abandoned his work on the droid for the time being and was paying rapt attention to the datapad in his hand. That may account for the negotiator. He's been working with the Separatists for a long while. Maybe Dooku has been training him to be his apprentice when the current master is dead. Maybe the master is dead. Maybe Dooku is looking to take this army for himself. Qui-Gon scowled, crossed his arms over his bare chest, his quick mind running over every possibility they had discussed and all the ones they did not, but he quickly realized the attempt was pointless. There were too many possibilities, and they knew just enough to make speculation possible, but just little enough to reach any reasonable conclusion. We're talking in circles. The path of the Sith remains elusive to us. We're just going to have to trust the Force to bring the answers to us in time. Quinlan groaned loudly. Oh, come on. That's what the Council's going to say to me, I don't need to hear it from you too. There are too many factors at work here, Quinn. The Kiffer smiled gently, his features softening considerably. Obi Wan used to call him that. He liked that nickname. We have to consider Dooku's role in all of this, the supposed Sith Master in the Senate, the Krif-Fing negotiator. It brings everything we know into question. I don't like this any more than you're going to, but we need to go back to the beginning and reconsider what Obi Wan discovered as well. You're right, I don't like that. But we need to. If we don't look at this from every angle, consider every possibility, then the Sith will have us before we can figure out what is happening. Everything Obi Wan discovered was kept on his data pad, and as you know, that was lost on Kurenaino, along with everything else. The Kiffer crossed his arms, a stubborn frown on his face. But it makes sense if we assume he was right. Everything makes sense if we accept he was correct. I mean... Quinlan's eyes shifted, his features softening as he considered his words. Everything fits, except the stuff that doesn't. The Kiffer growled in irritation. I wasn't made for puzzling things out, Qui-Gon. Krif heck, this is why I had Obi Wan. Perhaps we should focus on what we do know, Qui-Gon said softly, and the Kiffer nodded in agreement. Let the council talk circles around this. It is what they're best at. You said the clones are based on the assassin you were pursuing. Are you certain of this? Quinlan nodded, a sly smirk coming to his face, happy to be back into the realm of hard evidence and no speculation. You bet. It's him. He's the clone template, he's been living here for, well, over 10 years, I suspect. Do you have him in custody? The Kiffer scoffed. No, of course not. Qui-Gon looked immensely disappointed, and Boss couldn't help but feel like he had disappointed his father. The old master was worse than anything the council could throw at him. Oh, come on, don't look at me like that. It was raining and wet and his ship was already on when I started to give chase. Not to mention his stupid clone baby that he had running after him. The Krif thing was firing rockets. At me. I've never been so offended. Except for that one time. You lost him. Qui-Gon bemoaned, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples. I didn't lose him, Qui-Gon, he just got away. When the older master glared at him, Quinlan threw his hands up defensively. Hey, have a little faith in me, would you? I didn't just let him go, I threw tracker on his ship. And I'm in his room right now tearing it to bits, see? Quinlan turned the comlink around, allowing Qui-Gon a view of the room that had been unceremoniously torn to absolute pieces, just as the Kiffer had said. The mischievous master came back into view. I wanted to contact you first before I really got into looking at his junk, but if he somehow notices that he's being traced, I should be able to find him anyway. If this guy is working for the Sith Master, or Dooku, or whoever, that's where he'll go. You don't just take your clone brat and fly unless you've got a place to go. Nicely done. He sighed. I apologize for before, Quinlan, I shouldn't have been frustrated with you. The Kiffer shrugged. I'm used to it. I imagine you are. Master. Anakin said hesitantly, his voice wavering with nerves, and Qui-Gon looked away from the other master. You need to see this, the Padawan said slowly, his voice hushed as if he were telling a secret. When his master sighed, looked like he would object, he quickly cut in with Dooku's giving a speech. Quinlan, I need to go. Good luck with your investigation. I don't need luck, Qui-Gon, I'm good. With a cocky smirk, Quinlan cut the comm, and Master Jin came to quickly stand behind his Padawan, dark blue eyes focused on the data pad in his hand. It was bad. Amazingly bad. Dooku was a brilliant speaker, a talented leader, a skilled and commanding presence, and he was in rare form here as he addressed the newly minted Confederacy of Independent Systems, the man decrying the Republic as ineffective, corrupt, and greedy. He claimed that the Senate held on to planets and systems as if they were owned, slaves to the illusion of democracy and freedom when they, in fact, had none, and this was no more apparent than in how the separatists were treated when they desired to be free. They were met with violence. With the denial of their freedom. With the Senate desperately trying to hold on to worlds that desired to break away. He pointed to the recent tragedy at Antor 4, where the peaceful Goa'uld were attacked by the brutal Jedi Order, who had abandoned their commitment to peace. He pointed to the bill in the Senate that would raise a Republic army against those that desired freedom. Dooku made the Separatists out to be peaceful, committed to freedom and independence, while the Republic tightened a slaver's grasp on the galaxy, and he drove his point home when he pointed to the black-cloaked, hooded man at his side, the peaceful negotiator that yearned to free the galaxy from the corruption of the Senate, and he did so without violence, a commitment to peace that embodied the Confederacy. It was time to begin anew, Dooku said. It was time for the Republic to let them go. War could still be avoided, and any system could follow suit, join the Confederacy when they were ready to be rid of their chains. This isn't good. Qui-Gon whispered, his hand gripping the back of Anakin's chair tightly. Master, will the Senate vote in favor of the army? They can't now, not after this. There was a loud, piercing scream out in the halls, and the Jedi jumped up to see what the trouble was, but the door swung open before they could leave, the panting, wrathful Padme Amidala standing in the doorway. Are you watching this? Yes, we just saw it, Anakin said swiftly, holding up his day top hat. Dooku's really raising the stakes, hey. He has an army. How could he even pretend to be committed to peace? She stalked into the room, avoiding the heaps and heaps of scrap on Anakin's side, and she threw herself on Qui-Gon's bed. We need someone like their negotiator. I have tried to be like that, I really have, but he's just better at it. She sighed, covering her face with her hands. Maybe I'm just too young. I don't think that's true, Anakin said softly, and Qui-Gon nodded beside him. The negotiator may not be what he seems, Senator Amidala. The girl rolled her eyes. I know you Jedi don't trust him, but you have no cause to. He's peaceful, Qui-Gon, he's doing what you Jedi should be doing. Wait, hold on. Anakin said sharply, rising from his chair. That isn't fair, Padme, the Jedi are doing all we can. We can't be held responsible for when things go wrong on missions the Senate sends us on. What, this is our fault now? Padme hissed, rising to her feet and glaring at the teen. The Jedi have been going around crying Sith Lord at anything that offends them. Sith Lords in the Senate, Dooku is a Sith Lord, the negotiator is a Sith Lord. Do you see what this looks like? Listen, Anakin snarled, striding to stand before the angry senator, but Qui-Gon's strong hand shot out and grabbed him by the back of his neck, pulling him back down into his chair. You will calm yourself, Anakin, the master hissed, and his sharp blue eyes darted to the senator. And you? Sit. Padme held her breath, her white eyes shocked, and she slowly lowered herself back onto the bed. Qui-Gon closed his eyes, his bare chest slowly rising and falling as he touched the Force, surrendering his emotions and allowing calm to settle over him. This, he finally said softly, is exactly what Dooku aims to do. He wants to tear us apart, and this is how he's going to do this. It isn't with his actions, it's with his words. They are poison, each and every one of them. If we cannot be united, then the Separatists have already won. Neither of the young people said anything, they just bowed their heads. Anakin. The Padawan looked up at his master. Apologize. But. No, Padme said softly, her brown eyes averted from the Jedi. I started this. I'm sorry, really I am, Everything's just gone wrong, right? Anakin said softly, and the senator nodded. None of this should be happening. The invasion of Naboo, the return of the Sith, the Separatist crisis, the Sith killer's death, all of it is just wrong. The Force is out of balance. We need to set it right. We can't just balance the Force, Anakin, Qui-Gon said softly. The Force is its own living, breathing thing. All we can do is follow its course. In time, it will show us the way so that we may aid in its balance. This isn't something you can just fix. But the Sith are forcing it out of balance. How can we follow the Force when it is turbulent and clouded? It always finds a way to speak to us. Close your eyes and listen, just because there is darkness doesn't mean all is darkness. Anakin said nothing. He just nodded, bowed his head and contemplated his master, the Force, and everything that had been happening. Qui-Gon, Padme said softly, and the tall man looked at her, his dark blue eyes weary. What would it mean if the negotiator was what you believe? It would mean he is using the Force to bend people to his will. They come to his side because they are being made to. Like your Jedi mind trick. The dark blue eyes sharpened and looked the small woman over. How do you know about that? Obi Wan taught me a little about the Force. He showed me. Showed you? Yes, she affirmed, nodding, and keeping her intense gaze locked with the Master's. He said he had been practicing. He said. She bit her lip, searching her memory for the images of her Jedi protector. He said a Jedi could use the Force to influence someone, but it doesn't work on strong-willed or very smart people. That is true. But he also said that if you push hard enough, even the intelligent and strong-willed will comply. Well, yes, but he did it to me. Qui-Gon was at a loss for words, didn't know he was holding his breath until his chest began to ache. Obi-Wan did that? His Obi-Wan? It didn't seem possible. Force suggestion was one thing, gently influencing someone who was open to persuasion to believe something else, and it was a valuable tool of the Jedi. Qui-Gon himself was a practitioner of it, and he used it regularly to avoid conflict when necessary. He had taught Obi-Wan how to do it as well, and the boy was talented, but it wasn't like the studious, quiet, and cautious Obi-Wan to push hard at any living thing, and that he managed to succeed doing it to Padme, who wasn't in the least weak-willed, was startling. Slowly, he shook his head. That is, unlike him. Well, I did ask him to show me. He actually used me to get me to stop asking. She shrugged. It didn't last for long, and I knew he did it. He said the effect wouldn't last because I was too strong to be influenced. She frowned, looking at the distressed older man. Even she could feel his unease, and she thought she may have known why. Qui-Gon. If the negotiator is what you seem to believe, then how is he doing what he is? If the Force can sway only the suggestible, then he shouldn't be able to do any of this. People don't rise to power by being easily swayed or stupid. The negotiator isn't using the Force, Padme, he's abusing it. His cold, dark blue eyes locked with hers, and the senator shivered. The Force is a living, breathing thing, but he has weaponized it. This Jedi mind trick, as you like to call it, is a tool of the Jedi, a natural, easy use of the Force, but that isn't what he's doing. He isn't suggesting, he is dominating. Obi-Wan pushed slightly too hard with you, and for a moment, you did as he asked. The negotiator is doing exactly that, but on a much grander scale. He and I both agreed that this power was dangerous in the wrong hands. And it is in the wrong hands, Padme. She took a deep breath, looked over her two Jedi guardians, and smiled sadly. I suppose calling to meet with him may not be the best idea. That would be extremely ill-advised. I doubt he'd even agree to it. Master. Both pairs of eyes drifted to Anakin, the teen's face smiling deviously the way it always did when he struck on an idea, and 9 times out of 10, those ideas were reckless, foolish, extremely dangerous, and indisputably brilliant. I think that might be an excellent idea. You want to meet with the negotiator? Qui-Gon said slowly, deadpan, as if he could not believe the words he was hearing. Anakin, you understand that this man is likely a Sith Lord. I know. Hear me out. He took a deep breath, his bright blue eyes shooting to Padme, her face interested and listening, and he found his strength to continue. The Senate asks to meet with him to discuss terms. He's probably going to deny us, which makes him look like a hypocrite. It can discredit him and the Separatists. That's an awful plan, Anakin, Qui-Gon said swiftly. What if he agrees? We would be welcoming the negotiator into the heart of the Republic. He'd destroy us. If he comes to us, we do it on neutral ground, with conditions. The Jedi must be present, and he must be in a containment field. Qui-Gon frowned. We can't do that, Anakin. What's a containment field? Padme asked softly. It's an extremely expensive device that's used to hold Force users. It effectively disrupts our connection to the Force. And it can be used for torture. But we won't do that. We may not, Anakin. Others will not be so kind. Well, he's Sith, isn't he? Does he really deserve kindness? Anakin. I'm not certain the negotiator is what you say, Padme said softly, crossing her arms. I like the idea of meeting with him. Under heavy guard, of course, but I think we should call him out. Dooku's speech has given the Republic a chance to respond, and I think we should respond with negotiations. She nodded, pleased with herself. I'm going to draft up the proposal. Padme, please. Qui-Gon. If there's a chance for peace, we must try. The Jedi will protect us, won't they? Qui-Gon hung his head. Of course, Senator Amidala. She smiled, and left the room, and there was silence. Master. Don't, Anakin. Qui-Gon dropped onto his bed, burying his face in his hands. This was like his last mission guarding royalty, but with less dirt. Like Saturn, Padme was an idealist. Unlike Obi Wan, however, Anakin was an enabler. Obi Wan had challenged Saturn, debated with her frequently, argued with her often, and his pragmatism and logic clashed with her lofty ideals, and at the end of the day, they came away with a view that was reasonable and benefited the most people. It was the perfect combination of fire and ice, and they balanced each other. Anakin wasn't like that. Like Padme, the boy was idealistic and passionate, and the two together was like adding fuel to a fire that already burned too hot. Master. Work on your droid or go to bed, Anakin. Would the negotiator try anything in the presence of Master Yoda? I don't know. I don't know the negotiator, we don't know anything about him. We know he's smart, Master. Qui-Gon breathed deeply, laying back on the bed and shutting his eyes. Let's pretend this absolutely asinine idea somehow happens. The negotiator is smart, yes. Frightfully so. You may think he will not show up, but I disagree. He's smart enough to sense a trap. He will show up to save face. Then we get him. And then the Republic is vilified. We offered a branch of peace, but held a blaster in the other hand. If he agrees to the meeting, he will be completely safe. As you said, he is smart, but he is also bold. He would trust that he would be safe, and he would be. Well, if we can't trap him, we can still disrupt his connection to the Force. No, we can't. A containment field. What if it's not a containment field? What if we build a room? A whole room that can block the Force? Maybe. And as you said, he's smart. He wouldn't try anything in the presence of Master Yoda, he's too strong, even for him. Qui-Gon inhaled deeply, his bare chest rising and falling with each even breath. I will consider your ideas, Anakin. The Padawan smiled and returned to working on the droid, but rest would not take Qui-Gon Jinn. His mind was disturbed by thoughts of Obi-Wan Kenobi and the negotiator. There was so much he didn't know about his former Padawan, and the more he learned, the more uneasy he felt. And the negotiator, hidden in shadows, seemed to be drawing closer. The man was nearly within reach, and if the Jedi played their cards right, they may have a chance to meet their enemy and learn about him. Obi-Wan sat on a large, soft sofa on the balcony of Sundari Palace that overlooked the beautiful lights of a thriving city at night, a glass of Mandalorian Narcolethi in one hand and the small, elegant hand of his Saturn in the other. He was taking his time with the liquor, as the Mandalorian drink was known throughout the galaxy as being extremely potent, and Kenobi never handled alcohol terribly well. He had improved a great deal from when he was younger, as his lavish lifestyle under the indulgent watch of the Sith led him to drink often, and Dooku rarely went an evening without a glass of something in hand. Satin, however, was raised on the stuff, and the woman was well on her way to finishing her third glass, and she barely seemed to be feeling the effects at all. Kenobi's comlink began to beep, and the Sith ignored it as the Duchess pressed herself closer to her lover, nestling herself between his arm and his strong chest. The comlink beeped incessantly. "You have certainly become busy," she said softly, squeezing his hand, and he rolled his eyes. He had been on Mandalore for 3 days now, and the comm rang nearly 4 times every hour, day or night. He would have destroyed the cursed thing, but galactic events required him to keep it close. That afternoon, the Senate had given the Chancellor Palpatine emergency powers, and he had become the Supreme Chancellor. His master may need him, so the comm stayed close. It was never Darth Sidious. "We're going to ignore it, my love. It will stop soon. It will start again. What if it's important?" Obi Wan growled softly, setting down his half-empty glass and answering the call. "Loomis," the deep voice on the other end said, the sound distorted by the hiss and static of the comm speaker, and Kenobi's hand tightened around the device. "I can't find my reading glasses. Have you seen them?" "No, Tyrannus, I haven't. Honestly, this is getting childish. I said call me if you need me, not if you need to inconvenience me. I do need you. I can't find my reading glasses. I have an array of vastly important papers I must read, and I can't do anything without them. You can't be doing anything important, come help me find them. I am doing something important, I'm with my lover." "Oh," came the voice on the other end, mock surprise dripping off the exclamation, and Obi-Wan ground his teeth together. "I'm so sorry, I had no idea." "Hello, Satin." "Hello, Tyrannus," the Duchess chirped, leaning over her suffering lover to speak into the comm. "Are you staying away from the war?" "I am trying, my dear. I'm afraid we may be brought into it. We aren't at war quite yet. There may be time to sue for peace. You could always come to Mandalore," she offered, and Kenobi held the comm high above her head, hissing in frustration. "No, sweetheart, he can't." She put her glass down and planted her hands on the Sith's chest, pushing up to bring herself closer to the comlink. "Loomis and I could be together all the time. And wouldn't that be lovely? I thank you for the offer, Duchess, but I must decline. My master has work for me to do. After the war, perhaps. Jas aras ko shajant isasis plajata kia erdenti nun," Kenobi snarled into the comm, ancient Sith rolling off his tongue like he was born to speak it, and Dooku laughed deeply. "You were born into this galaxy to vex me. Tesnuo jas milas. Just for you, darling." With a growl, Kenobi cut the comlink and tossed it to the side, knocking Satin's hands off his chest, and she fell against him, his strong arm wrapping around her waist, and he nipped at her ear. "He calls you a great deal," Satin said softly, reaching behind her to stroke Kenobi's bearded cheek. "MMM. Couldn't you stay here, Obi?" Kenobi inhaled deeply, sighing as his senses were flooded with the sweet, floral smell of her hair. "War is inevitable now. I don't want you caught up in it. I need to fight, Satin." He kissed her cheek. "For the good of the galaxy." "War isn't good for the galaxy." "No, but it has come to that. We can't all be you, my dear. Someone needs to fight so we may have peace. Do you hear how stupid that sounds? No government ever has come to power peacefully. Not even yours. Mine was different, Obi-Wan, mine was a civil war, and I objected to it. This is a civil war as well. Something new will come out of it, something better. You can't know that. No, all I can do is trust in the Force to guide my path, and this is the only way." Satin's blue eyes narrowed and she pulled away from the man, the passion rising in both of them until it was nearly all-consuming. "Does this count as politics?" she drawled slowly, voice tight with anger. I think it might. Satin nodded and turned away from Obi Wan, her shoulders rising and falling with her deep, calming breaths, and Kenobi did the same. They had quickly decided that, during his extended stay, politics was a subject that was dangerous for the two of them to touch. They disagreed on nearly every aspect, and their tempers would quickly get the better of them, passions rising in a violent crescendo that always ended in crushing kisses and rough, savage intercourse that left the Duchess bruised from the Sith's tight grip and Kenobi bloodied from raking nails. It wasn't that they didn't enjoy it. They did, a great deal, much more than either of them cared to admit, but in just 3 days, it had become a problem. Both of them could talk politics all day, and when they were apart, Satin did talk politics for a living, Kenobi was surrounded by politics, and both had a great deal to say when they were together. Which led to their problem. They were getting nothing done. Things would start civilly enough, but they would degrade quickly, the conversations easily turning political, which led to arguing, their passions rising and culminating in loud, vicious coupling, and with their passions spent, the process began again. His first day on his pre-war sabbatical was spent violently in bed, the evening finding the two lovers bruised and bloodied and battered, the white sheets stained with long slashes of red, wet blood from the Sith Lord's back, and they both agreed that they could not continue in this way. Her staff was going to ask questions. Which they did, but only once. After all, the punctual, responsible Satin was absent from several meetings that day, and Almec was forced to stand in for her, and he had been worried. When he went to see her between meetings that afternoon, it had been impossible, as the woman had locked herself in her rooms, the noises from within unmistakable. He had always known the Duchess Satin to be quiet, collected, and adverse to violence, but the sounds coming from her chambers were anything but. However, the woman was Mandalorian, and though she may have been a pacifist, breeding violence out of the Mandalorians simply wasn't possible. When Almec asked her the next day if she was all right, she simply smirked, a coy, telling thing, and the matter wasn't brought up again. Satin reached for her glass and quickly drained the little that remained, grabbing for the open bottle and pouring herself half a glass more. Kenobi reached for his own glass, slowly drinking the golden liquid and putting it down when the burning sensation in his nose became too much. Much of the galaxy considered the signature Mandalorian drink to be good for little more than ship fuel, but Obi Wan didn't dislike it. After all, it dulled the two lovers enough to make their passions less heedless, more gentle. Neither of them knew when Kenobi would be forced to leave, torn away from peaceful Mandalore and thrust into war, and it was making the already passionate people desperate and possessive. The Duchess settled against her lover again, sighing happily when his long fingers lightly brushed down her arm. Loomis. Is it easy for you to be called that? Yes. I've taken to the name well, I think. He smirked, pulling her close. Do you like it? It's fitting, to be sure, but you'll always be Obi Wan to me. He smiled softly, holding her closely, possessively. I don't expect to ever be anything but that to you. Do the others know who you really are? Kenobi held his breath as he thought, feeling the slow, even heartbeat of the Duchess against his chest. Satin was clever, exceedingly so, far more than what was good for her, and he wondered how much the woman actually knew. He certainly didn't tell her anything specific, his actual activities were a closely guarded secret, and not just because he was uncertain if she would approve. But she did know some things. It wasn't possible to keep all his activities a secret when the two of them lay in bed together, relaxed and unguarded. Slowly, she learned, and, Kenobi imagined, she was beginning to piece things together. It wasn't difficult to do if one knew that Obi Wan Kenobi, Jedi Knight, didn't die on Serenno. They do know, yes, he said finally, quietly, touching her mind with the force to gauge her reaction, but there was nothing. She already knew the answer. He frowned, this was an interrogation. Satin was digging for information. It's difficult to keep things from my master. He can read minds. Like you. Like me, yes. The comlink beeped again, and with a growl, Kenobi picked it up. Yes. Loomis, have you misplaced the medical droid again? Dooku drawled, amused, and Obi Wan furiously cut the call. What about him? Satin asked, smiling, and wriggling into a position where she could drape her arm over the Sith's chest. Does he know? He was there when I left the Jedi, so yes, he knows. So he's responsible for the incident. Kenobi's yellow eyes drifted to the cold, hard blue of Satin, and he bit his lip. She was peaceful before, but now she was angry. The Jedi had claimed that Count Dooku was responsible for your death, and that he was a Sith Lord. Just how many people were there on Sereno that day? Does this count as politics? No, this is personal. She growled fiercely, and Kenobi scooted away as much as he was able, but the Mandalorian was unrelenting and aggressive, and she placed her tiny hand on the strong chest and pressed down hard. He wasn't pinned, but he did feel trapped. Talk, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I know more than you think, so you had better not lie to me. Satin, darling. And truth by omission is still lying. Kenobi touched her mind, eyes narrowing as he buried himself deep in her consciousness, and the woman gasped, her pupils narrowing into pinpoints at the intrusion. She could not feel the force, but she knew when her lover's presence was within her. He had taught her to feel for it for more pleasurable activities, but she was using that knowledge now. And she was right. As Obi-Wan perused her knowledge, he found far more than he expected, far more than he had taught her. Satin had done her research. But still, she hadn't left him yet, still accepted him within her, still burned with love for him, and something else he could not place. If she was going to leave him, it could have happened 100 times before, and with war just around the bend, it seemed as good a time as any to be as truthful as he could. What are you doing? She demanded softly, her delicate hand falling into the fine cloth of his tunic, and he reached up to rub at the tense muscles of her long, slender neck. I'm just looking, my dear, I'm not altering anything. But you could. His gold eyes locked with hers, and Kenobi saw defiance in the clear blue, along with the slightest touch of fear. But I won't. Do you trust me? I don't know, the Duchess said softly, and that hurt the Sith more than he thought it could. Do you trust me? He slowly nodded, choking out a quiet, yes. Without trust, there could be no love, and he loved Satin, he did. It went beyond possession. She was his, yes, all his, all of her, forever, but he was also hers. Perhaps she felt the same. Perhaps she was willing to look beyond the things he had done to keep what was hers, just as he was. There were 7 of us there that day, he said quietly, slowly slipping out of her mind, but keeping his senses wrapped around her. She was easy enough to read, but Satin was a politician, and therefore a remarkable actress. He had to be sure. 4 Jedi dead, with you left alive. Dooku was one of them. Who was the other? He could have said the other was Tyrannus, could have easily made the Count and the Sith different people, but before he knew what he was doing, he had whispered, my master. Tyrannus isn't your master. Kenobi shook his head. Which makes Dooku Tyrannus? A nod, and her blue eyes narrowed in anger. So this whole time, the Jedi have been correct about Dooku's connection to the Sith. Satin, you don't know anything about. She slapped him hard, his cheek stinging keenly and becoming a sharply painful throbbing. You are certainly a fan of striking me. Only when you deserve it. What are you doing getting mixed up with the Sith, Obi-Wan? My love, the Sith aren't what they seem. They certainly aren't what the Jedi seem to think. The Jedi don't know anything. They know about the Force, Obi, they are wise. About only a very small part of it. The Force is much more than just. He took a deep breath, his yellow eyes drifting away from her, but she grabbed his bearded chin and forced his gaze back to her. There are two sides to the Force, and the Jedi only teach one part. My new studies expose me to all of it. I don't pretend to know the Force, the Duchess said softly, her long fingers gently touching the cheek she had struck, but I do know the Jedi talk of the dark side like it's dangerous. It is to those who aren't strong enough to control it. And you are. Oh yes. Her sharp features relaxed slightly, but she was still guarded, cautious, but he could feel that she believed him. The Sith, Kenobi began slowly, carefully, reaching for her hand and gently taking it in his, have been allies of the Mandalorians for a very, very long time. It's natural we are together, our cultures belong together. The Mandalorians also fought against the Sith. I do know my own history, and, I believe, when my people raised arms against the Sith, they were annihilated. Not because of the Mandalorians, dear, the Sith killed themselves. Kenobi smirked, gently placing his hand under her chin and running his thumb over the Duchess' lips. Is that what you would do, Satin? Destroy the Sith? She shook her head. The Mandalorians have changed. So have the Sith. The comm beeped again. With a vicious snarl, Kenobi answered it, and before Dooku had a chance to say anything, he hissed, Nu valiakats tu ie dvaisinagu jas mriastalsis silami iris permesniashal. I will break your mind before I kill you, and you will beg for it. The Sith deactivated the comm, its flashing light dying as the device powered off. If Sidious wanted him, it could wait until morning. At this moment, the war could wait. What do the Sith want? The Duchess asked softly, and Obi Wan felt at her mind. She was curious, not afraid. That was good. Peace. Order. We want to see the corruption of the Republic purged and replaced with something that works. Oh, and you would purge the Republic, would you? If necessary. Kenobi shrugged. We have presented an alternative, as have you, dear. The Republic will have none of it. You have seen what happened when systems began breaking away. The Senate was furious. They are willing to go to war over this. So is the Confederacy. Yes, they are willing, but they don't want it. The Republic is forcing their hands. You saw what happened on Antor 4. At that, Satin bit her lip and looked away from him, and Kenobi could feel her outrage. Finally, she agreed with him. Obi Wan could work with this. Didn't an extremist group take over the government on the moon first? The Sith shrugged. I don't know what actually happened, I wasn't there. I know what the Republic said happened. But I feel that the politics of the moon should have stayed there. The Republic had no business intervening if the government happened to want to be independent, and the Jedi were certainly wrong to bring an army to destroy them. The Jedi were wrong to deploy that weapon, yes. Satin was conflicted, and Kenobi smiled softly, running her silky blonde hair through his fingers. The Jedi have changed too, my dear. They are abandoning their code. They're slaves to a corrupt republic. The Sith are warriors, Obi Wan. The Jedi are committed to peace, they have always been, they are peacekeepers. I think Antor 4 proves that is no longer the case. And when war comes, the Jedi will be at the head of the Republic army. There isn't much difference between Jedi and Sith anymore. You will be fighting. He nodded. If I must. You don't have to. Obi-Wan softly kissed the woman. I don't want to, my love. I am avoiding violence if I can. But I will defend myself. The Duchess slowly relaxed, and Obi-Wan felt her anger fade as she eased off his chest, the hand there slowly stroking downwards as she straddled his hips and pressed against him, her head in the crook of his neck and her hand stroking through the hair on the back of his head. Relief washed over the Sith Lord. Nothing had changed. I don't want to lose you, Obi-Wan. The Sith's hand came to rest on her hip, and he could feel the woman trembling. You know I object to fighting. I will be angry regardless of which side you fight for. You know very well that I can't fight with the Jedi. Not after what they've done. She nodded, softly kissing at his neck. I understand. I don't like any of this, and I certainly don't agree with it, but I understand. You believe this is right? I do. Even if it isn't. Kenobi scoffed, his light grip on her hip tightening. Of course it is. Doing nothing when there is a problem is exactly why we're in this mess. That's what the Jedi did to me, that's what the Senate has done with the Republic. If the Republic did nothing, then there wouldn't be a war about to happen. Well, we can't all be like you, Satin, not all of us can live in a perfect, neutral little world. Some of us need to actually deal with people. I do deal with people, that's how I maintain peace. Her hand tightened in his hair, and Kenobi hissed with pain, his golden eyes blazing, a deep growl coming from his chest. Until someone comes along and just takes what you have. Obi Wan's thumb dug into the inside of her hip, his long fingers gripping hard into the muscle, and the Duchess wriggled, the hip bone shifting and moving in his grip, and the Sith snarled possessively. Someone needs to fight for you. I fight my own battles. But you don't. Satin whimpered, her hands resting on his shoulders, her nails digging right through the fine cloth and into his skin, the slight pain making his golden eyes glint dangerously. Politics. Politics. They separated quickly, both of them breathing heavily, and Obi-Wan started to laugh loudly. I don't even know why we're restraining ourselves, he said, chuckling softly and patting her leg. We did get things done today, right? Yes, I think so. Not as much as I would have liked, I did get a late start. That was your fault, my dear. Satin's blue eyes narrowed, and when her pulse returned to a slow, even beat, she lightly brushed her lover's leg. Sith. Yes. Have you killed anyone? Kenobi held his breath. There wasn't a good way to answer that, not one that the woman would like. Yes. Though not as many as I killed as a Jedi. I try to avoid killing if I can. That, at least, was true. Killing was always so needless, so senseless to him. He'd much rather keep people alive, if possible. Dead people had no use to him, and the rebellious could be subjugated. I wish you told me sooner, Satin said softly. I cannot support your war, but I can support you. He chuckled and pulled the woman close. I'm sorry for not telling you, Satin. The galaxy thinks you're dead, Obi-Wan. You need to trust me. Her small hand cupped his bearded cheek and he closed his eyes. He was foolish to doubt her before. Of course she wouldn't betray him. She couldn't, she belonged to him. The Duchess slid back onto his lap, her hands on his chest, and lightly kissed him. When were you going to tell me about the negotiator? Obi-Wan froze, his golden eyes wide and meeting the accusing gaze of Satin cries. She was unfairly clever, or he was disgustingly transparent. It was most likely both. He couldn't say a word, and his silence spoke more than words ever could. Obi-Wan. She gasped, her hands falling into his black tunic, and his heart sped up. How could you keep this from me? You're living a double life, it's like I don't even know you. How did you know? I didn't until just now. I suspected, but... She growled in frustration, her slight movements just enough to set the man beneath her to softly groaning as the dark side stirred within him, awakening his passions and demanding to be satiated. If you know anything about me, you know I am committed to peace. How could I not love someone that has earned the name negotiator? Well. She cupped his face and kissed him, not the crushing, frantic hunger of their previous entanglements, but something softer, gentler, though no less passionate. They only parted when their lungs burned from lack of air, their faces flushed and their blood coursing through them and feeding their arousal. Nothing else mattered in that moment, and Obi-Wan knew that nothing would come between them. She knew it all the important stuff, at least, and the rest would come easy, so long as he worded it right, so long as he put it to her properly. When the Empire took hold of the galaxy, it didn't seem such a bad thing to have a Mandalorian queen by his side. Under the guidance of Darth Sidious, they could be unstoppable. The Sith and Mandalore united once again after 1,000 years apart. Kenobi gently bit at her neck, pulling her clothes and hands digging possessively against her pale, flushed skin. "Mine," the Sith Lord growled, and the Mandalorian shivered. "All yours." There were 2 of them, and they were Sith. Obi Wan couldn't see them, but he knew they were, could feel the dark side swirling around the pair, just as the flames of the burning village did. Like before, he couldn't see their features, couldn't identify their race, but he knew they were male, knew one was a Goliath of a creature, knew one was a cyborg, his heavy legs clawed and mechanical. Both held red lightsabers that glowed brightly even against the burning village, the bodies of the villagers piled high around them. Kenobi tried to draw closer, but as he did, the flames consumed them, and the shadows were gone. The inferno raged around him, but the Sith Lord was safe. He thrived in the flames of the dark side, he had nothing to fear from this place. He could see a face in the flames before him, but it was burning, screaming, shifting with the dancing of the fire, and Obi-Wan couldn't identify who it was, what it was, or what it meant. Reaching out to it, the Sith Lord growled with irritation as the vision disappeared, leaving him in darkness. He frowned. It was true that the dark side could cloud one's vision, but Kenobi always found clarity in the darkness. Not so with this. At least he recognized when he was having a Force vision, unlike when he was younger, more foolish, a Jedi. Closing his eyes, the black faded away and was replaced by scenes of war, death, broken battle droids and the bodies of thousands of clones. There were Jedi, thousands of them, all rushing onto the galactic stage in the name of the Republic, and they fell one by one to the might of the Confederacy. And then, the tables turned, and the separatists were crushed, led by the might of Sidious and the Empire. The scene faded again, and the face in flames appeared again, and above it all was Obi-Wan, holding 2 lightsabers, one his familiar red, and the other the bright blue of a Jedi Knight. He gasped, shooting up in bed and clutching his chest, breathing deeply and wiping his sweat-slicked hair back. It was viciously hot, as it always was when he awoke from one of these visions. The dark side showed him the future, yes, but it was vague at best, completely incomprehensible at worst, and he always awoke with a start, his heart pounding and dripping in sweat. It was physically taxing, draining on the body to bear the rage of the Force, especially when left unguarded, as he was when he slept. Satin stirred next to him, groaning softly as her lover's sudden start woke her. "Obi." She turned over, looking at him through tired, hazy eyes, and the Sith laid back down, his heart slowly calming. "Are you all right?" "Yes." "Go back to sleep, love." That was enough. The Duchess nestled against him, and within moments, her breathing slowed to the gentle, even rhythm of sleep. Kenobi extended his hand, and his comlink came to him. He grabbed the device and powered it on, relieved to see he had no messages, though several missed calls, all from Dooku. Sidious didn't need him yet. He cummed Dooku, waiting for only a few moments before a tired, thick-tongued voice answered, "Yes." "Good morning, sweetheart," Kenobi purred, and he heard the Count on the other end groan. "Sleep well, precious. You were so good. Are you quite done?" "I don't know, Tyrannus, are you done calling me every 15 minutes? "I may be." He yawned, and Kenobi grinned as he heard the man shuffling. "Sith hells, Kenobi, do you know what time it is?" "I know what time it is on Mandalore." "What time is it on Sereno?" "I don't know, I'm not on Sereno, I'm on Geonosis." Kenobi wrinkled his nose. "You. Mandalore is no better." "No, but Sundari Palace is. It's beautiful and warm, and there's a naked woman in my bed." "I bet you don't have that." "I could if I wanted." Kenobi scoffed, and he could almost hear the Count groan in frustration. "And it isn't your bed, it's the Duchess." You are a kept man. I may be alright with that. It's well before dawn, Kenobi. What do you want? I had a dream. Want to hear it? The Count groaned loudly, and Obi Wan put his hand over the speaker to muffle the sound. Tell your girlfriend, I don't care. She's sleeping. So wake her up. You are a Sith Lord. Take what you want from her, you own her. I do, trust me, but I also wanted you awake, and since you are, it seems senseless to wake her up too. Kenobi chuckled when he heard a stifled, choked sob on the other end. Besides, he drawled, it may have been a Force vision. May have. Was. It was a Force vision. There was silence, followed by shuffling and static, and then, in a much clearer voice, Dooku said, "What did you see?" Two Sith in a face in flames. Again. Obi-Wan could hear the Sith Lord breathing slow and even on the other end of the comm. It was almost as if he could hear his mind turning things over. You have had this vision before. Often. Yes. Does our master know? I've showed him, yes, Kenobi sighed, running his hand absently over the sleeping Satan's back. It's unclear to him as well. He doesn't know what to make of it, he says the meaning will reveal itself in time. So he knows. Almost certainly, yes. Kenobi could feel Dooku's anger in his silence. He can keep things from us, Tyrannus, it's his right. Maybe so. Dooku growled. The Count didn't believe that at all. Who do you suspect the two Sith are? If I knew, darling, I wouldn't be calling you, I'd be going out to find them and enslave them. They are male, though. Are they us? Kenobi scoffed. No, absolutely not. One was tall, taller than you, the other was mechanical from the waist down. Dooku chuckled on the other end, and Kenobi frowned. He didn't like it when Dooku laughed, it just made him unhappy. Could it be your Sith Lord, Sith Killer? His heart stopped. He knew it did. Obi-Wan stared at the comm like it was a small, disgusting creature he had no way of getting rid of. It was impossible, wasn't it? You think it's small. You think he's Sith, and at this moment, you, our master, and I are the only Sith Lords in the galaxy. Maybe the vision is far, far in the future, he stuttered, and the Count just laughed. Search your feelings, Loomis, you know that's untrue. The injuries match up, don't they? You cut Maul in half, and your Force vision Sith is legless. Maul was Sith, so. No, Kenobi said quickly, shaking his head. You're right. There's almost no doubt, I'm embarrassed I didn't see it before. You and Maul are closely linked, of course your vision is clouded. A pause. Also, I'm better than you. Ha. 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 That isn't funny, Loomis. No, it is, it's hilarious. Obi-Wan took a deep breath and held it while the Count sputtered and reprimanded and lectured on the other end, but he put his hand over the speaker and the deep voice became muffled. A long time ago on Dathomir, he had met with Talzin, Maul's mother, and the meeting was unusual. Now, her behavior made sense. She sensed her son was alive somewhere, and were she to manage to get hold of him, Obi-Wan would be in some very serious danger. He and Maul were linked. After all, it was his victory over Maul that made him realize the power of the dark side. His own lightsaber was even powered by the Kyber crystal that once belonged to the Dathomirian Sith Lord. And Maul did have a brother. Are you even listening? Dooku shouted over the comm, and Obi-Wan chuckled softly. No. Why do I even bother with you? Because I'm cute. Dooku scoffed, a loud, forced laugh coming in static bursts over the comm. Your lover may believe that, but trust me, Kenobi, nobody else does. You're just jealous because Ventress thinks I'm cute too. Dooku sputtered on the other end, and Kenobi quickly cut in with, speaking of, you better be treating her right. If Maul is alive and something were to happen to Asajj, then that Dathomir witch is going to have it out for all of us. You have nothing to fear from Talzin. She is nothing. I'm not stupid enough to underestimate her. Are you? Good night, Loomis. You don't need me as a distraction, you have one. Use her. Well, maybe I will. But just to spite you, darling. With a groan, Dooku cut the comm, and, smiling, Obi Wan rolled over, possessively clutched Satin to him, and fell asleep. There was pain. Lots of it. Suffering and agony like he had never known before, and for just a moment, Anakin Skywalker saw the face of his mother. He awoke with a loud, anguished cry, his heart pounding in his cheek and his breathing sharp, ragged, so fast he nearly hyperventilated, and it took the comforting hand of his master to get the Padawan breathing properly. What happened? Qui-Gon asked softly, his voice calming and smooth, and Skywalker tightly grabbed the master's arm. A nightmare, master. That's all. It just... Anakin ran a hand through his hair and down his body, faint traces of pain still burning his skin. It was so real. Was it a nightmare, or a vision? I don't know. Qui-Gon sat on the Padawan's bed, grabbing the teen's hands in his own. Meditate with me. Open your mind, think of this dream, show me what you saw. Anakin nodded and did as he was told, but he could not focus. His blood was racing, his heart pounding, his mind distracted, and though he was failing terribly to calm himself, his master remained serene, patient, and it gave Anakin strength. Eventually, he felt his entire being relax and calm, and he felt his Force connection with Qui-Gon light up as the master entered his mind. The Padawan focused on the dream, bringing the images to his mind, and he soon found himself in pain again, trying his best to hang on to the images so his master could look, but his panic became too great after a very short time. Qui-Gon was forced from his mind as Anakin instinctively threw up his mental defenses to protect him from the pain. But it was enough. Qui-Gon's hand grabbed Anakin's shoulder, his kind face concerned. A Force vision, the master said softly. It's not a vision of the future, it's an empathetic connection through the Force. It's happening right now. Fear gripped the Padawan, and for just a moment, he felt the Force that surrounded him become veined with cold. His master's comforting presence quickly cleared it, though. My mother was in that vision, Master, does that mean she? Yes. The Padawan's clear blue eyes widened in abject horror, and Qui-Gon stood from the bed and grabbed his pack, throwing his neatly folded robes inside and pulling a tunic over his head. We need to go. What? Get dressed, we're leaving. Qui-Gon fastened his belt and clipped his lightsaber on. If something is wrong, we need to be there. It's important to you, and it's important to me. Anakin bit his lip and looked gratefully to his master. He wanted to thank him, but his throat was tight and trembling, and no words could pass from his lips. He got up and dressed quickly. What about Padme, Master? He asked quietly, his hands nervously grabbing at things to put in his bag. He didn't have much, but his anxiety was making him uncertain of what was actually his. We are supposed to guard Padme, Qui-Gon said sternly. She's coming with us, of course. Why? The master's dark blue eyes narrowed, and Anakin blushed deeply. No, I mean, Master, why are you doing this? I've never shied from the call of the Force, Anakin. If the Force sent you a vision, then we must follow the will of the Force. The master found the air squeezed out of him as the Padawan wrapped his arms about him in a crushing hug. Thank you. Hush. Go wake Padme, tell her we are leaving. The Padawan didn't waste a second running from the room. Qui-Gon sighed, taking in the living space that he and Anakin had shared for the past week. The droid the teen had been working on was nearly done, all its innards replaced and working. All he had left to do was find the proper outer plating, but the creation was functioning. The senator, of course, had loved it. kissed the Padawan's cheek when he presented it to her, and the boy seemed to be floating on air for the next few days. Qui-Gon found it to be an anxious, pessimistic, and irritating thing, but Padme seemed to like it, and, he supposed, that was what mattered. After all, it was a gift for her. The two young people had grown quite close in their week together, and Qui-Gon watched in satisfaction as an easy friendship developed between them. It was true that occasionally the master found them lightly brushing against each other as they passed, gentle touches of fingers on arms or hands as they spoke, furtive, secret glances when they thought nobody was looking, but Qui-Gon was always watching. Nothing had happened, not yet, but the call of duty could only hold attraction back for so long. It had happened with Obi Wan, and it was happening with Anakin now. Sith hells, it had happened to Qui-Gon as well, and he was never one to stand in the way of things if they were meant to be. Anakin was emotional, much more than a normal Jedi, but he would never be a normal Jedi. He could still be balanced, and the boy knew he needed his master's guidance to succeed. He wasn't humble, no, but he was grateful, and that went a long way. Anakin rushed back into the room, his anxiety making the force about him shift to unbalance. "Master, she's getting ready, and she's not happy about being woken up so early." "No, I imagine not. I'm going to get the ship ready. I want you to clean this room up. I want it looking the way it did when we arrived." The Padawan looked like he would object, but Qui-Gon held his hand up to silence him. "I suspect the Senator will take her time to get ready. Be at ease, Anakin. We will be on our way soon." The Padawan nodded and quickly set to his task while the Master went to prepare the ship for the flight to Tatooine. The Lars homestead was in a state of panic when the Jedi arrived. Owen had quickly found his brother and hugged him tightly, tried to be brave and stern and act like a man, but his voice was cracking with emotion and grief and fear. The Tuskens had raided, and in their attack, they had made off with Shmi Skywalker. Owen and Clive had managed to fend off most of the raiding party, keeping them mostly away from the valuable vaporators, but in the end, they had found that the Tuskens managed to grab Anakin's mother from right under their noses. Qui-Gon didn't understand the Sand people of Tatooine. Nobody did. They were ruthless and brutal, though the Jedi Master thought that there must have been some reason for their actions that went beyond the primitive need to destroy the settlers that lived scattered about the desert. But still, kidnapping a middle-aged woman seemed pointless and random, certainly beyond their usual method of simply sweeping in and killing all they saw. The Jedi didn't understand. He must have been missing something. While Anakin was off with Owen to fret and worry, Qui-Gon and Padme were met by Owen's girlfriend, a homely, kind-faced woman named Beru. She had recently moved into the homestead to help with the moisture farming after one of their maintenance droids took a turn for the worst, and it was beyond Owen's knowledge to repair it. She was fretting, her face concerned, her hands tightly winding the strings of her apron around her hand until her fingers turned red and purple from lack of circulation. She bowed deeply when the towering Jedi and the small, well-dressed senator approached. Qui-Gon bowed in return. Owen was speaking very quickly when he took Anakin away, "So my understanding of what has happened here is limited," the Jedi said softly, and the young woman averted her eyes. "I'm Qui-Gon Jinn." "You are Beru," she stammered softly. "I've heard all about you, Master Jedi." From Owen. "I'm afraid there's not much to say. What has happened here?" The woman bit her lip, her eyes wetting with tears, and Qui-Gon reached out to lay a calming hand on her shoulder. Sniffling, she stuttered, "Shmi was taken in the raid. Clive rounded up a rescue party of 30 men to go get her," but her voice hitched with a sob. "Only 4 came back. Clive lost his leg. Is he all right?" Qui-Gon asked swiftly, and the woman shrugged. Without another moment, the Jedi rushed into the small farming house, making a beeline for the room he knew belonged to the Lars family patriarch. 26 men were dead, and 1 woman, maybe more, had been taken from their homes, but there was nothing he could do about that right now. He could, however, helped the man that had saved Anakin's mother from slavery. He was laid out on the bed, bloody rags and cloth everywhere as a physician attended the unconscious moisture farmer. The wound was bad. He swiftly approached the bed and knelt by the leg, crudely severed at the knee, and the doctor glared at the Jedi, about to object to the intrusion before Qui-Gon cut in with, "I'm a Jedi Knight, I have some knowledge in Force healing. May I?" The physician was wary, but he nodded, and Qui-Gon laid his hands on the farmer's leg, channeling the Force while the doctor continued to work. Barris stood in the doorway, watching with rapt interest as the Jedi and the doctor worked, and slowly, Qui-Gon could feel the farmer's presence in the Force stabilize, evening out as the stub of his leg was tightly wrapped. Clyde would be fine. He sighed, standing and quickly thanked the physician before he left the room, gently grabbing Barris' arm and guiding her away. "Will he be all right?" she asked softly, and the Jedi nodded. "In time, yes. I'll see if I can't have Anakin make something to help with his mobility. He has a talent with. Owen's told me all about Anakin, yes," she smiled softly, her hands trembling, and Qui-Gon carefully took them in his hand. "Thank you. I'm glad you came. And so quickly. When did this happen?" "Last night." Qui-Gon frowned. Anakin's Force sense was distressingly accurate. He'd have to help the boy work through the intense feelings that could come through empathetic visions. These things could lead quickly to the dark side. He'd have to ask Quinlan for help when he had apprehended the assassin. The Kiffer Master dealt with darker emotions often through his use of psychometry, and his own personal experience could help Anakin. "Beru, do you know why the Tuscans would do this?" The woman shook her head, sniffling. "They're just savages, this is what they do. They kidnap." She shrugged. "Sometimes. I don't know why." Qui-Gon could hear a speeder powering on, the engines engaging as the thrusters roared, and the high-pitched thrum of the repulsors crescendoed and then quickly began to fade. Rushing out of the home, the Jedi Master saw the silhouette of a speeder as it disappeared over the sand dunes into the setting of the twin suns. Anakin had left. The Master didn't move from his spot in the sand, looking out in the direction the speeder had gone. He had a very bad feeling about this. There was, cold, a faint chill in the Force that made the Master shiver. This was, exactly what Obi Wan had described so long ago when they faced the Sith, the same feeling that Qui-Gon had felt as well when he stood in the presence of the apprentice on Naboo. The Jedi Master activated his comm and tried to reach Anakin, but the boy did not pick up. Qui-Gon rushed back to the home and ran to the garage, but there was nothing but broken droids and spare parts for the valuable Vaporatos. He tried again to contact Anakin, but there was nothing. The Jedi could hear Beru calling for Owen, her voice becoming more and more frantic as her calls went unanswered, and Qui-Gon breathed a sigh of relief. Anakin had brought his step-brother with him. It wasn't that Qui-Gon didn't trust Anakin, but he was young, emotional, impulsive, reckless. With family there to protect, even if they discovered the worst, it may keep the boy grounded. Owen was a cautious, reasonable sort. Perhaps Anakin would follow suit. There was nothing to be done but trust that the Force would guide his Padawan down the right path. The Jedi dragged his feet to the kitchen and dropped into a chair at the table, Beru and Padme both talking in hushed tones as they fretted over the safety of the boys that they discovered had left without a word. Padme rushed to Qui-Gon, sitting opposite him at the table, her brown eyes focused and intense. "What do we do?" she demanded, and the Jedi sighed. "We wait. Wait. How can we wait? We have a ship. We can follow him." "It's dark out, Padme, we wouldn't be able to find a single speeder out there, and we certainly couldn't find the Tusken encampment. Your Nubian cruiser isn't exactly meant for low altitudes, and I doubt anyone but Anakin could pull off the feat. We can't just stay here. Anakin could be in danger, what if he's hurt?" "He's in no danger of being hurt," Qui-Gon said softly, pressing his fingers together, and his whole body tensed, startled when his comlink beeped. He answered it quickly, pressing the flashing button to get the holographic feed, and his heart sank when he saw it wasn't Anakin. "Quinlan," Qui-Gon said softly, and the Kiffer hushed him. "Not so loud. I'm hiding." "You called when you are trying to hide? Are you an idiot?" "Well, yes." The tracker shot a furtive glance over his shoulder, freezing in his place, and then turned back to address the master. "I've tracked your assassin to Geonosis. We were spot on. This guy is working for Dooku, or the Separatists, or whatever. That senator of yours must be doing something right since they want her dead. Tell her to keep it up." Padme grinned. "I will." "What, is she there too?" Qui-Gon nodded, and the Kiffer grinned. "Hello, Senator. You keep up the good work." "I'm there." Was a loud screeching and the sound of blaster fire, and the Jedi pressed himself low to the ground, only the top of his head visible in the hologram. "I'm going to do my best to get this jerk, Jin, but if we're being really honest, that's not going to happen. Idiot destroyed my ship." "Quinlan, find a way to get out," Qui-Gon said slowly, his voice serious and his proud features drawn in concern. "You can track the assassin again. This isn't worth your life. We're a bit past that point. Dooku's here, along with the entire Separatist Council. I'm going to blow up the compound." Qui-Gon stared at the comm in disbelief. "What?" The Kiffer crouched, his head disappearing from the hologram and reappearing a moment later. "There's a droid foundry here, a massive one, and it's running at full tilt. There are thousands of them being made right now, and I ran past a hangar bay. They're manufacturing warships. Huge ones. Dreadnought-class heavy cruisers, Jin. They're absolutely full of it when they said they want peace. This is a fleet ready for war." He grinned. "I'm going to blow the whole thing up. With no Separatist leadership, there will be no war. Quinlan, you can't just..." "Sure I can. That Sith idiot killed my friend. He's done. Revenge isn't..." "No, it's not the Jedi way, it's my way," Quinlan growled, but the anger quickly faded. "The Sith needs to die anyway. I want to be the one that does it. For Obi Wan. Tell the Council what's happening here in case I fail." "Tell them yourself, Quinlan, get out." "I'll try, but..." He looked up again, and then looked back to the comm, a smirk on his face, but his eyes showed concern. "I'm in the Pentranaki region. Send for help. Please. This planet sucks, I don't want to die here." He held the Kiffer's gaze for what seemed like an eternity before Qui-Gon nodded. "We're coming for you, Quinlan. Just hold on." Master Voss grinned widely, ignited his lightsaber, and the comm cut, the high-pitched, electronic whine of the cut transmission deafening to the Master. "What do we do?" Padme asked softly. "If a Jedi dies on Geonosis, the Republic is going to go nuts, especially if they can link this to the Separatists. I'm going to contact the Council," Qui-Gon droned. "Pray Anakin returns soon. If he's not back by morning, I'm going to have to leave without him." He didn't wait for the senator to answer. He just stood from his seat and left the house for the ship. Hopefully this time, the Council would take swift action. The speeder arrived just before dawn. Qui-Gon and Padme had been waiting outside all night, the senator drifting off to sleep every now and again, but Qui-Gon remained vigilant. The Council was alarmed, of course, by Quinlan's plight, and they promised immediate action. They didn't say what Qui-Gon should do, however, and he was already resolved to mount a rescue of his own. When the speeder stopped just outside the house and Anakin jumped out of it, he looked at his master and Padme standing side by side, and, with a strangled sob, he ran to them, throwing his arms around Qui-Gon and sobbing uncontrollably. "Qui-Gon, can I?" the senator started, but the master quickly cut her off. "Get ready to leave. Wait on the ship." The woman looked to Anakin, briefly touched his shoulder, and went into the house to collect the few things they had brought. Owen slowly climbed out of the speeder, reaching into the back and taking out a person tightly wrapped in cloth and rags, and Qui-Gon knew what had happened. He knew before he saw the body, before the boys had returned. The Force had trembled, and the Master had been flooded with his Padawan's pain. "She died on the way back," Owen said softly, his voice raw, and he laid the woman outside the small house in the sand. "We did everything we could, but her wounds were too severe, we couldn't. It's not fair." Anakin snarled, his voice straining and cracking between sobs, and he clutched his master tighter. "Hush, Anakin, I know, it's not. If I was stronger. Strength has nothing to do with it. All the strength in the world couldn't have helped you." The Padawan returned to his hapless sobbing, the master's hand in his short-cut hair. "What happened out there, Owen?" "We snuck into the Tusken compound. Anakin found it. He just knew where it was, I guess. I don't understand it. The Force guides his actions." Owen shrugged. "We found her. She was already dying. Then the Tuskens found us, and I don't know. There was chaos. I killed 2. Anakin killed 6. I think one of them stabbed Mother in the fight. He took in a shuddering breath and calmly rubbed tears from his eyes. Anakin was watching him closely, and, taking in a shaking breath of his own, pulled away from his master, trying his best to emulate his stoic step-brother. "The Tuskens fled when Anakin killed a big one. They let us go after that. We should have killed them all." Anakin growled, his face contorted with rage, but before Qui-Gon could say anything, Owen shook his head. "Why? They killed my mother. Yeah, but killing them all is what they do to us. We're better than that. We got our revenge, we did what we could. The rest were afraid. They won't come back." "Your brother is right, Anakin," Qui-Gon said softly, and the Padawan lowered his head. "I know. We can't stay here." Anakin looked up, his wide blue eyes filled with betrayal, but Qui-Gon stayed resolute. "Quinlan called, he's in danger. We need to go help, there's nothing more you can do here." Anakin stubbornly refused to budge, and Qui-Gon sighed. "You can stay if you like, but I need to leave." Anakin started to say something, but was silenced when Owen quietly drawled, "He's right. You need to go." The young farmer smiled sadly, looking back at their mother wrapped in the linens. "She was so proud of you for becoming a Jedi. It's almost all she talked about. She missed you all the time, but knowing what you were doing made it worth it to her. You can't abandon that." I won't, but Mother always told you to be mindful, obey your master, and that's what you need to do now. Please, Anakin." The Padawan slowly nodded. "What about you?" The young farmer's chest puffed slightly. "I have to grow up. With Father's injury, he won't be able to work anymore, so it's time to be a man." The brothers didn't say anything else. They embraced tightly for a moment, and without looking back, Anakin boarded the ship with his master, the Padawan settling into the pilot's chair and lifting off into space. Padme had stopped by to say she was sorry, and if he needed anything, she was there for him. He thanked her, of course, but the words were hollow. They sat in silence for a long time, Padme leaving to get some much-needed rest, and the ship entered hyperspace. It wasn't until a few hours into the trip, the blue and white of the hyperspace lane in the viewport, when Anakin quietly asked, "When does the pain stop?" "It doesn't." The Padawan's shoulders hitched, biting his lip as he stopped himself from sobbing again. "But it does become easier, if you allow time to heal it." Anakin shook his head. "I've watched you struggle with your own loss, Master. The wound is new to you, even after all this time. I did not handle it right. I put aside my emotions. I refused to even think about him, if I could avoid it. Your emotions aren't wrong, but you must let go. Your mother is gone. Obi Wan is gone. You and I we need to accept this. He reached over and grabbed his Padawan's shaking hand. You helped me begin to heal, Anakin. Let me do the same for you. I'm sorry. Skywalker looked at his master for a moment, but had to look away again. For what I did. I know it was wrong, It's easy to fall prey to the dark side. It is, I've felt its call as well after. He took a deep breath. A woman I loved died, and I nearly fell. I told you this. Yes, Master. What makes us Jedi is our ability to resist the call. Anakin hung his head. I failed then. How can I be a Jedi after? You failed today, yes, but life tests us. Failing these tests doesn't make you Sith any more than succeeding makes you a Jedi, it just makes you human. What matters is that you strive for success, you look to better yourself. I felt so cold. I know, Anakin. Let me help you, please. We can get through this together. For the first time in 2 days, Anakin smiled, a warm, genuine thing. Thank you, Master. I don't deserve you. Qui-Gon scoffed. Being deserving has nothing to do with it. I chose you. And I would choose you again, if it came to it. Anakin nodded. I can't think about Mother now, not when his voice cracked, but he quickly cleared his throat and pulled himself together. Not when we need to be in tune with each other on this mission. We need to save Quinlan. No more pain, not today. Qui-Gon nodded. How long before Geonosis? 2 hours. Plenty of time to center ourselves. Will you meditate with me? The Padawan nodded, taking his master's hand, and within moments, the two Jedis' minds were as one, perfectly in sync with each other, and Qui-Gon knew that things would be fine for young Skywalker. Quinlan Vos, Jedi Master, was bored. His plan to blow up the droid foundries of Geonosis didn't go as planned. It actually didn't go at all, as he was captured soon after he had cut the comm with Qui-Gon. That was embarrassing all on its own, of course. Quinlan had hoped to go down in glorious battle, causing such a scene that the Sith Lord himself had to come and engage with the Master. Quinlan wouldn't have minded being killed by the Sith if it meant he had a shot at stabbing the elderly former Jedi through his smug, stupid face. But no. He was captured by an absolute swarm of chittering, insectoid Genosians. It was completely humiliating. Nearly as humiliating as being suspended in a containment field. Which he was. He wriggled, testing the shackles that bound him, keeping him suspended in midair in the middle of the empty room. At least he was slowly spinning. Having a chance to look at all the surfaces of the curved wall was better than being stuck looking at just one part of it. There was a crack that looked a fair bit like Master Yoda, if he squinted and the angle was right, and if he wasn't rotating, he may have missed it. He'd have to thank his captors for this rotational experience. The most distressing thing, of course, was that the field disrupted his connection with the Force, and it sat in his mind like a silent void, its loss keenly felt. This whole thing was, in a word, stupid. The locked door hissed open, and Quinlan grinned broadly when Dooku, Count of Sereno, stepped through, his old face apologetic, his demeanor well-meaning. Quinlan would have puked if he wasn't hungry, and he was pretty sure that the contents of his stomach wouldn't fall to the floor, but stay suspended with him in the containment field. And that was just gross. Hello, sweetheart. He chirped instead, laughing loudly as Dooku looked taken aback for a moment, as if he was hearing words that he heard often, though from someone else, and he frowned. This is a mistake, Master Vos, the Count started, and Quinlan rolled his eyes. A terrible mistake. They have gone too far. You don't happen to have anything to read, do you? A day-top ad with something amusing on it? Maybe some separatist propaganda garbage, by any chance? I'm bored out of my mind. You don't seem like you want to release me, and I know you're in charge around here, so you can just cut the crap, Tyrannus. At this, the Count's face dropped. I've never heard that name. No? Does your master have another name for you? He laughed loudly, and the Count seemed to cringe, his jaw clenching in anger. Good. I wouldn't have guessed, but I do suppose that Darth Bench has a better ring to it. Your imprisonment had nothing to do with me, Dooku growled, but I'm beginning to wish it did. I could petition to have you set free, of course. Oh, how magnanimous of you. He grinned. Learned that word from a friend of mine. It's too highbrow for me, but for him. The Kiffer whistled. Way with words, that one had. Until you killed him. I haven't killed anybody, Dooku drawled, and Quinlan could feel his pulse race, the cuff on his wrist beeping in warning as his heart rate spiked. The Count smirked. Watch your temper, Quinlan boss. The Jedi disapprove of such showings of emotion. Let me go and I'll show you something the Jedi really wouldn't like. What's a Jedi Knight doing on Geonosis? It's very far away from Republic space. Quinlan shrugged to the best of his abilities, but the containment field was making it difficult. Hunting your pet. Bounty hunter named Jango Fett, heard of him? Genosians don't trust bounty hunters. You won't find him here. Yes, I will, and that's not what I asked. Have you heard of him? Quinlan rolled his eyes. Honestly, if this is what it's like to grow old, you should just kill me now. I don't think I could handle the hearing loss. The fading memory. The impotence. I've never heard of the man. No, of course not. If you're forgetting your own name, of course you won't remember that thug. Dooku smirked, and for a moment, the Kiffer saw something wicked there. It's a shame you and I haven't crossed paths before. I hear your talents with the Force are unique. Rarities have always held a great interest to me. Oh, is that why you're putting me in a cage? It's an idiot plan. If you want my talents, I need to have my connection to the Force restored. And our paths have crossed. Indirectly. On Dramund Kos. Quinlan grinned at the older man. Come now, let me down, I'll show you what I can do. The Count regarded the Jedi carefully, and for a moment, it looked like Dooku would actually comply. Instead, he slowly drawled, if you know what I do, you would never go along with what is happening in the Republic. And what is that, exactly? Dooku paused, and the silence was extremely unnerving to the restless Jedi. He turned his head to keep the Count in his sight. Suddenly, the rotating he had been so grateful for before became highly irritating. What if I told you, Dooku carefully stated, that the Republic is under the control of a Dark Lord of the Sith? Quinlan scoffed. I knew that. We all know that. Well, the smart ones do, at least. The Kiffer grinned. I never claimed to be one of the smart ones, but Obi Wan Kenobi was, and he told me everything. The Count's face twitched, be it from irritation or nerves, Quinlan didn't know, but regardless, it was good for him. I know about you, and I know about your master. You're going to have to try harder if you want to impress me. If we join together, we can destroy the Sith. That got Quinlan's attention. His brown eyes shot to the Count, the older man's face hard and impassive, and the Kiffer wished he had the ability to reach the Force in that moment, gauge the man's emotions, read his sincerity. Instead, all he could do was narrow his eyes, glaring at the creature that he knew to be Sith as well. Isn't that what you Sith do? He drawled, his voice dripping with contempt. You destroy each other. It's what you've always done. The Jedi won't even need to lift a finger, you'll run yourselves into extinction all on your own. Dooku grinned wickedly. Quinlan boss. There is so much anger in you. Give into it, use it, and you could be so powerful. I can show you how. Quinlan snarled, pulling against his restraints. I will never join you. Obi Wan was my friend, and you murdered him. Dooku chuckled. I didn't murder Obi Wan Kenobi. He was the architect of his own destruction. Quinlan's temper quickly faded. Getting angry was pointless when he could do nothing about it. Instead, he smirked at the Sith. "Hey, does your master use you? I mean, really use you?" The Count sputtered, and the Kiffer laughed loudly. "Oh, I bet he does. Does it hurt? Do you like it? Sith are creatures of passion, you must have a sexual appetite. And, well, he's the Dark Lord of the Sith." He gasped as the Count reddened slightly, his jaw tight. "Oh, I bet it's huge. His appetite, I mean. Sweet Force, how do you get anything done at all? He must keep you absolutely pinned down." Securing your release, Dooku growled through his tightly clenched teeth, "may be more difficult to arrange than I would have thought." The Kiffer's laughter followed the Count out of the room, silenced only when the heavy door slid shut. Dooku entered the meeting room to raucous laughter, and he slammed his palm against his forehead. There would be no mercy for him that day. "Kenobi," he growled, the other Sith's head slamming against the table as he tried to control himself, wiping tears away from his eyes as he sat up. "You are, earlier than I expected. Well, you did call." He grinned, shoulders shaking with repressed laughter. "Did you want me to see your interrogation?" He held up his day top hat, and the Count paled. "Oh, don't worry, I recorded it. So every time I'm sad, I can watch that Jedi call you, Dooku, Lord of the Sith, a little bench." The laughter began again, worse than before, and Dooku stalked toward him, snarling at the younger man and hitting him on the back of the head as he passed. Kenobi didn't seem to notice. "How much does that Jedi know?" Dooku asked softly as he sat down at his seat. "Oh, everything. Quinlan and I were hunting you together, after all. He learned with me. He doesn't know you fell." "No, of course not. I didn't know I fell when I actually fell. I thought it happened much later than it did." He shrugged. "Quinlan knows about everything he told you. You're a Sith, there's a Sith in the Senate, the Sith have changed, blah, blah." Kenobi glared, tossing a lightsaber in the air and igniting it as he grabbed it, the green blade of the captured Jedi extending. "And now he knows more, thanks to you." Dooku pointed at the lightsaber. "Where did you get that?" Kenobi just smirked. "The guards. They wanted to keep it, but Genosians aren't fit for a weapon such as this, the disgusting things." "He didn't learn anything from me," the Count snapped. "That Jedi vexed me nearly as much as you. Did you spend a great deal of time with him?" "I did." Kenobi winked at the older Sith. "I learned a great deal from him." "And you did tell him something. You told him there is conflict among the Sith, Dooku." The yellow eyes were wide, concerned, and the Count crossed his arms, stoic and silent. "Did you just proposition a Jedi to help you kill our master?" "It was a tactic, Loomis, you understand those?" "Yeah, a poor one. Sith hells, this is how you die." He pointed the green saber at Dooku's face, and the Count drew his own weapon, not igniting it, but ready to. "If our master so much as suspected that you would betray him, he'd destroy you. You aren't stronger than Sidious. You never will be. Not alone. Not ever." Kenobi stood, turning the green saber off and clipping it to his belt, and he drew close to Dooku, the Count looking distinctively uncomfortable. "You aren't thinking of betraying the Sith, are you?" "Never. Because..." Kenobi purred, running a long finger down the Count's chest, making the man tremble ever so slightly. "If that were the case, if someone had the idea that betraying us might be a good idea, well, Sidious has ways of bringing those people back into the fold, if they have any use." "I'm certain that will not be necessary," the Count drawled indifferently, but Kenobi could hear the faint strain in his voice. "I should hope not." Obi Wan smirked, his dangerous yellow eyes shining with a sinister light. "It's just so awful when I have to break people. I do enjoy it, mind you, but truly, it's a terrible thing to need to deprive people of their will." They should know who their master is, I shouldn't need to educate them. All they need to do is submit. He smiled sweetly. Why did you call me to this dustbin? Did you want to give me a gift? I'll gladly take the Jedi off your hands. Master Voss isn't for you, Kenobi, Dooku growled. He is to be executed. Executed. For espionage. The war must begin, now that our master has power in the Senate. That isn't going to happen. Dooku glared at the younger Sith. And you will stop it. Don't be an idiot, I won't need to. Your Jedi will stop it. You can't just execute Quinlan Voss. The man ran circles around you in your own interrogation, and he'll do likewise in an execution. He's going to get away. Just watch. He isn't a gift, Dooku snarled. I thought you would take longer to get here, this matter should have been settled. Hey, you called, I came. It's what you wanted, right? Yes, but in the past, it has been difficult to pry you away from that little tramp of yours. Within the span of a second, Dooku found himself slammed to his knees hard with the power of the dark side, the lightsaber flying from his hand and into Kenobi's delicate grip, the saber igniting and pointed dangerously close to the pit of Dooku's throat. The Count tried to move, but the force held him down, the dark side fleeing from his control, drawn to the call of a younger, more powerful Sith. Those golden eyes were glowing in the sinister shadows of his face, and Obi Wan smiled, an easy, wicked thing to behold. Don't, he purred sweetly, ever talk about my things like that. I can talk about her however I wish, but you. The tip of the saber pointed just above his throat, and the Count could feel the energy of the plasma burning his skin. You will refer to her with the utmost respect. Do I make myself clear? Yes. His weak away had changed Kenobi, that much was obvious. He had a soft spot for the woman before, but now simple affection had mutated into a vicious possession, the Sith gripping the Mandalorian to him close as if she were some treasured thing that he owned. Now, Kenobi purred, holding the glowing red blade with a steady hand, what do we call her? Satin. No, I call her Satin. You don't get to. Come now, you're a lord. Even better, your nobility. Show some class, some sophistication. Honestly, you're supposed to be civilized. Dooku's throat was dry, raw, but he dare not swallow to try and wet it. The movement of his neck may bring him in contact with the blade, it was so close to his throat. Duchess Satin. Kenobi's face relaxed, and Dooku breathed deeply in relief, but as soon as he did, the shadowed claws of the dark side dug into his mind, and the Count threw up his mental defenses, only to be met by the overpowering force of Darth Loomis in his open mind. It was too late, Kenobi was in. Dooku's eyes widened in fear as he trembled. I've been here before, Kenobi growled. Don't even try to throw me out. You can't. He smiled brightly. But by all means, resist me. Dooku watched as the red blade powered down, the younger Sith tossing it away carelessly. He didn't need a weapon anymore. Glaring up at the blonde man, the Count softly growled, what do you want? I want you to keep away from my stuff. My ship, my Jedi, my planet, my woman, my master. Our master. I certainly hope so, he purred, drawing close to the Count, but Dooku could not move away as he leaned down, that handsome face so very close to his own. The second Darth Sidious stops being our master and is simply mine, there will be no further use for you. Then you're just a rebellious threat, tyrannous. Kenobi grabbed the Count's chin hard, his painful grip pulling at the hairs of his beard. And you know what I do to things that threaten our master. I'm not an enemy you want. You aren't my enemy, Loomis. And let's keep it that way, The Sith Lord chuckled. Besides, I've been inside your mind. I'm in it right now. Can you feel me there? Dooku shivered, a chill running through him as the dark side surged and rolled, the shadowy hand of the negotiator seeming to drum upon his consciousness. tendrils of darkness seeming to wave in greeting. Why yes, Moss. He shut his mouth, biting his tongue and tasting blood in the process. He hadn't meant to nearly say that. It was expected, of course. Dooku had watched Kenobi do so to others hundreds of times before. I could make you say it, you know. But I won't. So long as we understand each other. We do. Excellent. He stood, releasing his hold, and Dooku pitched forward and drew in a deep, grateful breath as he felt Kenobi slip effortlessly out of his mind. He had been wrong before. Obi Wan hadn't been changed by his week away. He had been changed by the holocron and the fearful powers he had learned from the ancient device. He'd have to take caution in the future when moving against such a creature. Kenobi sat again in the chair he had occupied before, placing his boots on the table and whistling. Back to business, then? Why did you need me? Dooku carefully regarded the other Sith, reached out to touch at his mind and found it completely unguarded. At that moment, there was no anger, no malice, no irritation. Just calm amusement. His defenses weren't up, which seriously displeased the Count. Darth Loomis found no threat here. He stood and grabbed a hollow pad from the table, ran his fingers over the screen to locate the necessary file, and slid the device to the other man, the yellow eyes watching with rapt, silent attention. When the holovid was over a few minutes later, Kenobi sucked in a hard, sharp breath, and played it again. And then once again. Finally, Kenobi pushed the datapad back to Dooku. It's a bold move. Not the one we were expecting. Not in the least. He leaned back and closed his yellow eyes. Certainly, this was not something that his master had wanted. No, this reeked of a more peaceful faction within the Republic. But he also sensed a trap. Calling to meet with the negotiator posed certain problems for every party involved. For the Sith, this could undermine the war effort if it didn't end it altogether. For the Confederacy, it set them up to look like villains were they to refuse peace talks, something that Dooku was working hard to avoid. And for the Republic, this could mean the end of them. Were they to capture the negotiator under the guise of peace talks, it would surely fall apart. However, the Jedi were also certain he was Sith, and they understood the dangers present just by being in a room with him. Any ideas? Kenobi asked softly, and Dooku frowned. Our master is extremely displeased by this. Even he is struggling to find the best solution. He has demanded that it be brought to you. Your talents seem to fit this mess. Kenobi rolled his eyes. Of course our master is at a loss. If he weren't, this matter would have already been solved. His hands are tied, he cannot help us. He said we are on our own, and he meant it. I asked for your ideas, Tyrannus. Ancient gods of the Sith, stop being so dependent. I say we send a decoy. They do not know you. Who could we possibly send in my place? We don't have anyone smart enough to fit the bill. They'll know in an instant they're dealing with a fake. They will spin that to their advantage. Dooku laughed loudly. You are vain. And I have earned every second of it, have I not? There is nobody in this room that is stupid. Kenobi shrugged, a smirk on his proud features. Except for you, of course. Focus. What are you going to do about this, Kenobi? You cannot simply ignore this, it's as good as denying them. I'm going to have to meet them. On my terms, of course. This game isn't one they play well. It's a trap, Obi Wan. Yes, it's a trap, of course it's a trap. His hand balled into a fist, the golden eyes narrowing in rage. I don't have a good solution, not yet. I'll have to meditate on this, the Force will guide my way. How long is appropriate to wait to respond? I wouldn't wait more than a few days. If you don't respond by the end of the week, it will look like cowardice. Well, we can't have that. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, reaching out to the dark side of the Force and searching for answers, but there were none to be found. The force was still, unnaturally so, and Kenobi felt the cold chill grip him in warning. "Did you feel it? Last night?" the young Sith asked quietly, and Dooku crossed his arms, scoffing in derision. "If this is another stupid joke about your wanton displays with your..." "It isn't, focus. We're being serious right now, Dooku. Last night, the force trembled. Did you not feel it? The force has been straining often these days with the power of the dark side. This isn't new." "No, it is. This wasn't a disturbance, this was a storm. Something." He shook his head, snarling. "I can't place it. I will, in time. The force has always shown me the way. The Jedi in you isn't dead, is he?" Dooku drawled, and Kenobi's angry yellow eyes shot to the other man, but found his features soft, nearly compassionate. "I admit he's difficult to kill." He shrugged. "If our master wanted Darksiders, he would have drawn from outside the Jedi Order. He took us instead. There must have been a reason for that. He told me once that a masterpiece could not be crafted from poor materials. The Jedi Knights provide the best foundation." Kenobi nodded, looking away from the Count. "This Republic plot reeks of Senator Amidala. Padme." The golden eyes drifted to Dooku, the Count easy and relaxed, and Obi Wan took a deep breath. "That helps my planning. Thank you. Careful, Kenobi, or your Duchess will become jealous." "She won't. She trusts me." He shrugged, smiling. "Besides, I can emotionally manipulate people as I like. I'm faithful in the ways that matter." "Yes, I'm sure." Dooku watched the other Sith Lord, his eyes closed, his features relaxed, his defenses down, and the temptation to reach into his mind and look, see what was there. He was just about to do so when Kenobi began to laugh. "I don't recommend it, Dooku. All that's in here is war, blood, and sex. Nothing for an old man." The Count's eyes narrowed, his mouth twitching as he snarled. "I don't feel you in my mind, how are you?" "You don't feel me, no." Kenobi smiled warmly. "But I'm there. I'll always be there. We have a connection, you and I." He chuckled when the old man looked away. "It's a one-way connection." "Apologies. I saw your ship today." Dooku eagerly changed the subject. The thought of the younger Sith reading his thoughts was too disturbing to be true. He'd have to test that when there was some distance between them. "It's done." Kenobi nodded. "I saw when I arrived. It's not as grand as Grievous Malevolence. My ship doesn't have ion cannons. Your ship won't be seeing combat as often as Grievous. He's the general of the army, he will be in the heart of the fighting." "Are you suggesting I won't fight?" "I don't need to suggest that, you do it yourself." Kenobi grinned, like he was proud of it. "I should call my ship Negotiator." "Oh. Yes, I like that. Can you put that through for me? Do I look like your errand boy?" Obi Wan grinned, and before he could answer, Dooku quickly waved that away. "Please, don't answer that. What are your plans for the war then? You have stated your objection for droids. I want an organic crew. Maybe I'll see if I can't dominate a clone battalion. That will cause some real confusion. And a rancor." Dooku rolled his eyes, but the man was insistent. "Tyrannus, really? I want a rancor. I can break a Jedi Master, I can certainly break a beast. A mindless beast. It's easier to break. Think of the havoc I could cause with one of those. Or two. To both sides." Kenobi shrugged. "So what, there are only droids on our side. They're expensive. We have all the money in the galaxy. Wars are expensive." Obi-Wan groaned in frustration. "You make this very difficult. I want a ship full of organics and the most fearsome beasts in the galaxy. Can it be done?" "Yes, but the beasts you will have to secure yourself. Can do. Kenobi smiled, his fingers tapping on the table as Dooku rolled his eyes and answered the comm that began to beep. The chittering speech of the Genosian could be heard on the other side, but it was too fast for the young Sith to pick up. He had only recently begun to learn the language, but he wasn't serious about it. Humans couldn't speak it, only understand, and he saw little point in understanding primitives. After all, like anything, they obeyed his commands. Dooku swiftly cut the comm, picked up his data pad, and accessed the security system. After reviewing it silently for a few minutes, he stood, came to Obi Wan's side, and handed the Sith the data pad, the security footage on the screen. Kenobi's golden eyes widened, and for the first time in a very, very long time, the negotiator was speechless. "It's your lucky day, Obi Wan," Dooku purred, the two Jedi and a young woman with a blaster fighting through the droid foundries. "Your master is here." The rescue had not gone as planned. Actually, on reflection, it was really a very, very poor idea. Situations like this would get Qui-Gon yelled at by the council later, but that was what he got for following what he believed was right. One thing was certain, Qui-Gon Jinn, Jedi Master, was getting far too old for this sort of thing. Not Anakin, though. Anakin was brilliant. His first taste of real combat, and he took to it like he was born for it. Which, Qui-Gon guessed, he was. A child with his level of force potential was made for the Jedi, and it showed. He was powerful, yes, and his talent with a lightsaber, his true passion, was outstanding. It wasn't enough, of course, but Anakin seemed to have infinite stamina, even when using the draining Ataru, drinking deep from the well of the Force and using it to augment his already considerable strength. They had killed hundreds of Genosians, but they were fighting insects within their hive, and their numbers were beyond counting. Which led them to this moment, stripped of their weapons and manacled together, standing on carts that would bring them into the arena where they would be executed. The charge was espionage, and while it wasn't true, Qui-Gon considered it a fair assessment, from the Genosian point of view. "Master," Anakin whispered, and the larger man leaned down to listen. "Are we going to die?" "Probably, yes." Anakin nodded, and Qui-Gon found himself proud of the boy. There was no fear in his bright blue eyes, just grim resolve and acceptance. "I'm sorry, Padme," the Padawan said, smiling softly. "We shouldn't have brought you with us. I'm glad I was here." "You don't need to apologize, I wanted to be here with you." Anakin felt his heart beat faster, a deep flush coming to his face. "Focus, Anakin," Qui-Gon said sternly, his dark blue eyes roving over the dimly lit corridor that led to the arena. "If we want to have any hope of escape, we need to observe everything around us. See what we can use, identify any weaknesses we can find." A sharp gasp from his Padawan made the master look to the young man, and Qui-Gon groaned loudly. Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala, childhood friends with a clear attraction problem, we leaned over the rail of their respective carts, leaving swift, chaste kisses on the other's lips. It wasn't unexpected, but the timing was highly inconvenient. "Honestly, Anakin, this isn't helping." "Yes it is, it totally is. Contrary to what you seem to think, kissing a senator isn't lucky." "Ahoy. No. It isn't." Qui-Gon sighed, giving up as the teen returned his attentions to Padme. They were likely going to be dead within the hour anyway. He supposed it didn't matter much. The gates opened, and Qui-Gon squinted against the light, harsh and bright against the sand as they were rolled out into the arena. 4 pillars stood in the center of the large ring, but all Qui-Gon could see was his former master Dooku on the balcony high above. They were chained to the pillars, one for each, and Qui-Gon took stock of his surroundings, glancing to his left to find Quinlan Vos chained to the next pillar over. The Kiffer seemed dazed, hazy, and for a moment, Qui-Gon had thought something was seriously wrong. But then the Master's brown eyes focused, and he turned to the other Jedi and smiled. "Did you contact the Council?" "I did. I've never heard Master Wind is so angry. What, at me? No, at the Sith. He tried to shrug, but his arms were held painfully over his head, and he couldn't. Then we decided to come rescue you. Quinlan leaned over, carefully observing the Master, the Padawan, and the Senator, and the chains that held them. Well done. Truly spectacular, Master Jin. You're an inspiration. Would you rather be here alone? No, he gasped, his eyes sliding out of focus as he trembled and looked distinctly unwell. What have they done to you? Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, they didn't do anything. The Kiffer breathed deeply, finding his focus once again. There's a lot of pain and death here, I'm getting visions. Quinlan, your powers are the literal worst. Tell me about it. Dooku began to speak, some separatist nonsense that Quinlan ignored, but the Master next to him was quickly growing angry, his dark blue eyes narrowed in fury. Qui-Gon. The Master did not respond. His jaw just clenched tighter, his hands falling into fists. Qui-Gon. That got the Jedi's attention. Focus. We're going to get out of here. Dooku and I have unfinished business. Yes. I have business with him as well. The gates opened again, and the Genosians led in 4 large, vicious creatures, only 2 of which Qui-Gon recognized. That's a reek, he whispered to Quinlan, indicating with his head to a large horned quadruped. Aggressive. Not usually, but they are when they're hungry. Quinlan grinned. That feline? Nexu. Very dangerous. Very fast. He clicked his tongue, shifting his shoulders. I killed 2 on a mission to Kol Gunna. So, not dangerous, then. Ha, ha, you're an jerk, Qui-Gon. He lifted his foot, pointing with his boot at a large, reptilian creature with long, bladed forelegs. Who's the big guy? Acklay. Very dangerous. I'm unfamiliar with the last beast. Quinlan grinned. Oh, it's a Mal Raz. He laughed loudly. We're going to die. That bad? Qui-Gon looked nervously at the red-furred feline creature, jagged fangs in its mouth, its long neck swaying as it sniffed the air. They're force-sensitive. The kin use the force to cloak their presence. How cool is that? That would be much more interesting if we weren't about to be killed by it. Qui-Gon looked over at Anakin and Padme. He couldn't see the Senator well, but Anakin's sharp eyes were looking over the creatures, his fine features bold and defiant. Anakin. The Padawan looked over. I have a plan, but it requires leaving one of the beasts unattended. I vote for the, In the presence of predators, the Reek may leave us alone long enough to get control of the situation. Quinlan said quickly. I've got them all, Raz. Qui-Gon surveyed the beasts, the ferocious Acklay rearing and killing one of the Genosians that brought it in. I can take that one. I should be able to subdue it. Anakin, do you remember what I taught you about controlling beasts? Why yes, Master. Be ready, then. The beasts were released, and the feline Nexu raced toward the pillar that Padme was attached to, Anakin shouting in rage, but the girl wasn't there. While the Jedi were planning, the Senator was using the chain to pull herself up the pillar. The Nexu roared, leaping upon the pillar, sharp claws digging into the stone, and was met with a heavy chain striking it in the face when it got too close to the Senator. Well, never mind then, she's fine, Qui-Gon drawled. Anakin, you get the reek. Yes, right. The other creatures did not have the start that the Nexu had, and the reek had to be prodded into charging, and when it did, Anakin called out to it through the Force, catching the beast's attention, and it stampeded toward him. With a well-timed leap, Anakin jumped clear over the creature as its heavy head hit the stone, the pillar crumbling to the ground, snapping the chain that held the Padawan. He swung it, catching the reek around the neck, and he held on with all his strength as the quadruped bucked, trying to shake the Jedi off. Qui-Gon stood still, centering himself in the force as the Acklay ambled toward him, lifting its long, bladed leg and swiping at the Jedi, the Master moving quickly out of the way as the razor-sharp appendage cut through the chain and dug into the stone of the pillar. Freed from his chain, Qui-Gon rushed back, the slowly moving creature coming after him, and the Jedi Master held his hands out before him, channeling the force to flow around the creature, and the beast slowed, shook its head, its movements becoming sluggish and random as it slowly fell under the sway of the Jedi Master. Quinlan wasn't so lucky. The Malraz carefully stalked around the Kiffer, the two force wielders sizing each other up, measuring their strength in the force. When the creature finally pounced, Quinlan was ready, swiftly scrambling halfway up the stone pillar and waiting, the chain looped down beneath him. The Malraz returned to its stalking when it found its prey to be swift, but Quinlan didn't move, his brown eyes watching the creature's every movement. Slowly, he dangled one of his legs beneath him to hang between the loop of the chain. The Malraz pounced, hissing as it did so, and Quinlan swiftly withdrew his leg, letting go of the pillar as he did so and falling back, passing the snarling carnivore as he fell to the ground. As his feet hit the ground, the Kiffer used his momentum to yank the chain down hard, meeting resistance for only a moment before he heard a loud, wet snap, the beast's neck snapping between the force of the looped chain. Genosian soldiers rushed into the arena carrying long spears and electric prods, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. The Jedi were free, and they had control of the situation. Qui-Gon rushed back to the pillars, the Acklay following at his command and the long, bladed legs stabbed at the relentless Nexu that attacked Padme, the creature howling for just a moment as the sharp point impaled the beast. The senator started to climb down, but Qui-Gon ordered her to stay where she was, and the Jedi rushed off, his Acklay on his heels as they met the Genosians. It was a slaughter. Between Qui-Gon's Acklay, the reek that Anakin rode, and Quinlan's fearsome close combat skills, the Genosian soldiers quickly fell, more numbers only giving the Jedi more weapons to work with. With the execution clearly failed, Dooku quietly commanded the Genosian leader to release the droids. When the droid Ekis rolled out, the Jedi abandoned their beasts, rushing back to the pillars as the remaining two creatures were shot down, their large bodies falling to the ground, dry dust swirling around them. Anakin helped Padme down, and the four stood within a ring of droids, the Jedi protectively creating a wall around the senator. "We made a good go of it, hey," Quinlan said softly, and Qui-Gon smiled, nodding. "We did. You and Anakin were brilliant." "You were too, Master," Skywalker said softly, and the elder Jedi smiled modestly, breathing deep and closing his eyes, centering himself in the Force. The rest was chaos. The three Jedi stood in the arena, stunned, as the arena stands began to glow and hum with lightsabers. Hundreds of them. Hundreds of Jedi jumped down to the sands of the arena, instantly setting to combating the battle droids that now poured into the stadium, blaster bolts firing and being effortlessly deflected by the Jedi. Anakin, Qui-Gon, and Quinlan ducked their heads, rushing toward their Jedi brothers and sisters and shielding Padme as best as they could. When they reached the knights, they were handed lightsabers, Anakin laughing loudly as he ignited the blue blade and rushed to join the fight. Quinlan turned his on, the green blade extending, and he twirled it in his hand, deflecting stray blaster bolts and getting a feel for the unfamiliar weapon. He grinned, looking back at Qui-Gon Jinn, holding a green blade and frowning. "Hey, look alive, Jinn. What could you possibly be moping about?" "Nothing." Cutting down the droids that were slowly advancing toward him, he stayed by the Kiffer's side, the two Jedi quickly falling into an easy unison as they fought back the tide of the mechanical army. "This day isn't going how I expected," the Kiffer drawled, cutting through a nearby droid. "I was pretty sure I'd be dead by now. I half expected the council to just leave me." "Well, you are a royal pain in the butt. So are you. I'm old. I've earned it." The Kiffer covered Qui-Gon as a destroyer droid approached, the Master diving behind it and severing it at the legs, and Quinlan brought his blade down into its head, the mechanical thing whirring before going still and silent. Qui-Gon looked up into the stands where Dooku stood watching. "We need to get him. I don't know if we can, we're sort of surrounded. He has my lightsaber." Quinlan rolled his eyes. "He has my lightsaber too. Forget about it, we can make new ones when we get back to Coruscant." "You can, but I can't." Quinlan reeled on the master, irritated, and stopped when he saw pain and rage in those deep blue eyes. That lightsaber belonged to Obi Wan. The Kiffer bit his lip and looked up at the Sith Lord. "We need to get your lightsaber back." There was an army of droids and swarming Genosians between them and the Count. Quinlan had seen worse. "Come on, I'll cover you." With a nod, the two Jedi ran into the fray, easily deflecting blaster bolts and cutting down the droids that stood in their way. They passed Jedi they knew, friends, that were fighting as they were, and Quinlan thought he saw the distinctive purple blade of Mace Windu engaging the Mandalorian bounty hunter from Kamino. But more than that, they ran past the dead. Heaps of battle droids lay broken, but there were Jedi too. Lots of them, scattering the ground and lifeless, and for a moment, Qui-Gon couldn't help but think that the rescue may not have been worth it. They jumped up into the stands, the Genosian swarm scattering before them like the insects they were, and the two masters rushed up the stairs toward Dooku's elevated box. Quinlan was faster, younger, and much more nimble than aging Qui-Gon, and he leapt up into the box easily, bringing his saber down against the Count, his red blade easily blocking. The Kiffer grinned broadly. "I want my lightsaber back," he chirped when he saw two sabers hanging off of the Sith Lord's belt, and Dooku just rolled his eyes, clearly unconcerned at the threat the Jedi before him possessed. "I don't have your lightsaber." "Sure you do, I can see it." He swung the weapon, each strike quickly blocked, and the Kiffer smirked when he saw Qui-Gon's head pop up over the railing of the balcony, his hand outstretched. He narrowly avoided a swift forward thrust, and the master bit his lip, focusing at the fight at hand. He knew he was good, very good, but Dooku outmatched him. This wasn't a fight he'd win. The Count reeled around when he felt the weight of the two sabers fly off his belt, and his eyes narrowed when he saw his old student, his dark blue eyes narrowed in anger, his hand clutching the two weapons that he had stolen back. With an angry snarl, Dooku blocked a strike from Quinlan and grabbed him through the force, the Kiffer squirming in his grasp as he struggled for breath. With a violent push, Quinlan was thrown through the air, and Qui-Gon Jinn let go of the balcony, quickly racing down the stadium and just barely managed to catch the falling Kiffer master. He glared up at Dooku through the swarm of Genosians as they began their attack, and the two masters were forced to retreat back down to the center of the arena where the Jedi stood. Hundreds of Jedi were present at the start of the fight, but now, as Qui-Gon looked around, only the best of the Order remained. They now numbered in the 30s, and while he was relieved to see that Anakin was still living, it did not bring him any comfort. The droids were too many, even for Jedi. They were all going to die. Suddenly, the droids all stopped attacking, and Qui-Gon ran to his Padawan, keeping him close. Little Padme was with him, a blaster gripped in her hands. She smiled at him, a little, scared smile, but she was trying to be as brave as she could be. The paralyzing fear of death seemed to have worn off, if it was even there to begin with, and she was now filled with grim determination. Qui-Gon nudged Anakin and handed him his lightsaber, and with a grateful smile, the Padawan dropped the saber he had been using and ignited his own. "Surrender," Dooku called from his balcony perch, and the reason for the ceasefire became clear. "I do not want any more death today. We won't be used as bargaining pieces for the separatists." Mace cried, his voice filled with fury, and Dooku looked remorseful. Qui-Gon scoffed. He didn't know why the Sith was even trying to uphold appearances. Dooku inclined his head. "Then you will all die." The Jedi raised their sabers as blasters hummed with the high whine of the charging rounds, Obi Wan's blue saber igniting in Qui-Gon's hand. But death never came. The loud screech of a transport ship was heard overhead, the heavily armed craft descending and firing relentlessly upon the droid army and the Genosians. It was followed by another, then another, then another, until the surviving Jedi found themselves surrounded by the military crafts, the hatches opening and clone troopers stormed out, a highly trained, highly effective fighting force that kept the droids and the chittering insectoids safely at bay. Qui-Gon looked up to the balcony to find that Dooku was gone. Panic gripped him. The Sith could not be allowed to escape. He reached out and grabbed Quinlan's arm, the Kiffer looking haggard and tired and leaning on a supportive Luminara. "He's gone, Quinlan, Dooku's gone." The Kiffer groaned loudly, his head dropping to Luminara's shoulder. "Just make this end, please." "Escape? He cannot," Master Yoda said softly, stepping out of one of the military crafts, his stick planted in the sand of the arena. "And this war will, if capture Dooku, we can." "We don't know where he went, Master," Quinlan softly groaned, "but send me out there, and I'll catch the idiot." "You aren't going alone," Luminara said, grabbing her friend's hand. "Barriss and I will go with him, Master Yoda." The old master nodded, and the two masters and the Padawan stepped inside the craft, the clone soldiers surrounding them, and they took off into the air. "We won't catch him with just one ship. I'll take Anakin and we'll head off in the other direction." Qui-Gon looked at his Padawan, and Skywalker nodded, kneeling before Yoda. "We won't fail, Master, but we were sworn to protect the Senator. Can you take her?" Yoda nodded. "To safety, I will bring her. Go." With a nod, Master and Padawan jumped into the shuttle, and they went in search of the Sith Lord. "Honestly, what is taking you so long?" Obi Wan snapped when Dooku came striding into the hangar, his solar sailor waiting to take them safely and secretly off-planet. Kenobi had felt something would be going horribly wrong when he saw Qui-Gon captured on the security footage, and he had run off to prepare for his and Dooku's escape. He was eager to leave. With the arrival of the Jedi with the clone army, the situation suddenly became extremely dangerous. The war could be ended in a day if they did not escape. If Dooku was caught, the war was over. "Patience, Kenobi, we are going. They won't be able to find us. Don't underestimate the Jedi," he growled, pulling his hood over his head. "I have ordered the evacuation of the foundries." The Malevolence and the Negotiator managed to escape to Mustafar before the Republic came. Dooku nodded. "Well done." "I know it was well done," he growled, rolling his eyes. "You don't need to tell me it was well done. Get on the ship." "You aren't my master, Loomis," the Count drawled, coming close to the nervous Sith Lord as he swiftly worked at a control console upon the wall, preparing the hangar to release the ship. "I know I'm not your master, you idiot. If you are sore about what I did to you earlier, you can have it out with me all you like." "On the ship," Dooku scoffed, turning from the Sith to walk up the ramp into the solar sailor, and he stopped in his tracks. Qui-Gon Jinn and Anakin Skywalker ran into the room, blue sabers blazing. The Count looked back to see Obi-Wan, his face hidden by the hood, but his golden eyes glowing with the power of the dark side and fixed on his old master's face. Qui-Gon put a hand out in front of his Padawan, stopping the teen from advancing. His dark blue eyes surveyed the scene, his senses alert and the chill in the Force nearly freezing him to the spot. "Do nothing reckless, Anakin," he whispered, eyes locking with Dooku's as the Sith drew his weapon. "There are two of them." "Master, that's the Negotiator." "I suspect so." Dooku started to move forward, but the smooth, slow, mocking drawl of Master dripped off the Negotiator's tongue like poison, and Qui-Gon froze, his blue eyes slowly drifting to the blazing gold of the hooded Sith. The hooded man grabbed Dooku harshly by the collar, sending the old man stumbling to face the shorter man. "To the ship. Now," he hissed, and, with a last look to the Jedi, Dooku slowly walked toward the ship's ramp, a pleased smirk on his face. Anakin grinned, grabbing his saber tight in his hand and dashing past his master despite the older man's cries. He needed to get to Dooku before the Sith Lord disappeared into that ship, and he wasn't listening to anybody in that moment. The negotiator held no power over him. He was stopped suddenly, as if he had hit an invisible wall, the chill in the air freezing him to the spot, his lungs refusing to fill with air. He felt chills run up his spine, as if something was running over him, through him, coiling around him like snaking tendrils of smoke, and for a moment, he could hear nothing but a singular word. Kneel. The Padawan dropped to his knees with a cry, his hand shaking to hold the lightsaber toward the one that issued the command, but the negotiator wasn't even looking at him. He was looking at Qui-Gon, blue saber held out, cautiously, carefully drawing closer to his student. They call you the negotiator, Qui-Gon said softly. Fine. Let's negotiate. We are well beyond that, Qui-Gon. Anakin watched his master freeze, the blade in his hand shaking as he listened to the crisp accent of the hooded man. Skywalker reached out to his master with the Force and found fear, memories flooding through his panicked mind, and above all else, there was denial. Gritting his teeth, Anakin stood and rushed to his master, and Qui-Gon's heavy hand fell on his shoulder, gripping him for balance. Master, come on, focus, get a hold of yourself. I know that voice. The master intoned, his voice dead, lifeless, and Anakin's eyes shot to the negotiator as he laughed softly, his hands pulling the heavy black cloak off his shoulders and tossing it to the side. Anakin stood up taller. He didn't know what he was expecting, but it wasn't what he saw. The man was young, his tousled hair and neatly trimmed beard a sandy blonde, and he dressed in fine, elegant black robes and tunic trimmed with red. Modesty clearly wasn't one of his virtues, as the man was pristinely kept, and those piercing, golden eyes were burning with intelligence, visibly glowing even without the shadows of his hood. Above all else, though, the man was absolutely soaked in the dark side, the violence of the Force raging around him like a tempest. Anakin grinned. He and his master could take this Sith. He raised his saber, glaring at the man. You'll pay for the Jedi you've killed today. Me? The negotiator chuckled. I haven't killed anyone. Come on, master, we can take him. But he didn't feel his master's comforting presence at his side. Instead, he heard Qui-Gon drop to his knees and slump back on his heels, his dark blue eyes wide, his pupils narrow pinpoints as he focused on the negotiator. Master? Master, come on. Qui-Gon seemed not to hear Anakin. All he could do was stare in disbelief, and quietly choke, Obi Wan. What? Skywalker's eyes shot to the smirking man, his arms crossed in front of his chest, his gold eyes glowing with amusement. No, it can't be. Master, Obi Wan is dead. From a certain point of view, the negotiator drawled, I suppose that would be true. You? Anakin asked, standing and facing the man, his lightsaber held relaxed at his side. You're Obi Wan Kenobi. The man bowed deeply, his golden eyes never leaving the Padawan's face. I'm a bit insulted you don't remember me, Anakin Skywalker. But I remember you. Kenobi laughed harshly when those blue eyes widened. You helped set me down this path, after all. Stop. Qui-Gon choked from the ground, his hand tightly clutching around the lightsaber, and Anakin could feel himself burn. This creature wasn't Obi Wan Kenobi, and he couldn't allow it to stand here and torment his master. Obi Wan, please, leave him out of this. But he's a part of it, isn't he, master? The man snarled, his voice mocking and angry, and Qui-Gon shook. If you hadn't taken him from that pathetic waste of a planet, if you hadn't tossed me away for a slave, none of this would have happened. Anakin had enough, and he felt rage consume him, and with a vicious yell, young Skywalker threw himself at the negotiator, blade angled right at the man's heart, but Kenobi deftly stepped to the side, swiftly drawing his own weapon as Anakin shot past. The red blade thrummed to life, and Anakin eyed the weapon, breathing hard and looking at his master, looking so much older than he was, much more weary than he had ever been, like the very life had been drained from him. So much for peaceful negotiations, Anakin snarled, and Kenobi spun the blade deftly in his hand. This? You're the one that attacked me. I drew my weapon in self-defense. He chuckled softly as he felt the boy's anger grow. Who sounds like the Sith now, Skywalker? The Padawan threw himself at Kenobi again, much more ferocious than before, but it didn't faze the Sith Lord. If anything, it seemed to amuse him, each heavy strike, each cry of fury making the man grin wider, the yellow eyes glow brighter. Anakin rained swift, heavy blows down on the Sith, only to have the man easily block and parry his every strike. He could not break the man's defense. Their blades locked when Kenobi effortlessly ducked under a wild swing and brought his saber swiftly around and down on the hapless Padawan, Skywalker only just barely blocking the swift, precision strike and struggling as the grinning Sith pressed his red blade ever closer. Look at you. He drawled softly, leaning close to the Jedi, and Anakin shivered as the yellow eyes bore into him. You're positively filled with the dark side, is this what Qui-Gon creates? A line of fallen Jedi. Rage gripped him, and he swung his blue saber around, forcing the Sith to back off, the amusement fading from the golden eyes and replaced with pure fury. Anakin did not relent, furiously beating against the Sith's defense, his connection to the Force straining through the violence of his attack. It only took a second, the red blade quickly moving up to strike at Anakin's blue weapon, a quick change from his earlier deflections, and it was enough to set the Padawan off balance for a fraction of a second. But it was enough. The red lightsaber twisted in the Sith's grip, bringing the weapon arching upward, the crimson blade connecting with Anakin's right elbow and effortlessly cutting right through, Skywalker's eyes wide with shock as he watched his lightsaber fall to the ground next to his severed arm. The negotiator held out his hand, and the Force rushed through him, hitting Anakin square in the chest and sending him flying backwards, skidding to a stop next to his master. The shock was beginning to wear off, and watching his old student disfigure his current one was sobering enough to pull Qui-Gon Jinn back to the present. He stood, his legs shaking, but he managed, and he pointed his glowing blue weapon at Obi Wan. The Sith Lord smirked, tilting his head and observing the master curiously. You would raise my own weapon against me, Qui-Gon. The master said nothing, and Obi Wan held up his own red lightsaber. This blade came from the weapon that almost killed you. Shall we see if it can hit its mark this time? How could you do this? The blade in his hand trembled, and Kenobi scoffed, pacing around the master and the fallen Padawan. I didn't do this, you did. This was all you. He stopped, golden eyes looking toward the ceiling, and then he shook his head. Perhaps not all you. The Jedi Council didn't help matters much. His golden eyes narrowed, drifting toward the Padawan on the ground that was struggling to hold onto consciousness, his hand gripped tightly to the seared flesh of his amputation. You replaced me with that, Qui-Gon? How is that working out? The master stood, at a loss for words, and Obi-Wan laughed, pointing his blade at the fallen Anakin. You must be so disappointed in him. I killed my first Sith Lord. Wasn't he supposed to be better than me? In every way. I led you to this. The blue eyes narrowed, looking his former student over, and he shivered. I can understand your anger, Obi-Wan. The rift between us was wide, and deep, but the Sith. How could you join them? The Sith, he drawled smoothly, slowly stepping toward the master, gave me everything I wanted. They gave me power I could never have as a Jedi. I'm stronger than you, for certain. You were always stronger than me. And I'm stronger than him, Kenobi snarled, the blade pointing menacingly at the prone Skywalker. Your wonder child. The boy you threw me away for. You tell me, was it worth it? Knowing what you know now, was it worth bringing that boy to you? He scoffed, laughing harshly as Qui-Gon slowly put himself between the Sith and his fallen Padawan. So much for the greatest Force potential you have ever seen. He is nothing. I spent years mourning you, my Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon said softly, raising his weapon and eyes narrowing in focus. I'm not your Obi Wan. You are. You always will be. He stepped forward, the lightsaber held at his hip, blade angled toward the Sith Lord. You're the Sith apprentice. Kenobi nodded, a wicked smirk on his lips. Dooku is your master then? Obi-Wan stared at Qui-Gon, and a wide grin slowly spread across his face before he erupted into hapless, unrestrained laughter. Dooku, the Sith master? That is the most absurd thing I have ever heard. He is nothing. Qui-Gon nodded. Just checking. We all thought you were dead, but this is worse. The Jedi will believe you truly lost. He closed his eyes, breathing deep. But I'm not losing you again. Come back. I can help you. I don't need help, Qui-Gon, the Sith snarled, his previously amused features becoming harsh and vicious. I chose this, I wanted this. Neither was sure who moved first, but the red and blue sabers clashed in a fury of sparks, the blades humming from the contact, the dark side surging around the Sith Lord and the Jedi Master centered within the Force. Qui-Gon was fast, faster than Obi-Wan had expected, especially for an aging man, and he slipped back into the easy comfort of his defensive style, allowing the Master to rain strikes against the red blade in his hand. Kenobi moved gracefully, retreating as the Jedi pressed a furious offense, trying to get between Qui-Gon and Skywalker, but the Master saw the game that Obi-Wan was playing and carefully continued to guard Anakin. Kenobi spun, striking low, and the Master easily blocked it, but had to move swiftly to bring the blue blade up to block the vicious downward strike, his arms shaking under the strain as the blades locked. The Sith was younger, faster, stronger than the Jedi Master, and the hard offense was beginning to take its toll on Qui-Gon. I see you haven't changed, Kenobi purred, the anger that was etched on his face before gone and replaced again by amusement. The Sith was enjoying this. But I think it's time for this to end, I have a ship to catch. This has been fun, though. We should do it again. Qui-Gon angled his blade down, the red saber sliding off to the side, and the Jedi swung his saber around his head, the blue plasma leaving an arching trail in the air as it slashed down at the Sith, but the golden-eyed man ducked under the blade, the weapon narrowly missing the man's neck. The Sith held his hand out, and Qui-Gon suddenly found himself lifted into the air, a crushing grip on his throat, and the Jedi dropped his lightsaber as he clawed at the intangible hands of the Force. You would kill me, Master? Kenobi asked sweetly, but his tone was mocking and vicious, and the Jedi's chest began to spasm and heave as he choked for air. I'm offended, you know how I loathe violence. He released his grasp slightly, just enough for Qui-Gon to suck in thin breaths of air, just enough to keep the man conscious and alive. His yellow eyes drifted to Skywalker, the young Jedi grunting in pain as he struggled to get to his feet, but he could not. A smooth smirk spread across the Sith's face. Let me show you something, Qui-Gon. Watch closely now. Obi-Wan's left hand was slightly elevated, holding Qui-Gon aloft and choking him, the red blazing blade in his right, and the Jedi looked in horror as the Sith Lord locked eyes with Anakin, the Padawan's face contorting in rage, but Kenobi just smiled. Come here, Anakin. The Padawan gasped, the rage falling from his face, and slowly, with a strength that wasn't his own, Skywalker rose, slowly shuffling to stand before the Sith Lord. Qui-Gon struggled, kicking his legs, trying to call out to his student, but his throat was held too tightly. Kneel. Anakin did, slowly, his body shaking as his mind resisted, but the Sith Lord was firmly lodged in his mind, the intense pain of his severed arm diverting his focus, preventing him from raising any kind of defense at all. The Sith Lord chuckled, low and deep and thoroughly amused as a strangled cry was torn from the throat of the Jedi Master. Once a slave, always a slave, he purred, glancing up at the struggling Qui-Gon, his efforts to break free renewed. Shall I show you? Anakin, darling. The hazy blue eyes drifted to the Sith Lord's face, his red saber held easily at his side. The yellow eyes glanced down to it, Skywalker's gaze following. Put the blade at your throat. A tremor ran through the teen, the words echoing in his head until they became louder and louder, a deafening roar that blocked out the sound of his master struggling, the soft chuckling of the Sith, the thrum of the crimson lightsaber, the pounding of his own heart. With a shaking hand, Anakin reached up and gently, carefully grabbed Kenobi's wrist, and, tilting his head back, he drew the Sith's hand toward him, the deadly blade less than an inch from his exposed neck, his tremulous hand moving the blade just enough to make the saber waver ever closer. "You see, Qui-Gon? Always a slave. He will never be anything else." He looked up at the suspended master, a cruel smirk on his lips as the Padawan whimpered and the other Jedi gasped for breath. "That's all you Jedi are. Slaves to a corrupt republic. And slaves were made to be ruled. One ok share kaya seek none. The code of the Sith demands it." Qui-Gon ceased his struggling and closed his eyes. He wanted it to be over. He had failed Anakin, he had failed the Jedi and the Republic, but above all else, he had failed Obi Wan Kenobi when the growing boy had needed him most. His fallen student was right. This was the Master's fault. The pain returned, the wound on his heart from the boy's death reopening and torn far worse than before. The rift between them, all their conflict, especially toward the end, seemed so meaningless now. If he had been more aware, more in tune with the needs of the boy, this would never have happened. Qui-Gon took in a thin, wispy breath and held it, waiting for the end to come. But it never did. Instead of the tightening around his throat that he had come to expect, Qui-Gon felt the grip loosen, not enough to drop him, but enough for the Jedi to exhale easily and take in a long, deep breath of air, his lungs burning fiercely from the flood of oxygen. The Sith stood still, his hand tight around his lightsaber, breath held and focus turned away from the two Jedi in his grasp as Yoda, Grand Master of the Jedi Order, hobbled into the hangar. He watched him carefully, the diminutive Jedi stopping a fair distance away, his hands tightly grasping the top of his stick, his wide eyes narrowed in focus as he took the measure of the Sith before him. "Obi Wan Kenobi," the Master rasped, his hands tightening. "A funny way, you have, of being dead." Kenobi hissed and deactivated his weapon. A lightsaber would not help him here. Yoda didn't use a lightsaber. Yoda didn't need to. He raised his other hand and Anakin rose into the air, his body limp as he slipped into unconsciousness. "A lot of Jedi have died today, Yoda. Don't make me kill these two as well. If going to kill them, you were, then dead, they would be." Yoda pointed his stick at the Sith Lord. "Obi-Wan, you still are. Don't you dare try to lecture me, Jedi." Kenobi snarled, his grip on the Jedi tightening hard, and Qui-Gon renewed his struggling, the unconscious Anakin twitching reflexively as his body was deprived of air. Yoda lowered his stick and took a few steps back, one hand in the air in an attempt to placate the Sith. "Powerful, you have become, Obi-Wan." The Master frowned, his brow wrinkling as he stared at the Sith. "The dark side, I sense in you. Anyone can sense that. But even you couldn't sense it when it mattered. Right, you are." The golden eyes widened, focusing on the ancient Master, his grip on the Jedi easing, and Qui-Gon gasped for breath. "Failed you, the Jedi have." Dooku peeked out from the ship, and his eyes widened when he saw Yoda, the other two Jedi still alive, and Darth Loomis doing nothing to kill any of them. "Kenobi." The younger man tensed, snarling viciously, but eyes not leaving Yoda. "We need to go now. The clone troopers are on the way. I can get us away safely, a clone cannot outfly me. Lots of clones. Call in Grievous for air support. The Malevolence should be in orbit." Dooku nodded, ducking into the ship after giving Master Yoda a glare that was equal parts wary and vicious. Kenobi smiled brightly. "Time to go, Yoda." Yoda dropped the stick as the engines of the ship powered up, his big eyes narrowed in focus, and his two hands extended before him, and Obi-Wan felt the weight of the Force around him. "Allow you to leave, I cannot," the Master rasped, and Obi-Wan couldn't help but laugh, the dark side roaring to life around him as he pushed back against the Jedi Master. "But you will. You have to." He stepped forward, taking a lightsaber from the back of his belt and clipping it onto Qui-Gon's belt. Kenobi grinned when the struggling master looked down at him, confused, hurt and betrayed. "Give that back to Quinlan, would you? Tell him he's going to need it when we meet." With a casual flick of his wrist, Obi Wan sent Qui-Gon and Anakin flying out the hangar bay, the hard, steel floor dropping away to sand and stone far, far beneath them as they began to fall. Yoda's eyes shot to the Jedi, and reached out to grab them with the Force, holding on to them tightly and bringing them back into the hangar. When they were on solid ground, their safety assured, Yoda turned to face the Sith, only to find the man had disappeared inside the ship, the entry hatch closed and sealed and the engines roaring as the thrusters were engaged. The three Jedi were right in the path of the Solar Sailor, and Yoda had to use the Force to pull Anakin and Qui-Gon out of the way, their bodies striking the far wall hard with the force of it, the speed necessary to clear them from the ship's path as the accelerator was slammed forward, and the Sith's ship raced out of the hangar at speeds much faster than could be considered safe. They were gone, the talented pilot at the helm easily outmaneuvering the airborne clone transports and starships. With a heavy sigh, Yoda reached down and grabbed his stick, hobbling to the two Jedi he had saved. Qui-Gon held Anakin, the young Padawan unconscious and disfigured, and Yoda could sense the suffering master tremble. His presence in the Force, once vibrant and bright, was dull and thin and wounded beyond repair. The Clone Wars had begun. The Battle of Geonosis ended in victory for the Republic, but there wasn't a single Jedi that considered the battle a victory. 179 Jedi were dead, and a heap of broken droids and destroyed ships didn't even begin to measure up to the lives lost by the Jedi and the 5,000 clones that died fighting beside them. And then there was Obi Wan. The Jedi's legendary Sith killer was alive and thriving in the embrace of the dark side, working in the shadows against the Republic as the negotiator for years. The Jedi almost didn't believe Anakin when he was picked up, shouting and screaming and waving his stub around and crying Sith Lord to all that would listen. He was frantic, panicked, in a state of shock, and all boys his age aspired to being like the legendary Kenobi. It was hardly surprising the dead man's name would be on his lips when Anakin had fought a Sith himself. Qui-Gon had said nothing about it at all, he didn't say anything. But Master Yoda, calm and wise and centered in all things, confirmed the ranting Skywalker's claims. Obi-Wan was alive, and he was Sith. Anakin lay in the infirmary as medical droids tended to his arm. It was his good arm. He wasn't happy for several reasons, but the only one he could think about without having a complete breakdown was his arm. Barrisafi sat at his side, his one hand clasped tightly in her own, her blue eyes distant and haunted. She had been on Geonosis, had seen the death, the pain, and the empathetic Miri Allen was scarred by it. Her master Luminara stood by the wall next to Quinlan Vos, the Kiffer tightly clutching his lightsaber in his hand and speaking in whispers to the woman beside him. Qui-Gon was at the window, his dark blue eyes staring blankly out at nothing at all. He hadn't spoken since they returned. He didn't even acknowledge that anyone was speaking. Anakin couldn't look at him. The negotiator killed nobody that day, but he may as well have killed Qui-Gon Jinn. "Anakin," Barriss said softly, and the Padawan looked at the girl, smiling softly. "Do you think we'll be sent to war?" He nodded. "They're going to need all the Jedi they can get. We aren't Jedi, we're just learners." "Well, yeah, but we're dang good ones." The Mirialan's eyebrow arched, her blue eyes drifting to Anakin's missing arm, and he felt himself flush. "Well, you're good. You're better than I am. That Sith Lord would have killed me. He would have killed me too. I'm not alive because I was good, I'm alive because Master Yoda came to save us." "You're alive because your Sith was Obi Wan," Quinlan snarled, gripping his lightsaber tighter. "Quinlan," Luminara cautioned, but the Kiffer waved her off. Obi Wan was never about killing people if he could avoid it. "If he wanted you dead, you would be, Skywalker." He was one of the best Jedi I've ever known. He's dead, Quinlan, Luminara hissed, and the man narrowed his brown eyes, the tattoo on his face twitching as he snarled. He's not dead, Luminara. He is Sith. The man we knew is dead, that thing isn't our Obi Wan. Sith, yes, but Obi Wan Kenobi is still in there. He took a deep breath. Everything we know about the negotiator, everything about him screams Obi Wan. All of it. I mean, he gave me back my lightsaber. With a threat. It was playful. It wasn't playful, Quinlan, he wants to kill you. He always wanted to kill me. Luminara glared at the obstinate Kiffer. I let go of Obi Wan a long time ago. You didn't, and now this is happening. You're allowing the Sith to manipulate you. He needs to die. Well, of course he needs to die, I know that. But we aren't going to be able to do that if we don't know our enemy. The fact that this is Kenobi is good for us. Masters, please. The arguing friends looked at Anakin's pleading face. Don't talk about that around Master Qui-Gon, please. The two flushed, Quinlan red and Luminara green, and they looked to the other master in the room. We're sorry, Qui-Gon, Master Voss said softly. It was insensitive. Qui-Gon said nothing. He didn't even move. Quinlan sighed. When did this start? How could he fall right under our noses like that? Maybe Dooku captured him on Sereno, Luminara said softly. Even the most powerful Jedi could fall to the dark side with the right torture. No, Anakin said, shaking his head. He said he chose it. He. Skywalker stopped, biting his lip and looking away nervously, and the two masters came closer, pulling chairs to sit close beside the team. He said he fell because of me and Master Qui-Gon. He did learn the Sith language, Quinlan said softly. I thought it was for the mission we were going on, but maybe he was studying it for other reasons. He was always so calm and in control, Luminara whispered, but once, I felt rage from him, intense and sudden, and then there was nothing. Maybe that's how he always felt. When was this? Quinlan asked, and Luminara closed her blue eyes. Just after our trip to Dathomir. He also requested access to the Forbidden Archive around then. Like you, I thought it was for his hunt, but he may not have been looking for the Sith to kill them, Quinlan finished, crossing his arms over his chest, his entire body shivering as he exhaled. He once entered my mind. He was telling me how he altered the mind trick. At the time, he said the council would disapprove, and well, I encouraged it, I thought. Luminara held his hand. It wasn't your fault, Quinlan. Of course it was my fault. I spent over a year with him in close quarters, how could I not sense this? How could I not see him change? Perhaps you are right. Perhaps, he is more of himself than I thought. Maybe we could not see his change because the change was small. She whimpered, put her face in her hands and silently cried, her Padawan coming next to her and holding her close. Quinlan looked to the Mirialans, and he sighed deeply, feeling the tug of pain in his own chest as well. The entire order was feeling it. They were all in shock now, but the feeling would wear off soon enough to be replaced with, he didn't know what. Something else. A droid rolled in, holding the mechanical arm that was to be fitted onto Qui-Gon's Padawan, and Anakin eyed it cautiously. Skywalker. The blue eyes drifted to the Kiffer. Do you remember anything else? Anakin bit his lip. I can't explain what he did, Master Voss. He was in my mind. I heard him speak, he gave me commands and I had to obey. I didn't have a choice. He made me put his lightsaber at my neck, and I did it. I tried to resist, I did, but he was in my mind too. Not when he was Sith, but... The Kiffer sighed, closing his eyes and his jaw clenching. He looked through my mind like it was a book. Obi Wan was never one for fighting, he'd do just about anything to avoid conflict. That he developed the ability to control people is expected, really. Though he is one of the most talented lightsaber duelists I've ever seen, Luminara said softly, her voice tight as she struggled to control her emotions. We sparred often, up to the days before he fell. Master Windle was better, but if he's now using the power of the dark side, his skills must be terrifying. We know they are, because we know what the negotiator can do. He's reading minds, he's controlling people, and it's very Obi Wan. Luminara nodded. You're right. It's very like him. Things were easier when he was dead. I wish he was. Quinlan shook his head. This isn't an easy enemy to have. This is way worse than Dooku. The masters were silent for a long while, the quiet broken only by Anakin's gasps and hisses of pain as the mechanical arm was set. Skywalker reached out to his master as the arm was tested, the connections made, the digits moving when he wiggled them, but Qui-Gon's force presence was dead, still and unmoving like stagnant water. Isn't it a good thing? I mean, we know him, right? Anakin asked softly, and the Kiffer shook his head. It's never good to have an enemy like that, and there's no telling how much the dark side has changed him. Just because he's acting like Obi-Wan doesn't mean he's the same man. I'm worried about his ability to control people, Luminara said softly. Those without the Force to protect them have no chance at all. We don't even know if it's safe to send Jedi against him. Early stages of his fall have shown him reading Quinlan's mind, and he could control you. How can we kill him if we can't fight him? Anakin cried, his mechanical hand clenching, and in a moment, he forgot his anger and his exasperation and grinned, wiggling the fingers toward Barriss, and the other Padawan laughed. We don't. 4 pairs of eyes shot to the window. He hadn't moved, but Qui-Gon had definitely spoken. We don't kill him. We save him. Qui-Gon, Luminara said softly, rising from her seat. Our Obi-Wan is already dead. This Sith Lord. The older master's fist slammed into the window, the thick glass shaking under the impact, and Luminara winced. This Sith Lord is my student. My responsibility, he fell because of me. He's in there, Luminara, it's him, his voice cracked, and the master slid down the wall, clutching himself tightly and shaking as he sobbed. Anakin threw his legs over the side of the bed and rushed to his master, wrapping his arms around him and stroking the long hair with his organic hand. This was a wound that could never be healed, and Anakin gripped his master tighter, the man hopelessly and irrevocably broken. What if, Quinlan drawled, he's more himself than we think. If he's still Obi-Wan, if we go to him to talk. He's the negotiator, Luminara said forcefully. Talking is his business. It's far, far too dangerous. He can control people. We don't know the extent of his powers, do we? Quinlan hit his saber against his open palm. The Council thinks I'm close to the dark side, but I've never felt like less of a Jedi for it. Obi-Wan has always been reasonable. And the Sith have changed. Have they? Luminara crossed her arms. Everything we know about the Sith, we learned from him. We don't know when he fell. We don't know if he was giving us bad information. Her voice wavered as she said it, and Quinlan shook his head. We do know, Luminara. You can feel it. I can feel it. Obi-Wan may have been darker, but he wasn't Sith until he was sent to apprehend Dooku. We are Jedi, Qui-Gon said softly, his voice almost a whisper and completely devoid of emotion. We have to save him. We can't. We have to try. If we go after him with the intent to kill him, we're no better than the Sith. The Master slowly nodded, his dark blue eyes focusing, and Anakin grinned broadly as he felt the faintest light of life spark in his master. We need to hang on to hope, or we are lost as well. Maybe, Barriss said quietly from her place by the bed, it's unwise to wildly speculate. We are just causing pain and distress. Master Yoda was there. He will have answers. The masters nodded. The Padawan was right. Anakin helped Qui-Gon to his feet, and the 5 Jedi left for the council. They had much to discuss. Like they had been so often recently, the council was in chaos, but they settled down quickly, all of them rising when Qui-Gon entered with his Padawan. There were only 8 masters now. 4 seats remained empty. Nobody in the temple was unaffected by the Battle of Geonosis. There was silence, and it was uncomfortable. So, war is basically the worst, Quinlan drawled, his hand resting easily on his hip, and the tension was broken nearly instantly. Do we know what's happening yet? The Jedi will be serving as generals in the army, Mace said quietly. Even the mighty Master Windu was subdued. Many masters have already been deployed. Geonosis didn't do any good for our numbers, and this war won't either. We need to start preparing younger Jedi for combat. Quinlan. The Kiffer stood up straight. Aayla Secura is a testament to your excellent teaching, even if your methods are unusual. Quinlan clutched at his chest, his brown eyes in shock. What? You're complimenting me? Are you feeling well? You need to take another Padawan. Ah, crap. Quinlan sighed. Like, now? I thought we were going to war. We are going to war, and you need a Padawan to train in the heat of combat so we can knight them and send them off to replace the Jedi we are going to lose. So, now. After the meeting, yes. The Kiffer began cursing under his breath, and Mace sighed. I can assume why you've come here. We need to talk about Obi Wan, Luminara stated plainly, and the chamber was instantly uncomfortable again, but Yoda nodded. Agree, I do. We were trying to discuss it earlier, but we don't have a good idea where to start. We all have very different opinions. Yoda nodded. The past matters not. Matters not, why Obi Wan fell. Whoa, wait a second. Quinlan said swiftly. Of course it matters, if we can understand why, we can. Pain, there is, in the past, the master rasped, and Quinlan bit his lip and looked away. Doubt, there is, in why. Fear and anger, there is. Let go of why, you must. Luminara looked down at the ground, her eyes closed. She felt foolish for not understanding this from the beginning. Yes, Master. We shall try to let go of him. Yoda stopped her quickly with a quick laugh, and the Mirialan felt foolish, like she was a youngling once again. Let go, you must not. Gone, Obi-Wan is not. Changed, yes. Gone. The Master chuckled. Fallen to the dark side, he has, but dead, he is not. Isn't it the same thing? He's just Sith now, Quinlan growled, and the little Master shook his head. A Jedi, are you, Quinlan? The Kiffer scoffed, crossing his arms. He had already had enough. The subject was almost too painful. Of course. And you, Luminara? A Jedi as well? Yes, Master. The same, are you? Yoda asked, his small features smiling sagely when the Mirialan's nose wrinkled, her blue eyes drifting to the similar-looking Kiffer. Force, I hope not, she said, eyeing the other master warily, and Quinlan grinned, leaning in toward the small woman. Oh, you wish, Luminara. I could show you such things. I'm not a lascivious degenerate. No, but you could be. He purred, leaning in closer, and the Mirialan flushed, putting her hand on his tattooed face and pushing him away. Ah, who needs you, you prude? Yoda chuckled at the Mirialan's discomfort, the Kiffer's rejection, and he pointed his stick at them. Jedi, you are, yes. But the same, you are not. A Sith Lord, Obi Wan is. Dangerous, it is, to make assumptions. Like Dooku, he is not. Like his master, he is not. Remain mindful, we must, if the truth, we are to learn. He closed his eyes, his face serene, his ears lowering. Know two things, we must. His powers and his character, we must learn. We know he's smart, Quinlan said softly after a short period of silence. The dark side wouldn't change that. And he's a skilled duelist, the Mirialan added. Discussing things in front of the council really helped matters, made her more comfortable. Under Yoda's guidance, they would find the way. When he left us, he was studying Sorsu. He still uses it, Qui-Gon said softly, and all eyes turned to him. When we fought, it's nearly all he used. The master stopped, choking on his words, and he looked down at the patterns on the floor, shoulders trembling with emotion. He could not go on. Anakin took his hand in his own. He can control people, Skywalker said, speaking for the desolate Qui-Gon. He controlled me. He just spoke and I had to listen, I didn't have a choice. And Quinlan said he could read minds, so, I'm guessing that's how he's so successful as the negotiator. A second later, Yoda's stick hit the Padawan in the head, the ancient master having thrown it at him, and Anakin grimaced as it struck him, glaring at Quinlan and Luminara as the two masters tried, unsuccessfully, to stifle their laughter. Assumptions, you must not make. Intelligent, Obi Wan is, Yoda rasped, a gentle pull of the Force bringing his stick back to his outstretched, three-fingered hand. And patient, he has always been. Power, he has, to shape the will of others. But need it, he does not, to get what he wants. He could have killed us, Qui-Gon whispered, but everyone in the room heard him. Many times over, he could have killed us, but he didn't. He was arrogant, Luminara said quickly. He thought he had you beat, so he was toying with you. Given enough time, you would have been killed. I don't think so. He felt. Qui-Gon took in a shuddering breath, closing his eyes as he collected himself. I felt anger in him. Pain and betrayal and cruelty and so much power. But, I don't think he meant to kill us. There was something else, he shook his head, his voice reduced to a low whimper. I don't know what I saw. The measure of the negotiator, we have not, Yoda said, his brow wrinkling in concentration. But an opportunity, we have. The little master poked Mace with his stick, and Windu snapped to attention, nodding in acknowledgement. The Senate received a message from the negotiator this morning. The 5 Jedi in the center of the room froze, holding their collective breaths. A response to the petition to enter negotiations. We are at war. Anakin said forcefully, his mechanical hand clutching tightly. I think we're past that point now. War can't end without eventually sitting down and talking, Anakin. Luminara crossed her arms. At some point, peace must be made. The Republic won't just destroy the systems that have broken away. No, but the Separatists will. Isn't that what they want? They want to splinter the Republic. You have so much to learn, Anakin, Luminara said softly, and the Padawan shut his mouth. They want to be free of the Republic, and at some point, we're all going to end up at a table to sit down and discuss terms. How many lives must be lost before we get to that point? What does the negotiator want? Quinlan asked, and Mace bowed his head. In light of the events of Geonosis, he agrees that negotiations should be arranged. He frowned. I don't like it. It feels like a trap. But the Senate proposed it, didn't they? Luminara felt her chest tighten. It did feel like a trap, but not one they were walking into. They were already in it. If they refuse, it makes the Republic look bad. We'll lose even more allies, and we certainly can't afford it. We thought that as well, Master Windu growled. The Senate has asked for our opinion on the matter, but I can see no way where we can get out of this. It's become a matter of discussing how we will meet him, not if. Anakin wriggled uncomfortably at his master's side, and his discomfort did not go unnoticed by the council. What is it, Skywalker? Windu drawled, laying his cheek in his hands and preparing for the worst. This may have been my idea. Maybe. There was silence, and then Master Yoda began laughing. Windu couldn't even be angry at this. Are you completely stupid, Skywalker? Yes, Master, absolutely. We need to do it. Every eye in the room looked to Qui-Gon, the quiet, crestfallen master looking up with fierce determination in his dark blue eyes. Of course we need to, we don't have a choice in. Not for the Republic. For him. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Of course for the Republic. If we take him from the Sith, if we bring him home. Qui-Gon could feel in the Force the disapproval, the reluctance, the fear from the other masters, but he would not be turned away from this course. He kept his eyes closed, it was easier if he couldn't see his colleagues. I did this. This is my fault. If I was more attentive, more sensitive. Your fault, this was not, Qui-Gon, Yoda whispered, but Master Jin shook his head. I should have sensed this. He was my Padawan. I was closer to him than anyone. He drew up tall, looking directly at Yoda. I must set this right. I must try. If he's coming to me peacefully on behalf of the Confederacy, I don't think he will be hostile. This may be our only chance to bring Obi Wan home to us. Before it's too late for him. Please. They were silent for a long while, the council like an immovable wall, bitter and sore by the loss of nearly 200 Jedi. Looking to the suffering Qui-Gon, Luminara stepped forward, drawing to her full height. If we can bring him away from the Separatists, it will be very good for the Republic. Heck, if we can bring him away from the Sith, it will be very bad for them, Quinlan drawled, standing akimbo and relaxed, a cocky smirk on his face. I mean, this is insane, and it's not going to work, but, well, Anakin's alive, isn't he? Reluctant to kill him, Obi Wan seemed, Yoda said softly, nodding. Agree with you, I do, Qui-Gon. He pointed his stick at the three masters. But strong, the dark side is. Firm in its grasp, Obi-Wan is. Prepared to fail, you must be. Mace groaned. At the very least, we can learn what sort of a man he's grown into. He rubbed his temples, eyes closed and sighing heavily. We may not even get the opportunity. Negotiations may still fall through, we don't know how the Senate will respond. Have we advised them on the matter? The Mirialan asked, and Windu shook his head. Not yet. The council wanted your opinions first. You are the ones that knew him best. Well, what are the options? The Kiffer asked, and Mace gave a nonchalant shrug. It would be easier if we just showed you the holovid he sent. The three masters collectively sucked in a sharp breath and held it. It may not be easy for you to see. Qui-Gon glared. Master Windu. Yesterday, I saw the boy I mourned for 6 years, alive and well and soaked in the dark side, and it made me wish he had died. I made me wish I died. It cannot be worse. Nodding, Windu activated the hologram in the center of the room, and they all drew back to the edges of the chamber to properly view it. Qui-Gon could hear Luminara and Quinlan gasp next to him when Obi-Wan's image was projected, blond and well-groomed, his sharp features relaxed, the smirk on his face good-natured. His eyes were different, startlingly so, but they were bright, amused and intelligent. The dark side they expected to see there, the hate and pain and rage, was surprisingly absent. Qui-Gon could hear Luminara whimper next to him, and he slowly, gently took her hand, the Mirialan gripping it in a shockingly strong grasp. The Sith Lord bowed respectfully, righting himself and smoothly purring, honored senators of the Republic. In the wake of the atrocity of Geonosis, I feel the need for diplomacy is more urgent and necessary than ever before. Anakin scoffed. Is anyone falling for that? Varys elbowed him in the ribs. Hard. Anakin stopped talking. I'm pleased by your desire to negotiate, though I only wish we could have reached this point sooner, so that we may have spared the lives of so many Jedi. But moving forward, I hope that our talks may be successful." The golden eyes narrowed and the smirk widened, not in anger, but in interested amusement. "I must confess, I am offended by the conditions you have insisted upon in order to even meet with me. It does not bode well for our talks if you cannot put aside your prejudice and trust me, as countless others have done." The handsome face relaxed, the amused smirk melting into an easy smile. "But, if you are afraid, I will, of course, submit to your conditions for the sake of peace. If you would feel best with a Jedi Guard, they would of course be welcome to attend. However, your insistence on a containment room is redundant." He smirked, tilting his head slightly in amusement and interest. "If you fear my connection with the Force so much you must block it to feel safe, so be it. However, it renders your Jedi Guard obsolete. After all, it would block their ability to connect with the Force as well, and I would never ask the Jedi to suffer in that manner. Removing the comfort of the Force is distressing. However, I'm willing to endure it as a truce can be arranged." "Oh, that son of a bench!" Anakin snarled, and Qui-Gon silently put his hand over the Padawan's face. "I accept your conditions, of course, but not both of them. The Jedi will be present in negotiations, or you will disturb my connection with the Force while I discuss terms alone with your representative. They both serve the same purpose, so there is no need to waste your valuable resources. I do, of course, have conditions of my own." The sly smirk returned, the golden eyes glinting. "We meet on neutral territory. Neither party would feel comfortable anywhere else, not with current hostilities, so we shall meet on Mandalore. I feel that can be easily agreed upon." Anakin heard Qui-Gon gasp softly, the strong muscles of his back and shoulders tensing, and the Padawan lightly laid his hand on the master's arm. "And," Obi Wan drawled, his voice smooth and clipped accent utterly compelling, "I will only meet with Senator Amidala." The Sith smiled easily. "I am given to understand that she is the one responsible for this proposal, and it pleases me to see that at least one in the Republic is committed to peace. I trust her and her commitment, and her reputation precedes her. Her time in the Senate has been short, but it is not without merit. Allow her to forge the path to peace with me, and you will not regret it." The golden eyes narrowed, his handsome face drawn in concern. "But we must be swift. Time is of the essence, now that we are at war. The longer we wait, the more damage is done, the more the innocent will suffer, and the less likely it will be that we find a way for peace. I call for the meeting to happen tomorrow. I cannot stand to wait longer. Extended deliberation on this simple matter is hardly worth the thousands of lives that will be lost while we wait for your decision." He bowed, the yellow eyes closed, his whole being respectful. "I eagerly await your response, honored senators. May the Force be with you." The hologram cut, and the three masters stood in stunned, shocked silence. "Well, dang," Quinlan said, whistling. "He looks good. Force, I missed that insufferable accent." Mace Windu grit his teeth. "Quinlan. This is serious." "I know. I'm seriously turned on right now." "You were right, Masters," Luminara said quietly. "This is a trap. He's not just forcing our hand to meet with him, he's making us do it quickly. There's no time to prepare, and we have to act." She paused, taking in a deep breath. "How many have seen this?" "Ahsoka saw it playing over the holonet in the city today," Plo Koon said softly, and both Mirialans groaned loudly. "So, everyone has seen it. How could the Senate allow this?" "They didn't," Mace growled. "The holonet was hacked. And every news station picked it up after that. It's been broadcasted at least once an hour." "Obi Wan was always so soft-spoken and quiet," she said softly, shaking her head. "The Sith made him into a gifted speaker." "No, he was always good at that," Quinlan cut in. He was always sharp and clever, and when he got going, he always got his way. I mean, he even won the council over. He got everything he wanted. He crossed his arms, his swift mind racing as he searched his memories for his fallen friend. How much do you think he uses the dark side as the negotiator? How much of what he is doing is mind manipulation? Because he doesn't need it. I mean, look what he's making us do right now. The entire Republic is scrambling to get ready to meet with him. There's no force manipulation there, that's just cleverness. Luminara nodded. I agree. Sending the Senator in alone with him is dangerous. We need Jedi present. At least then, we may be able to detect the dark side if he is using it. I agree, Mace said, his fingers pressing together. Hopefully the Senate will concur with us. We can still send Jedi as guards when they leave for Mandalore. If they leave, we just can't be present in the negotiations if they decide that she will meet him without us. With any hope, they will see the wisdom of not letting the Senator deal with him alone. They can't let her be alone with him. Anakin shouted, much louder than intended. I won't stand for it. Anakin, hush, Qui-Gon hissed, his hand resting on the Padawan's shoulder. Mandalore is not neutral ground, Masters. Even Master Yoda's eyes narrowed, his ears drawing back as he looked at the Jedi. Obi Wan and Duchess Satin have a history, and Quinlan told me that he loved her until we thought he died. He took a deep breath, collecting his thoughts for a moment before he quietly said, Obi-Wan is Sith, and they are ruled by their passions. The Jedi Code kept him from her before, but without duty to bind him, with his passions encouraged, I find it very unlikely that he wouldn't find his way to her. You think she's influenced by the Sith? I don't know, but we have to consider it. Qui-Gon crossed his arms. I know Satin. Please, let me go with the Senator to Mandalore, if she does go. Yoda nodded. With you, I will go. The Sith, we must face, and in pain, you are. Need me, you will. Qui-Gon bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Yoda folded his little legs under him. Now, much to discuss, we have. Remember, Obi-Wan drawled, his long, easy stride taking him through the expanses of the Providence-class dreadnought that was his to command. This is a peace mission. No fighting. His companion didn't answer. Her pale eyes just narrowed as she frowned. I mean it, Asajj. It all falls through if we start something. I thought we wanted it to fall through, she drawled, deadpan, her arms crossed and her entire force presence screaming boredom. We do, my dear, but not with violence. Sometimes that is the least effective way to go about things. My master wants to discredit Senator Amidala. She is, apparently, extremely irritating to him. Hence the assassination attempt. But what if the Jedi are there? Ventress cried, their footsteps hitting with a metallic twang on the ground as they entered the docking bay and headed toward the Sith Lord's personal cruiser, the sleek black and red ship a sharp contrast to the bulky, military droid crafts that populated the hangar. The Jedi will absolutely be there, Asajj, and we're going to be civil. He smiled when the woman beside him groaned. The war has just started. You'll have your chance to kill Jedi, I promise. But not today. And I mean it. He grabbed her arm, stopping her and turning her to face him. I'm going to be alone with the Senator, and I'm not going to be able to feel you through the Force. It's a huge mistake to do this. Yes, for them. Kenobi took her hand and patted it, smirking as the Night Sister frowned. The Jedi are bound to their code. You and I will be completely safe, so long as we do nothing to provoke them to action. Don't think this is something it isn't. She frowned, her pale eyes locking onto his handsome face and reaching to him through the Force for comfort, and she found it, the warmth of his presence filling her. What is this, then? An opportunity. He exhaled sharply, running his hand through his hair as he organized his thoughts. My master made certain the Senate gave me exactly what I wanted. Alone with the senator in a containment room is much better than allowing her a Jedi guard to oversee proceedings. It lets me deal with them separately, which I need, since I need to conduct myself very differently with the senator and the Jedi. Why do you even bother? She drawled lazily, watching droids clank around the hangar, clicking and beeping in their binary language, and she smirked as she saw the Sith Lord glare, his mouth trembling in a repressed snarl. You're powerful enough to kill them all. You've been listening to Dooku too much, my dear. Ventress punched Kenobi's arm, an amused smirk on her face. I've been listening to you. I know how strong you are. My talent is in the Force, Asajj, and I'm giving it up for this meeting. Because you are an idiot, she growled, turning and stalking up the ramp of the sleek cruiser, the Sith Lord following her at an easy pace. We should have brought Grievous. There would have been no contest then, we could kill them all with no trouble. You're so violent. Obi Wan yawned as he settled into the pilot's seat, lazily priming the ship for their transport to Mandalore after they had come out of hyperspace near the planet. Control your anger, Asajj. I can still leave you behind. I would rather not, I need support in case something does go wrong, but I won't have things going wrong because of you. She bit her lip and looked away from the Sith, her brow furrowing, and Obi-Wan could feel her anger, her rage, and her frustration with herself as she struggled to control it. If we kill the Jedi here, Kenobi softly explained, then every undeclared system turns against us, and I will have the full might of the Jedi Order upon me. Even I can't survive that. But if we are peaceful, reasonable, I can disarm the Jedi. If they think twice before raising their weapon against me in the future, it will make it easier to break them. But if you kill them... I have two goals today, Asajj, pay attention, Kenobi said swiftly, ignoring the direction she seemed to want to take the conversation. First, make my impression on Amidala. I get her to agree with my terms, my master and Dooku orchestrate another battle, courtesy of the Republic, and we are left with a diplomatic situation that cannot be solved without violence. I look good, Republic looks bad. But the Jedi are my second goal, my dear. He stopped, a smirk slowly crossing his face. Never you mind about the Jedi. You just keep quiet and follow my lead. And when you are alone with them, and you are going to be a perfect lady, understand? She gawked at the Sith, puttering for a moment before she cried, I am not a lady. I have never been a lady. Obi-Wan took her hand, swiftly kissed it, smiling slyly as a look of disgust passed over her face. But you will be today. He shrugged, leaning back in the pilot's seat, hands behind his head. And after this, it's bull rancor hunting on Felucia. Ooh, get excited, Asajj. Bull rancors. He put his immaculate soft, leather boots on the control console. I'm going to let them go on the ship. Maybe they'll smash up all the droids. You sure do hate them. Don't get me wrong, he drawled smoothly, splaying his fingers out before him in what would have been a placating gesture if Ventress didn't look through the viewport to see several passing droids rise into the air and begin spinning head over heels. Droids have their uses, of course. But as soldiers, the Sith scoffed. They are no match for an intelligent soldier. Certainly no match for a Jedi. They will tear through entire battalions of these things with no trouble at all. I suppose that's why we're using them. Nobody cares about droids. Are you sure you're Sith, Kenobi? Ventress drawled, smirking as the yellow eyes narrowed slightly. You certainly speak highly of the Jedi. As should we all, Asajj. The Jedi are peerless warriors. Slaves to fools, yes, but we will correct that in time, and those that do not come to our side will be destroyed. The Sith and the Jedi are far more alike than we like to believe. But the Jedi serve. The Sith rule. Kenobi laughed loudly, eyes closed, and Ventress could feel his Force presence reaching out, not to her, but all around, feeling the ship, the droids, the dreadnought, something beyond that she could neither see nor sense, and she breathed deep, the feel of Darth Loomis heavy and comforting around her. It's absolute insanity that a Force-sensitive being should ever be made to serve. The Force has chosen us. We should be exalted for it, not enslaved because it. The Force shall set me free, Ventress said softly, and Kenobi grinned. One ok share Kyasik none. You're learning fast. Eyes closed, the Sith powered on the ship, feeling the dreadnought leave hyperspace just outside the Mandalore system. Are you ready? Ventress' nose wrinkled, grabbing the armrest as the cruiser lifted and Kenobi took them out of the hangar, the sleek ship cutting smoothly and easily through space. Are you going to see your girlfriend? Because if I have to wait outside one more time while you and her. I heard your complaints, Asajj, and we don't even speak in basic anymore. We switched to Mandue to save you the embarrassment. You're welcome. It doesn't help, Kenobi, I still hear it. Stop standing so close to the door, sweetheart. Ventress growled. I'm not that close. Obi Wan ran a hand over his face, failing to repress a loud yawn. It was early, and his busy mind prevented him from getting any rest the night before. You could always take a walk through the city, dear. Sundari is beautiful. It doesn't matter how far away from you I am, I can feel it in the Force. The gold eyes widened slowly, a sly, devious, perfectly delighted smirk sliding across his face, his one hand pressed on the flight controls and causing the ship to fly in a wide circle. Oh, Asajj. We have a training bond. The woman growled, low and deep and warning, and the Sith Lord just laughed. We have been spending too much time together, haven't we? It's great to have me in your mind. No, it really isn't. You know, now the galaxy knows I'm alive, Satin, and I don't need to keep that secret anymore. I haven't heard her scream my name in a very long time. Maybe I will see her after all. It still needs to be secret. Ventress shouted, pitching to the side for a moment as Obi Wan righted the ship, resuming the course for Mandalore. It would be very bad if people knew that the leader of the neutral systems was messing around with the Krif Fing negotiator. Dang it! Rancor hunting it is. Ventress crossed her arms, looking petulant and annoyed, but the Sith was paying her no mind. She threw herself back in the chair dramatically, her pale eyes looking to the pilot, but his handsome face was calm, peaceful, serene, and absolutely not noticing her at all. She growled in irritation, reached out to him with the Force, and was met with the iron defenses of his mental walls. With a frown, Asajj slowly droned, Kenobi. I know you are distressed, Asajj, I can feel it. You don't need to make a performance out of it. The Jedi. I know. He snarled viciously, golden eyes lighting up with rage and the Force flaring with anger, but not toward her. A moment later saw him smoothing back his hair and breathing deep, the dark side submitting to his mastery. I know you are concerned about the Jedi, but we are safe. I'm concerned about you, stupid. Obi-Wan leaned back, closed his eyes, his hands resting easily on the ship's steering and guiding them toward Mandalore, the planet slowly growing larger before them. I confess I am nervous, perhaps. There are those among the Jedi I once considered friends. Very close friends. I've always held Quinlan Vos and Luminara until close to me. Even after I fell. He breathed deeply. My master has trained me well. I rule my passions, they do not rule me. He exists among the Jedi, and I can do so as well. No matter who the Jedi bring, I will get exactly what I want. You always do. Yes, he purred, yellow eyes running over the large Republic ships that were in orbit around Mandalore. Always. I really don't think you should be here, Master. Anakin. I mean it, the Padawan snarled, clenching his mechanical hand. I think everyone's in shock, everyone's lost, nobody knows what to do, and we're all forgetting that he's Sith. I haven't forgotten. Control your anger, Padawan, Luminara said softly, her voice tight, and Anakin growled. He called me a slave. You were a slave, Qui-Gon said softly, eyes distant, but Skywalker shook his head, defiant. Not anymore. He made me one. Just for a moment, but it was enough. Anakin snarled, his bright blue eyes darting to the end of the large, grand hall where Padme Amidala talked quietly with Duchess Satin, the Grand Leader of Mandalore. And why wouldn't she listen to us? We should be with her. At all times. She believes she will have more success without us, Varys said softly, coming closer to the fuming Anakin. Maybe she's right. Maybe the Jedi presence will make him less cooperative. Or maybe having the people he betrayed nearby will show more of his true nature. Maybe we can watch him have a big, stupid Sith breakdown, and Master Yoda will have to kill him. Anakin pointed to the diminutive master sitting cross-legged outside on one of the sunny verandas, his eyes closed in deep meditation. All our problems would be solved. No more negotiator, he can be dead for real this time, and we can all start healing. Varys grabbed him when both masters' eyes glazed over and she pulled him away, out of the large hall and into the grand foyer of Sundari Palace. Nobody is healing from this, Anakin, she whispered. His death would solve nothing. Yes it would solve everything. But Dooku would be free. The war would continue with no hope of peaceful resolution. Anakin's eyes narrowed and he opened his mouth to speak, but the Mirialan put her hand over his mouth. He may be a powerful asset for the Confederacy, but he isn't a leader. Dooku is. If the negotiator dies, we gain nothing. No, we lose a Sith Lord. That's the important thing here, Varys, he's Sith. He isn't just Sith. He's... She stopped, looking over her shoulder toward the grand hall where their masters stood, and looked back with concern on her face. He's your master's former student. He's my master's old friend. This isn't a pain that can be healed with death. No pain can be healed with death, it just creates more pain. I think killing a Sith Lord would save a lot of lives, Skywalker spat bitterly. Don't you think? Aren't we supposed to be far-sighted? We are. Varys sighed, slipping her hand into Anakin's, and the towering teen softened considerably when he felt the girl's distress, her confusion, her pain. I admit this is difficult, but saying his death is the only way is just wrong. If we kill him, the peace talks are over. He doesn't want peace. I was there, I saw him. I felt him in my mind. Obi Wan Kenobi isn't peaceful, he's. No, you're probably right, she admitted, looking away from the other Padawan. But we still must try. Ending the war here would save the most lives. She sighed, rubbing her thin arms against the cold. It was early, and the large marble halls did little to retain heat. Even still, his death gains us nothing. Anakin began to object again, and she held up a hand and carefully said, we gain the most by his capture. If we can capture him, we can learn about the Sith. We can find out where the real threat is, we could give our masters a chance to finally heal. They can come to peace with his rehabilitation, or come to accept he is lost to us. No matter what, at least we can say we tried. Anakin closed his eyes, slowly turning over all Varys had said. It was true that the Jedi Order was in shock, and it was only now that they were starting to come out of it as the reality of the situation set in. Obi Wan Kenobi's survival and turn to the dark side was disturbing the Force in a way Anakin didn't think was possible. Even easygoing Quinlan Vos was tense and agitated, declining the invitation to accompany the senator with a tense smile and a surge of anger that everyone understood. He claimed that he had a Padawan to find, and while everyone knew it was an excuse, nobody said a word about it. They were Jedi, yes, but it was easy to stay unattached when it was peaceful. Now they were faced with war, with dead Jedi and innocents, with the Sith, with the traitorous Obi Wan. Remaining serene seemed impossible to Anakin. Only Yoda was truly handling it like a Jedi should. Maybe you're right. Anakin grinned almost viciously. I would like to capture him. We'll see who's the slave then. Varys sighed. Anakin. How long will it take to break a Sith Lord? They thrive on pain, right? You can't break a Sith, they've already been broken. Both Padawans turned to look at Luminara, who had come to check on the absent learners, and in the presence of the wise master, Anakin hung his head. He knew he was not behaving in the Jedi way, but thoughts of revenge felt good. The Sith thrive on hatred and pain. Torturing him will only send him further down the dark path. Don't forget why we're here, Padawans. Varys nodded. For peace. For peace, the master repeated in a whisper. And, to get the measure of our enemy. Master Yoda believes that understanding what he has become will help us in the future. He's going to be in a containment room, Master, Anakin snarled, his mechanical hand clenching tightly. Why don't we just lock the door when they're done? Without the Force, he can't do anything. But Luminara shook her head. Doing the wrong thing for the right reasons does not make it right, Anakin. That's how many Jedi have fallen prey to the dark side. Master Yoda is of the belief that observing Obi Wan here while he is working will make him easier to find and capture later. Master Yoda wants to capture him. The master nodded. We all do. So far, at least, so far as we know, Obi Wan hasn't committed any crime. Anakin's eyes narrowed and he felt rage build up inside him again. But he has. Can you prove that? Well. Luminara smiled sadly as Skywalker fumbled for examples he just didn't have. He will know that as well. It's why he's here, he knows he is safe. For now. Nobody here wants him free. All of us agree that Obi Wan must be apprehended, if not for his own good, for the good of the galaxy. But not now. Not when it will hurt us. Yes, Master. Anakin could say nothing else. He didn't have a good argument. Maybe Yoda was right. The Grand Master was far-sighted, and it was very possible that he saw something the other Jedi simply could not. After all, his own master had passed his adherence to the living Force on to his student, and while it gave Anakin keen insight, living in the moment didn't lend itself to advanced planning. However, Anakin thought, everyone but the sage Master Yoda was living in the moment right now, and none of them were handling it well. When they left, Quinlan was in an adamant state of denial. Luminara was simply, sad, accepting of what had happened, but open and sympathetic to the plight and pain of her fallen friend. Poor, suffering Qui-Gon was filled with self-loathing that seeped into the very heart of him, leaving him shattered and broken far worse than Anakin had ever seen. And that made Anakin angry. It had started small. Sadness had already draped itself around young Skywalker after his mother had died just a few short days before. He was angry then too, but his brother Owen's strength had helped him endure, regain control, and the rage faded into sadness. And then Obi-Wan happened. The Sith Lord knew exactly how to make the Jedi Padawan lose control, and Anakin did, rage engulfing him and refusing to let him go. And while he wanted the Sith Lord killed violently, he also understood that his anger was making him stupid. Varys was fine. She hadn't known Obi-Wan, and she had the benefit of the wise and controlled Luminara guiding her on her path to knighthood. Next to Master Yoda, the younger teen was perhaps the most level-headed of the group. They all turned when Qui-Gon rushed into the room and stuck himself to the wall, his hands seeming to grip the cold marble. Yoda senses him, the old master mumbled, and Anakin could see even Luminara tense. I can't do this. You can, and you will. The Mirialan took his hand. You can't turn him in a day, Qui-Gon. It took years for him to fall, and he's had lots of time for the dark side to twist him. That's what I'm afraid of, I don't want to see that. You already have, Master, Anakin said softly. It can't possibly be worse than last time. He's supposed to be peaceful, right? Luminara carefully took the Master's hand from the wall and squeezed gently. We'll do it together. Come on. He closed his dark eyes and breathed deeply, finally nodding and entering the large hall with Luminara in hand, their Padawans trailing behind them. They stopped just behind Yoda when the tiny master held his stick out, tapping Qui-Gon on the stomach with it. "Watch carefully, you must," he quietly rasped, eyes looking at the two women standing unaware by the throne. The other Jedi nodded, but said nothing. There was nothing left to say. A few minutes later, an Obi Wan Kenobi entered the room, though not from the main entrance they were expecting. The man came through a door at the side of the throne, a black cloak draped over his shoulders, hood drawn, and a smaller, thinner person in similar dark grey garb trailing just behind him. Qui-Gon frowned, observing the Sith carefully. The Jedi delegation had been directed through the main entrance of Sundari Palace. The Kenobi used the side door, an entrance that Qui-Gon knew led to the less formal, private sections of the palace, bespoke of a familiarity that made the Jedi uneasy. He believed Mandalore to be truly neutral, but Saturn may not be. He'd have to investigate while Padme conducted her business with the negotiator. Obi-Wan's strides were slow and easy, ambling almost carelessly as he pulled back his hood and mounted the steps to the throne, his companion waiting for him on the first step, and the Jedi looked on carefully, hardly noticing they were holding her breath, and Qui-Gon could hear Luminara whimper softly beside him. Anakin felt his chest tighten in the presence of the dark side, and he frowned, blue eyes narrowing dangerously as he looked between the negotiator and his cowled friend. He suspected that the man would have brought guards, but he thought they'd be droids, given his connection to the Separatists. Instead, he brought a single person, and not a very big one, but the Force didn't shy away from the small of stature. If there was yet another Sith in the picture, Anakin was going to tear his hair out. And yet, something was off. Anakin shook his head. He couldn't place it. Not yet. Obi-Wan kneeled before the two women when he reached the base of the throne, delicately taking the Duchess' hand in his and pressing his lips to her fingertips. "Ni dinu nagan nakik, mand alor satin. Aat, ijat, hayat, syari ka." Luminara leaned in towards Qui-Gon. "What are they saying?" The master shook his head. "I don't speak much Mandue. Certainly not enough to understand that." Obi-Wan smiled, rising to his feet and bowing deeply to a blushing Padme. "Senator Amidala. It has been a very long time. Last time I saw you, you were still a queen." Padme's hands were shaking. She knew it was him. She had watched his proposal to the Republic nearly 100 times, but seeing him again was another matter entirely. She thought to sound regal, strong, commanding, but instead could only manage a weak, "I thought you were dead." "I know. Some changes needed to take place." He smiled, a charming thing, and Padme flushed further. "Why your eyes? We're not here to talk about me, Senator, or the past, we're here to discuss the future." "Of course," Kenobi drawled smoothly, drawing closer to the Senator and smirking as he felt through the Force the young woman burning. "I would be happy to discuss it another time in a more informal setting. I'm not always on business for the Confederacy." Satin arched an eyebrow. "Vaber gar carte lirkaish. 6 Kuyur ruagla tamade." The Duchess nodded, and Anakin had enough. With a snarl, he broke away from the masters and made a mad dash for the stairs, reaching for the lightsaber at his belt. His swift approach to the throne was blocked by the hooded figure, reaching under the thick cloak for something when Anakin's lightsaber flew from his hands and was caught easily by Master Yoda. Obi-Wan grinned broadly when Luminara and Qui-Gon grabbed the furious young man. "Skywalker. So nice to see you. How's the arm?" The light tone, the smooth voice, the insufferable accent was too much for Skywalker to take. He was in control before, but now, all the rage had come bursting to the surface and consumed him. Anger for his arm, his master, his mother, his forced enslavement, the Sith's close proximity to Padme, everything came to the surface, and Anakin saw red. "Calm yourself, Anakin," Qui-Gon hissed, and the Padawan growled, channeling his will through the Force to hurt the Sith. and the golden eyes widened in what looked like momentary shock before they melted into ease and amusement, and Skywalker felt the transparent steel walls that surrounded the smirking Kenobi's mind. Obi Wan cautiously inclined his head as Yoda drew near, casually hobbling over with his stick to support him. "Master Yoda." "Obi Wan." That easy smile faltered for just a moment, twitching with a vicious sneer that he quickly repressed, nearly too fast to see. Yoda simply regarded him curiously. Kenobi's yellow eyes looked over the Jedi carefully and found them shockingly unguarded. Qui-Gon's eyes were averted, pain and desperation rolling off him in waves as he held the fuming Skywalker back, the Force presence that Obi-Wan knew was comforting filling his Padawan in an attempt to soothe him. Skywalker's furious eyes, by contrast, never left the Sith Lord's face, the young man far more angry than he had any right to be. He began to reach out to identify the source of the teen's anger, but a sharp rap on the ground by Yoda's stick snapped Kenobi's attention back to the tiny Jedi Master, his ears back and his eyes narrowed in, warning. Obi-Wan frowned. He was perfectly shielded, but any obvious use of the Force seemed unwise under Yoda's watchful gaze. What he didn't expect, however, was Luminara, his old friend, standing at Skywalker's side, her small hand on the Padawan's chest, her bright blue eyes wide and relieved and hurt, all at once. He bit his lip, shook his head and allowed his easy, careless expression to settle back on his face. There would be time for the Jedi after he finished with Padme. For now. Kenobi cleared his throat as he walked down the stairs, laying his hand on his robed companion's shoulder. "You're in the presence of royalty, dear. Have some respect." With an audible growl, the hands came from beneath the heavy grey cloak and drew back the hood, revealing the shorn head and light grey skin of a severe-featured woman, her pale eyes narrowed dangerously at the Jedi. "My companion, Ventress," Kenobi purred, watching carefully as Yoda's white eyes darted between the two. "You brought another Sith." Anakin howled, his anger beginning anew, only to stop when Yoda slammed the point of his stick into his foot. "I'm not Sith," Asajj rasped, crossing her arms and clearly not happy to be there. "See? No trouble," Kenobi chirped, turning back to Padme and offering her his hand, which she gladly took. "Right to business, then. Duchess, care to lead the way to our meeting place?" "Gladly." She held out her hand, and Kenobi gently took it, allowing the woman to rest her hand in the crook of his arm, and with the two women in hand, chatting softly and amiably as they started a relaxed walk out of the side room, two guards and the Sith's sneering companion following them as they went. The Jedi stood fixed to their spot, Yoda beginning a slow, hobbled walk after them. Clearly, he was in no rush. He lightly tapped Varys on the leg, quietly commanded her to follow them closely, and with a nod, she set a quick pace to fall in line behind the diplomats. "Anakin, you shame me," Qui-Gon growled softly, but Anakin was not backing down. "Master, he's Sith. We have been over this. Well, maybe some people just don't deserve to live. If he's a Sith Lord, at some point, he's done something that makes him unworthy of living. We don't get to decide that," Luminara whispered, her voice shaking terribly. I saw him in the message to the Senate, so I thought I could handle this, but seeing him in person..." She brought her hand up to her forehead, her breathing uneven. She felt nauseous. "You were right. It's different in person. It's real. You can't feel a Force presence from a hologram." "I'm sorry, Luminara," Qui-Gon said softly, and the Mirialan slowly hugged him, easily getting lost in the folds of his robes, and Anakin frowned, clenching his jaw as he thought about what Luminara had said. Something felt off before, and it felt off now. Released, Anakin strode quickly after Padme, only to be stopped when he tripped and went pitching forward, only just barely catching himself before his face struck the floor. He looked back to see what he tripped on and saw Yoda, chucking softly and dragging his stick behind him. The Grand Master had tripped him. Anakin frowned. "You're worse than the younglings, Master. If slower you were going, Skywalker, then seen my stick, you would have seen." He held Anakin's lightsaber out to him, and the Padawan took it, only to be grabbed by the wrist by the Master and pulled to the ground, grimacing as his knees slammed into the hard stone. With a gasp, Anakin shivered as the Force surged through him, awakening his senses and clearing his vision as the anger quickly faded from him, replaced by the calm serenity of Master Yoda. "Anger, there is in you," Yoda rasped, his three-fingered hand tightening around the Padawan's wrist. "Fear, there is. New pain." Yoda frowned, his ears rising and falling as he seemed to listen to the Force, and Anakin couldn't help but watch the Master with rapt attention. "I don't know what to do, Master." "Help you, I will." Yoda patted his hand and let go of the teenager. "The dark side, you call, Skywalker. Danger, there is in that path. Fail your master, you must not. Too much pain, he has already." Anakin looked back to his master and the Mirialan, the two quietly comforting each other and far more hurt than they were letting on. "Can we help them?" he asked quietly, and Yoda's forehead wrinkled, his eyes closing. "Time. Patience, they need. Strong, you will have to be, Skywalker. Aware and in tune with the Force, you must stay, or to the Sith, you will belong." Anakin bristled. "I don't belong." "But you do," Yoda said, pushing the tip of his stick against Anakin's chest. "Through the dark side, Obi Wan controls you. On Geonosis." The Master nodded sagely. "Here. Fear the dark side, I do not. A powerful ally is mine, in the Force. Touch me, the dark side cannot. Cautious, the Sith Obi Wan is. Knows his weakness is my strength, he does." Anakin bit his lip, his blue eyes drifting away from Yoda and contemplating the Force, everything that had happened here. Something felt off. Again. He couldn't see it before for all his rage, but now, clarity set in. He was embarrassed for not sensing it before. "I felt the dark side when they came in. But it was different." A small, secretive smile came to Yoda's thin lips. "It wasn't like Geonosis, it was angry. I felt anger and fear and power when Obi Wan entered, but it was different." He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "It wasn't strong enough to him. I was sensing his friend." Yoda nodded. "Felt this, I did. Master, we can't sense Obi Wan." Yoda shuffled along, his stick lightly tapping the ground as he walked, and Anakin rose and followed slowly beside him. "What are we going to do? If he's concealing himself in the Force?" "A plan, I have, Skywalker," Yoda whispered. "Trust in the Force, we must. Patience, we will have. Reveal himself, the Sith will." The Mandalorians had a proud history of hunting, imprisoning and executing Jedi, so the prisons and holding cells of Sundari Palace were uniquely equipped for containing Force sensitives. They were led to a lower level of the palace, the Jedi keeping a fair distance from the Senator and the Sith as they watched with a careful eye, Anakin bringing up the rear with Master Yoda clinging tightly to his back, the two speaking in hushed tones that made Qui-Gon equal parts nervous and curious. Soldiers lined the long hallways, standing at attention beside closed doors that led to interrogation rooms. They stopped outside of one, and the guard opened the door, a blue energy field over the entrance that the Senator easily passed through when the Duchess ushered her inside. But Kenobi did not enter so easily. Breathing deep, his gold eyes ran over the field, looking inside to see Senator Amidala making herself comfortable in the room that had been well furnished for the meeting, the Force-blocking containment field turned on and making his connection feel hazy just from standing near. He took a few cautious steps back. "Remember what we talked about, Ventress," he said to the woman by his side. "You play nice with the Jedi. Don't start anything. We can't afford for this to fall through. If they attack me, Kenobi, then what?" Asajj asked swiftly, much louder than intended, and Obi-Wan could feel her entire being spiked with fear. She was made concerned by Skywalker's display earlier. It was a Jedi that saved you, Ventress. Master Yoda will protect you. Right. Yellow eyes met golden brown, and Yoda nodded. See? Nothing to worry about. He patted her shoulder and stepped up to the energy over the door. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and stepped inside, the door sealing behind him. It was oppressive. For a moment, he felt he couldn't breathe, and he had to reach out with a hand to grasp the wall for balance. He reflexively looked deep within for the Force, but found only a void, dark and empty and silent, and he groaned aloud from the pain of it. It was like losing a vital part of himself, a part he needed, like his lungs or his heart, and he instantly regretted agreeing to undergo what amounted to torture for a Force sensitive. A delicate hand on his cheek brought him out of himself, his focus shifting outwards at the worried, brown eyes before him instead of the empty, gaping pit within him, and the pain dulled to a slowly pulsing throb. That, he could deal with. After all, his master had inflicted far worse upon him. Are you all right? Padme asked softly, her thumb running over his high cheekbone, her other hand resting on his chest, and a slow smile spread over his lips. Even without the Force, she was shockingly easy to read. He had a small window of opportunity earlier to quietly enter her mind and examine what was there, and he was pleased to find the young senator, now a woman, with a woman's needs and a taste for Jedi that he had inspired. It was perfect. He was right to trust his instincts. Fine, yes, Obi Wan said softly, a gentle smile on his face. It takes some getting used to. Do you need? No, no. He stood upright, pushing away from the wall and quickly kissed her palm, delighting in her soft gasp and the blush that stained her features. I thank you for your concern, though. The Sith took stock of the room. There didn't appear to be any way to disrupt the containment field, and even if there was, a steady red light on a security camera in one corner indicated that they were being watched. Kenobi frowned. An audio feed was certain to be hooked up as well, but he could use that to his advantage if he was careful. Shall we begin? He drawled, his voice as smooth as he could make it, and he pulled out a chair for her, waiting for her to be seated before he walked around the table to sit opposite her, facing the security camera. He could control how he looked. He couldn't control the reactions of the senator. What was being presented to the people watching was very important. He pressed his fingers together, elbows on the table and leaning forward. Let's talk about Geonosis. He smirked, feeling the woman bristle. Kenobi knew she was there. The goal had been to catch her with her guard down, and he was successful. Your people tried to execute me. She cried, palms flat on the table, and Kenobi leaned back, hands splayed before him and face apologetic. Padme, please, I understand you're angry. We are talking about it, you don't need to get angry. We are trying to find peace, Senator. That won't happen if you are throwing blame around. She crossed her arms, her face angry and her big brown eyes challenging him to defend the separatist actions on Geonosis. I don't know the details of what happened. All I know is a Jedi Master was caught snooping around a droid foundry and trying very hard to blow it up. Padme bit her lip, looking away from the sincere face of the negotiator, and Kenobi laid his hands on the table, his fingers lightly drumming on the hard wood. She was uncertain. I didn't hear about that. Why should you? He shrugged. The Jedi keep to themselves, if they can. The brown eyes darted to him, narrowed in anger, and he quickly threw up his hands again. I'm not blaming them, Padme. I understand. I have always thought that the Jedi should be separate from the Republic, it's one of the reasons I left them. How are we supposed to maintain peace without the Jedi? She cried, slamming her hands on the table, and the Sith smiled, a soft, gentle thing. Padme. He reached out and took her hand in his, one long finger on her wrist, and feeling her racing pulse seemed to hitch as she sucked in a sharp breath. Even without the Force, his presence was calming. We don't maintain peace without the Jedi. We need the Jedi, but not as servants of the Republic, as servants of peace. I know you don't understand the Force, but binding the Jedi to the will of a corrupt system is like trying to exert the Senate's will on the Force. They have no right to it, and it goes against the Jedi Code. The Senate is not corrupt. He arched one thin eyebrow, his yellow eyes, vibrant and glowing before, but without the presence of the Force, they appeared pale and dull, looking at the girl like she was crazy. Come now, let's be honest. You aren't a naive young girl anymore, you're a woman now. He squeezed her hand, a charming smile on his face, and her eyes widened, her face flushing deeply, and he could feel her pulse quicken. If the Senate weren't absolutely mired in corruption and greed, this mess wouldn't have happened. And you think the Confederacy is better? Kenobi scoffed. Not in the least. They're just as bad. The Trade Federation, the Techno Union, the Commerce Guild, the Corporate Alliance. The Sith shook his head in disgust. They are as greedy as the worst in the Senate. But not all broke away from the Republic to pursue their own ambitions. The Republic is broken, Padme. We can make it better if we just work together. But you admit there are problems. The man opposite her smiled warmly, and Amidala had to look away. Until the other day, she had thought the man dead and gone, and on Geonosis, she and Anakin had, well, she didn't know what to think of that right now. They were friends, yes, had become good friends in their close time together, and on Geonosis, they thought they were going to die. There was an attraction there, yes, and in the face of death, it seemed pointless to deny it. Anakin was still a boy, but Obi Wan. He was her first Jedi protector, the first man she felt real, adult attraction for, the first one that inspired vivid dreams that woke her in the night panting and aroused, and that smooth charm, that easy smile hadn't changed at all. She was told he was not a Jedi anymore, and she believed it, his cautious, unattached blue eyes inexplicably replaced with blazing, passionate gold that seemed to burn right through her and awoke all the things that she had put away after he had died. After she thought he died. Can you control me? She muttered, barely audible, and the Sith closed his eyes. Not now, no. Your containment field has cut my connection to the Force, I have no power over anyone. He smiled softly, looking away from her, his thumb running over the back of her hand. I can't even feel the Force, I can't imagine living like this the way you do. Does it hurt? She laid her other hand on top of his and squeezed. When you came in. Kenobi leaned back, carefully removing his hand from the senator's, watching carefully as her face filled with worry and longing as they lost physical contact. The Force, he explained softly, is like looking into eternity. It's a constant companion, a comforting presence that promises peace and knowledge and life everlasting. But without it. Obi Wan shivered, and he didn't need to fake the gesture, the dull pain in his mind spiking as he looked inward and quickly had to turn away. Without it, there is nothing. I look inside myself and there is a void that should be filled with power and meaning, and when I reach for the Force there is only pain. He hissed, his hand shooting to his head as pain lanced through him, his mind seeking contact with the Force and the nothingness lashing out against him. He could hear scuffling and shouting briefly outside the door, and recognized Ventress' distinctive snarl. She was fearful, not aggressive, but he knew how quickly the dark side would prey on such emotions. With a deep breath, Kenobi slowly regained control, pushing the pain aside, and it vanished nearly completely as Padme's small hands cupped his cheeks, her big brown eyes wide and concerned. I'm so sorry. The senator said softly, her hands shaking against the handsome former Jedi's face. I should have listened to the Jedi, this is torture. Obi-Wan chuckled softly, laying his hand over hers. We're just getting off topic. I'm fine now. Their eyes locked, and the Sith smiled. I promise. Please, have a seat, we'll get back to business. The senator slowly sat, but she was clearly still concerned, and Kenobi smiled reassuringly. Her sympathy would aid him. Perhaps the decision to endure this was worth it after all. Even if I could feel the Force, Obi Wan drawled softly, I wouldn't control you, Padme. She grinned brightly, her heart fluttering in her chest, and she nodded, hands on the table and leaning toward the negotiator. What is it the Separatists want? A great deal. Not all of it reasonable, but that is why we are here, yes. Yes. Kenobi nodded. They want freedom from the Republic, obviously. Your system is corrupt and it has stopped serving the people. Instead of progress, you stagnate. Nothing gets done until it is too late. The Separatists want real change. We can't just let all these systems go. The Republic needs them if it's going to be successful. What are we going to do without the Trade Federation and the banking clan? Obi-Wan scoffed. You could develop your own. Nobody is keeping you from that. Banking and intergalactic trade can't just be manufactured. Not with that attitude. The brown eyes narrowed, and the Sith held his hands up. All right, I will concede this point to you, for the time being. Jumping into the thick of it may not be the best idea to find common ground. I want to return to Geonosis. What were you doing there? What were you doing there? The response was knee-jerk and childish, she knew, but the man seemed to take it in stride, and she couldn't help herself. Geonosis was awful, and every time she closed her eyes, she saw the arena. Obi-Wan sighed, rubbing his temple. The Separatist Council was meeting on Geonosis. I'm not a part of the council, of course, but my work has earned me a place in the room, if I wish it. That's when we found the Jedi saboteur. Padme crossed her arms, a physical gesture that was never a good sign for negotiation, and Obi-Wan lightly brushed his leg against the senator's under the table, and the woman gasped, her hands flying into her lap and sitting up straight. Much better. I told you, I don't know anything about the Jedi. I just knew that he was captured, that's why Qui-Gon and Anakin and I went to save him. You believed it was without cause. Padme nodded. He was trying to blow up the droid foundries, and the Separatist Council was in the building. They would have all died if the Jedi was successful. Kenobi shrugged when the senator paled. Maybe he had a good reason to be there, I don't know. But he was attempting a political mass murder. Even the Republic executes such criminals. He was hunting an assassin, she fumed. An assassin that tried to kill me twice. I heard he tracked him to Kamino. Kamino is not Geonosis, Senator. And then tracked him to Geonosis. The Separatists wanted me dead. Really? Kenobi brought his hand to his cheek. I've been around the Separatists for a long time, Padme. None of them ordered your death. None of them even know who you are. Or, they didn't know who you were, until you were caught firing at Genosians. Well. You have political enemies in the Senate. How do you know it wasn't one of them that ordered your death? I don't, but... So your Jedi ran to Geonosis on the trail of an assassin that may or may not have been sent to kill you by the Separatists, and instead of finding this bounty hunter, he killed hundreds of Genosians and attempted to kill the entire Separatist Council by blowing up the building. And you came personally to rescue this man? Do you see why your execution was ordered? Then, we were wrong to be on Geonosis. Padme shook her head, sighing heavily. I'm sorry, Obi-Wan. We shouldn't have. Don't apologize, please. Kenobi smiled reassuringly, took her hand and gently kissed it, his pale golden eyes watching with interest as regret and sorrow and desire and want rushed across her face in equal measure. The start of all this was a misunderstanding. I'm confident we can resolve it, especially since you are so willing to do so. I imagine meeting with me was no easy thing to arrange. Easier than you think. I wanted this, she purred, leaning in further, unaware of how breathy and heedless she sounded, and the Sith Lord chuckled, his sharp ears picking up on shouts of rage on the other side of the door. this time from Anakin Skywalker. Then we are of a like mind. Which leads us to the other part of this. He let go of her hand, smirking when he saw her bite her lip, upset at its loss. The Jedi. The Jedi. She slowly repeated, watching those pallid yellow eyes, and she couldn't think straight. He had no powers in this room. What was Obi Wan doing to her? The Jedi interfered in a matter they had no business being a part of, and they didn't just mount a rescue, they attacked with an army. This was an open act of war. I don't pretend to know what the Senate called for, but it ultimately doesn't matter. The Jedi have been serving as attack dogs for the Republic since that nasty business on Antar 4. Padme bit her lip and looked away, mulling over the information. Obi-Wan wasn't wrong, but the Republic wasn't the only one making poor choices in this conflict. You're forgetting all the things the Separatists have done. They started this whole thing with the battle on Naboo. Kenobi nodded. I agree. Factions within the Confederacy must be held responsible for the things they have done, just as the Republic must answer for their crimes. That is fair, is it not? Why yes, of course. When we have peace, I can assure you that I will stop at nothing to weed out the greed and corruption that exists within the Separatists, starting with the Trade Federation and the banking clan. And you, he drawled softly, taking both her hands in his and leaning in, must start with the Jedi. Or whoever it is that is controlling them. Obi-Wan, the Jedi are peacekeepers, they. Kenobi laughed, short and harsh, his hands tightening around the woman's. That may have been true once, but they lead an army now. I hear the mighty Jedi Masters are generals these days. That is an affront to the very code they follow. The Republic hasn't had an army in a very long time, we don't have anyone to lead them. And the Jedi are peerless warriors. If there was nobody to lead an army that was created overnight, then perhaps you shouldn't have it to begin with. Kenobi's smile faded into a knowing smirk, his eyes seeming to dance with light golden flames, and Padme stared at him transfixed, unable to look away. But it wasn't created overnight, was it? This army was a long time in the making. An army of clones, millions of them, and all ready to deploy against the Republic's enemies. Tell me, Padme, who exactly made this army? It must have been commissioned a long time ago, long before the Trade Federation invaded Naboo, if these clones are being grown at a standard rate. I don't know much about the clones, she started, her voice thin and her hands shaking. She had a feeling she knew where this was going, and as much as she wished it wasn't so, the negotiator, Obi Wan, had a point. The Jedi brought the matter to attention, they. The Jedi. The Sith scoffed. It looks to me like the Jedi have raised a secret army, since your recent military creation bill has no mention of clones and goes into great detail about drafting people into service. It seems to me like the Republic had no idea their grand army could consist of millions of the same man. Padme was scrambling for words, but she could not find any. She desperately wrenched her hands away from Kenobi's grasp and stood, pacing restlessly. Why would the Jedi have need of an army? She finally stuttered, and Obi-Wan shook his head. I don't know. It isn't like them. They may have been ordered by the Senate to serve as the mediators between the cloners and the Republic. He leaned forward, watching her pace madly. I cannot speculate as to why, but I can say this. The Jedi don't belong within the Republic. They are peacekeepers, as you said, they have no part in this. They stand for freedom and democracy, Obi-Wan, they. If that were true, they would support the systems that want freedom from the Republic when their people vote to break away. As they have. Not the system that stubborn refuses to let them go, or sends their Jedi peacekeepers to bring a separatist world forcefully back into the Republic. Padme dropped into her chair, slumping for a moment before she sat straight up, hands folded before her. I don't have power over the Jedi. No, but the Republic does. He tapped the table with a long finger. Here's what I propose. As a part of our peace, we dismiss the Jedi from the service of the Republic and allow them to act as they were meant to. as peacekeepers. Allow them to manage any stray conflict between the Confederacy and the Republic. They will go when either side calls on them for help, not be bound to the whims of corrupt politicians. Allow the Jedi to follow the will of the Force, as they were always meant to do. Kenobi smirked as the woman nodded thoughtfully. He had her. I can't speak for the Jedi, but that seems like something they wouldn't be opposed to. I thought so as well. He took her hands in his own. I don't see the Confederacy rejoining the Republic, Padme. But with the Jedi to manage peace, I believe we can allow the two systems to thrive alongside each other. I believe that can work. She smiled softly, watching the man smile gently, and she felt herself burn. Here's my proposal. The Confederacy deposes the leaders of the Trade Federation and sends them to Coruscant for justice. Newt Gunray escaped judgment once, but his crimes on Naboo have not been paid for, and it's time for that to happen. The Trade Federation, the Corporate Alliance, the Banking Clan, any of the major institutions that are essential for trade and commerce will be released from their pledge to the Confederacy so they may do business in both sectors as independent contractors, if you will. They are only with us because they believe we will win the war, but if they are allowed to trade freely, they would happily be LOL over the galaxy. She arched an eyebrow. The proposal was more than generous and far more reasonable than she expected. But the fairness of the trade lay in what he wanted in return. And what does the Confederacy want? A great deal, Padme. But what is reasonable is this: recognition of the Confederacy as a separate governing body, and the allowance of other systems to easily leave, if they wish. If one system works better than another, that should be the dominant government, don't you think? She opened her mouth to speak, but the Sith put a long, gentle finger on her lips and she froze, breathless and unable to move. In a few years' time, we will see if one truly works better than the other. Perhaps a competing system of government will spur both to working more effectively, more efficiently. Just like we always wanted, Padme. Why yes. His long finger slowly traced her lips, smirking in delight as the woman gasped, a barely audible moan escaping her throat, and Kenobi discreetly eyed the camera. The angle prevented it from picking up exactly what he was doing. Are we agreed, then? Aye. She swallowed hard, wetting her dry throat when the finger moved from her lips to gently hook under her chin. I believe I can get the Senate to agree to this. I think I can get the Confederacy to accept it as well. He fished a data pad from the folds of his robe and slid it across to her. I took the liberties of writing up the proposal last night. She looked at him skeptically, and Kenobi smiled shyly, looking away from her, and the faint blush on his cheeks made her heart skip. Again. I assumed you were the same girl, the same woman I knew before. I thought this would be in line with what you wanted. After all, our desires have always been similar. Have they? He nodded, pale golden eyes meeting hers. Yes, I think they have. She took the data pad from the table and turned away, hoping the angle would hide how furiously she was blushing. Everything they discussed was there. The recognition of the Confederacy, making the Jedi, the bankers, the Trade Federation neutral entities, turning over Newt Gunray for justice. It wasn't an official document, of course, but it was a record of what they had discussed so the information could be shared with their respective governments. Can you send a copy to my data pad? She asked softly, scribbling her name next to Obi Wan's elegant signature. The Sith laid his hand over hers when she went to hand the data pad back, her blue eyes drifting to his handsome face and holding his gaze. Anything for you, Senator. The door had sealed behind the negotiator, and Anakin immediately began pacing restlessly. Qui-Gon and Luminara stood watching the monitor that displayed what was happening in the room, talking quietly to each other as they listened to Obi-Wan and Padme talk, but Anakin couldn't stomach it. That Sith's words were poisoned, and if he listened to him, Anakin knew he would regret it deeply. Yoda had warned him about the dark side, said it would make him a slave again, and Skywalker believed him. Yoda was wise beyond measure, So wise that the master didn't even need to listen to the conversation. Yoda sat cross-legged in a chair next to an uncomfortable-looking Mandalorian guard, the tiny master deep in meditation, and Anakin could feel his Force presence reach out and surround everything. He wondered if the containment field could stop even the strength of Yoda. Skywalker growled and looked at the screen, eyes narrowing before he turned away. They were just sitting, though he suspected that the entire meeting would be exactly that. He walked down the long hall, passing by Satin and Barriss, the little Padawan quietly asking the Duchess about maintaining peace with a breathless awe that the young teen could not contain. Boring. He turned again, walking back toward the room where the negotiations were taking place, frowning when he saw it wasn't over yet, and with a growl, he stalked away again. Anakin was stopped when a raspy, irritated voice snarled, "Oh, stop it, you're disturbing the Force with your stalking." He reeled on the voice, the pale eyes of the speaker narrowed, her body relaxed against the wall next to the containment room's door, thin arms crossed over her chest, and Anakin stood as tall as he could, looking down on the woman. "I'll do as I like, Sith." Ventress rolled her eyes. "I told you, I'm not Sith." Anakin scoffed. "Yeah right. I feel the dark side in you. It's raging. Like it is in you." The woman was smirking, completely amused, and Anakin couldn't help but stutter in rage. "In me? I'm not Sith. Neither am I." Ventress yawned. "And I didn't say you were. I said the dark side was in you." Anakin's jaw clenched tightly, his mechanical hand balling into a fist, and before he could move, Yoda chuckled from his chair. "In all of us, the dark side is," the master said lightly, not moving from his spot and face relaxed, eyes closed. "No power over the Jedi, it has." "Oh." Ventress pointed at the fuming Anakin. "It has power over him. Learning, young Skywalker is." Ventress frowned and looked away from the Jedi. "Yeah, whatever. You are a Sith," Anakin snarled, drawing closer to the bald woman, and Ventress eyed him carefully. "You are an idiot." One of those statements was true. "Guess which one it is?" Her eyes narrowed and she leaned in toward Skywalker. "I'll give you a hint. I'm not Sith. You're hanging out with a Sith Lord. You're in the presence of a Jedi Master, but that doesn't make you any closer to being a Master yourself." She shifted, the dark gray cloak moving over her shoulders, and she crossed her arms tighter. "Kenobi is a Sith Lord, but he's made it clear I will never be." "Why?" Anakin felt his anger melting away. The woman was absolutely brimming with the dark side, but it wasn't flaring, it wasn't turbulent or angry like on Geonosis. He could feel she was telling the truth, and he was interested. She shrugged. "A true Sith knows no fear." Anakin waited for her to continue, but Ventress never did. She just turned her head from him and looked at the screen, carefully observing that nothing happened to her Sith master. He frowned. He didn't like being ignored, even if it was by a Sith, or a Darksider, or whatever it was that Ventress considered herself. He was about to resume his vicious pacing when Yoda's large eyes flew open and he focused on Ventress, the three-fingered green hand tightening around the back of his chair as if he expected something to happen, and a moment later, it did. Ventress had reached out through the Force and thrown the two Mandalorian guards against the far wall and rushed toward the door to the room the Sith and the Senator sat. Luminara and Qui-Gon had rushed to her, hands on their lightsabers, but Yoda had the situation under control. His small hand was extended, the woman clutched lightly in the Force he commanded, light enough to allow her movement, but tight enough to stop her from moving toward the conference room. "Disturb them, you must not," Yoda rasped softly, and those pale eyes narrowed dangerously, her long, thin gray arm pointing toward the monitor on the wall. "Look at him. He's suffering. This was a mistake, you are torturing him." "He's Sith," Anakin drawled, "don't they get tortured all the time as a part of their training?" He smirked in amusement as the display showed Obi Wan, hand to his head and in obvious pain, Padme hovering over him and clearly worried, and Anakin felt himself burn, the anger awakening in him again. And then, it was over, the Sith returning to his light, easy smile, and the negotiations continued. Slowly, Ventress lowered her guard, the fear fading and the quickly rising dark side fading to a low growl. With a petulant glare to Yoda, she put herself in her place against the wall, head turned to observe the monitor and ignoring the Jedi. Yoda settled back into his seat as the Mandalorian guards slowly stood and cautiously returned to their post, weapons angled in Ventress' direction. Qui-Gon's heavy hand grabbed Anakin by the shoulder and led him off down the hallway, his stride slow and measured and drawing the Padawan close. "You need to relax," the Master said quietly, and Anakin shook his head. "I know, Master, I'm trying, but..." Skywalker growled, looking over his shoulder down the hallway towards the room and the monitor they were walking away from. "She's in there with that beast. Padme will be fine, Anakin. Obi Wan, the Sith is too smart to do anything here, and he can't manipulate her with the Force while he's in there. What is the containment field doesn't work." Qui-Gon shook his head, smiling gently at his Padawan's concern. "I tested it when we got here. It works." "Is it painful?" The Master chewed his lip, stopping when they were a good ways down the hall and alone enough to talk without being overheard. "It can be, yes. It wasn't for me, but I suspect that for a Sith Lord, the absence of the dark side will be quite uncomfortable." Anakin grinned broadly, but the smile dropped off his face when he saw how tired and pained his Master looked. "I'll do better. I'm sorry, I know that wishing pain on someone isn't the Jedi way." Anakin sighed heavily. "I just can't help it. Knowing what he did to you. Don't let him get to you. My first priority is you, Anakin, not him. My job is to make sure you become a Jedi, the very best of us." Qui-Gon's eyes were hard as he folded his hands into the sleeves of his robe. Obi Wan made his choice. There will only be so much I can do for him, and if he doesn't want my help, then he is truly lost. Don't allow him to draw you toward the dark. Anakin started to say something, but the Master quickly turned from him, looking down the hallway toward the small figures of Satin and Varys. "I need to talk to the Duchess. Go monitor the situation with Luminara." With a quick nod, Anakin walked away quickly, eager to do his Master's bidding. With a deep breath, Qui-Gon walked toward the two women. When he approached, Varys bowed deeply and came to the Master's side, and he quietly asked her to leave them, which the Padawan did with no questions. When she had walked a good way down the hall, Qui-Gon bowed deeply. "Duchess Satin." She offered him her hand, which he took and respectfully brought to his lips, righted himself and smiled at the woman. "I apologize for not seeing you sooner. When we arrived, I asked to inspect the safety of the palace. Do the Jedi not trust the guards here?" she asked softly, but the woman was smiling. "Just a precaution." Qui-Gon looked her over carefully, feeling her with the Force and finding no anger, no hostility. Just relief. Satisfaction at seeing her old protector. The last time the Jedi had seen the Duchess, she had been young, a teenager with a thin, lanky body, her features promising a future beauty that her angular face had yet to fully manifest. But now, Satin Kryze was beautiful, her every movement marked with the nobility she was born to, the gauntness of her youth filled out into stunning womanhood. There was no possibility that Obi-Wan Kenobi had left her alone. "It has been a very long time since I have seen you, Master Qui-Gon," the Duchess said softly, a light, musical quality to her voice. "I have not forgotten my Jedi protectors that helped me bring peace to Mandalore." "I know you have not," he said gently. "You must be pleased that we are attempting for peace here today." "I am. This is the only way. Obi-Wan would have been a credit to the Jedi, if he had remained with you." Relief washed over the Jedi Master. Satin had always been honest, and she was making this easy for him. At the very least, she knew that Kenobi wasn't a Jedi. He'd have to test to see how much the woman did know, if she was even willing to tell him. "Listen, Satin," he started, looking away from the woman as he collected his thoughts. Wording this without offending the woman would be difficult. "Have you had much contact with Obi Wan?" She nodded, her eyebrow arched curiously. "After he left the Jedi, he came to me, yes." "Was he different from how you remembered him?" She scoffed, her hands coming to rest on her hips. "Time does change us, Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan was without a family. All he had ever known was the Jedi, so yes, when he came to me, he was different." She gave him an icy stare. "If you have something to say, say it." The Jedi frowned, looking down at the ground before he nodded and stared right into her eyes. "We have reason to believe Obi-Wan is a Lord of the Sith. Do you know what that means?" "Yes." "Do you still care for him?" "Of course. Obi-Wan is an old friend." "Is that it?" The Duchess' eyes narrowed slightly, so slight that it was nearly imperceptible, but the Jedi saw it, felt the shift in her in the Force as she moved from amiable to guarded. She did not answer verbally, her body language did that for her. "Satin, if you care for Obi-Wan at all, you will turn him from the path he is on. If he went to you after he left the Jedi, then you are the first person he thought of after he fell." "Fell? That means something, Satin. He has always had affections for you. If you have that kind of effect on him, then maybe you can help him." "Obi-Wan doesn't need my help, Qui-Gon, he is fine." "He isn't fine," he cried, exasperated. "He's Sith. Maybe you don't understand, but he has given in to the dark side. It's just another side of the Force, isn't it?" "Yes, but not one you want him to be abusing. The Jedi live in harmony with the Force, but the dark side is about using the Force for their own means. It's powerful, yes, but the power comes at an awful cost." "He is fine," she growled, and Qui-Gon shook his head. "Nobody becomes a Sith Lord without sacrifice, Satin, and that sacrifice comes at the expense of others. All Sith have blood on their hands, Duchess. How much does Obi-Wan have?" "You have blood on your hands as well, Qui-Gon. How often do the Jedi kill in the name of peace?" "More than we should, but we do it in defense of others. The Sith will do it to further their own goals. Obi-Wan hasn't killed anyone." Qui-Gon looked at the woman with pity. She didn't know what she was dealing with, and it seemed unlikely that he could get through to her. "Maybe you're right," he said softly. "Maybe he hasn't killed anyone. But he has suffered." That struck a chord with the woman, her blue eyes widening and the anger and obstinance leaving her. "You've seen it." Satin nodded slowly, drawing closer to Qui-Gon and laying a hand on his elbow. He covered her hand with his own reassuringly. At the very heart of her was a deep and profound concern for a man she was clearly very close to. "You mustn't tell anyone," she said softly. "I'm only saying anything because I know you, Qui-Gon, and you and Obi-Wan were close once." "Yes, I'd like to help him, if I can." "Please." "He says it's part of his training. He says, his powers come at a cost. Pain is a teaching tool. He says he needs pain to truly understand his powers." She shook her head, her blue eyes filled with concern. "He says he doesn't regret it, but it's difficult to see the scars." "How did you come to discover this?" He knew the answer, of course, and the look she gave him said that she knew that he knew. But he still needed to hear it. This could not be left unspoken. "You know I have always been fond of Obi-Wan. When you were young, yes. I understand that you two were a great deal more than just fond of each other." A faint pink came to the woman's cheeks. "We were so certain you didn't know. Satin, Obi-Wan, and I shared a bond through the Force. I could feel his desire for you through our connection. Hopefully that's the only thing you felt." He chuckled softly. "When you are entangled the way you two were, it's next to impossible to remain guarded." She scoffed, crossing her arms when the faint pink became a fierce red. That's perfect. A friend of his said that he loved you until the day he left us. I can't presume that you felt the same for so long apart, but if you and he are together. She sighed. Qui-Gon knew, and it was pointless to deny it. He and I are lovers, yes. And this is how you have seen the evidence of his torture. A cold shiver ran up her spine, and the Jedi could feel her distress. It is torture, Qui-Gon, you're right. Every time I see him he has new scars, he comes to me with welts and burns and bruises, and he says he doesn't mind, but I do. I never wanted any harm to come to him. Nor do I. He took her hand, and it was shaking. You're probably in a better position to help him than me. Maybe it's too late to turn him from the dark side, but it isn't too late to turn him from the Sith. Maybe he can never be a Jedi again, maybe he'll never return to me, but I don't mind if he's safe and happy. I'll talk to him. For a moment, it looked like the Jedi Master might lose control of his emotions, his dark blue eyes wavering with unshed tears that threatened to fall. And then shouting and angry snarling and the sound of metal bending echoed down the hallway. Qui-Gon shot Satin an apologetic look as he turned from her and rushed down the hall. Qui-Gon arrived to find Ventress in helpless laughter, clutching her sides through her dark grey cloak as she watched the Jedi try and manage their own, and fail at doing so. Anakin Skywalker, his beloved, trusted Padawan, had torn the monitor off of the wall and was holding it in a crushing grip, yelling at the negotiator through the screen as the two Mirialans tried their best to restrain him. It wasn't working. Qui-Gon shot a frantic look toward Yoda, but the little master hadn't moved from his chair, eyes closed and lost in the Force. He'd just have to deal with this himself. Anakin. Master, they are flirting. Anakin reeled on Qui-Gon, the two small Mirialans, grasping his arms in a restraining grip, being flung around as he turned. I won't stand for this. Padme and I shared something in those carts on our way to be executed. We shared something special. I feel like a shared moment in a death arena hardly constitutes as romantic. It just seems like desperation. I'm not desperate, it was special. Put the monitor down, Anakin. It took a moment, but Qui-Gon managed to wrest the screen away from the snarling boy with the Force, setting the thing down against a corner. The fastenings were hopelessly broken, and the monitor had no hope of being reattached. New fittings would have to be secured. Anakin stalked to his master, blue eyes wide and desperate, but Yoda had reached out suddenly when the Padawan passed him by and pulled him back, the mechanical arm striking the wall with a loud, metallic clang. Willful, your Padawan is, Yoda rasped, chuckling, and Qui-Gon sighed heavily, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose. That's the least of it. Used to a more temperate Padawan, are you? The master dryly laughed. Obi Wan and I argued constantly. Anakin is more agreeable. He bit the inside of his lip. But, it's true Obi Wan was much more mild. An agreeable temperament, he was. Yes. Yoda nodded. Worry not about your Padawan. In my care, he will be, until return to Coruscant, we do. Qui-Gon nodded wearily and dragged his feet to Luminara, who was kneeling in the corner and watching the monitor, a curious Ventress not far behind and craning her long neck to see from her place nearby. How is it? He asked softly, kneeling beside her, and the Mirialan shook her head. Not good. He's talked at length about the Jedi and their place in the Republic. He means to remove us from our place in the war effort. That's bad. Qui-Gon frowned. Something wasn't right. Removal from the war isn't bad. What's he playing at? On the surface it sounds really nice. But he means to remove us from the Republic. He's just... Luminara bit her thumb as she watched the monitor, carefully listening as the Sith took the Senator's hands and talked so softly to her. Every time she resists him, he diverts the topic until she agrees with him on something. And then he's right back to what they disagreed on, and he gains ground every single time. He's chipping away at her resolve and he can't even access the Force. Well, he is called the Negotiator. A title wrongly given. He isn't negotiating, he's persuading. Negotiation implies that there's some give and take, but he's not giving her anything. Qui-Gon nodded and silently watched the screen, listening intently as Obi Wan's smooth, accented voice plied Padme over, the senator easily agreeing with his terms. We had assumed he was using the Force to get his way. We may have made a poor assumption. Luminara hissed as the Sith slid a data pad to the senator, which she eagerly signed. We knew this was a trap, but we played right into his hands. Obi-Wan doesn't need the Force to get his way. What have the Sith turned him into? I don't know, Qui-Gon, but it isn't good. She breathed deeply, rising to her feet as the Sith collected his data pad and rose. The meeting was over. I don't understand. What do the Sith gain by making peace? This deal sounds good. It may take a little time, but I imagine this will extend the ceasefire. Peace could be made quickly, if the politicians are eager for it. But peace will bring about the end of the Jedi in the Republic. Maybe that's the goal. Maybe the war will resume when the Jedi are removed and declared neutral. Luminara looked over at her Padawan, sitting peacefully at Anakin's side, and she frowned. Kenobi had been several steps ahead of them the entire time, and it was never more apparent than it was right now. All of them were in danger. The door slid open, and before the senator and the negotiator had a chance to leave the room, Anakin bolted from his place at the wall and rushed at Obi-Wan, his blue eyes narrowed and furious. Kenobi simply stepped to the side as the teenager ran through, allowing the hapless Jedi to collide with the table, the whole thing falling over with a crash as the Padawan lay in the mess, hands clutched firmly to his head and screaming as he writhed on the floor. Obi-Wan smirked as he watched the suffering boy. Anakin was always said to have more Force potential than he did, whatever that meant. The greater the talent, the wider the void it left when the containment field tore the Force away, and young Skywalker was not accustomed to pain like Kenobi was. Oh, Jedi! The Sith purred, pointing at the agonized teen, the senator fussing over him. Do you want to come pick up your pet? No Jedi moved. Kenobi shrugged, smirking as he watched Ventress pace restlessly along the back wall. Suit yourself. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the room, passing effortlessly through the blue energy of the containment field. As if the very air was knocked out of him, Obi-Wan dropped to the floor, sucking in a sharp breath and drawing deeply of the Force, the well of infinite power that surrounded all things, and the dark side flooded into him in a vicious, swirling torrent. Luminara drew her lightsaber, the green blade poised and ready but shaking slightly in her unsteady hands, and her Padawan followed suit. She had never felt the dark side so strong, not even on her mission to Dathomir, and for a moment, she felt her own connection to the Force weaken in the presence of the oppressive darkness. Kenobi's eyes shot open, a wicked grin on his lips as the dull yellow of his eyes flared with golden fire, glowing even in the bright hall as the dark side raged through him. Qui-Gon uneasily stepped closer to Yoda, but the Grand Master hadn't moved. And then, the moment was over, almost as soon as it had begun. The dark side abated, leaving the Force clear and mostly unclouded, save for Ventress' own presence. She was strong, to be sure, but her own surge of the dark side was a still pond next to Kenobi's raging torrent. Ventress ran to her friend, a begrudging smile on her face, before she reeled on Luminara, the Master's green saber still drawn and lit, and the Night Sister drew her own weapons, igniting the two red blades and snarling viciously. None of the women moved, each waiting for the other to flinch first. Obi-Wan rolled his eyes, clicking his tongue as he smoothed back his hair. Women, he scoffed. You're also violent. Honestly, it's ridiculous. Come, Asajj, we have things to do. With a small smirk, Ventress retracted her blades, attaching them to her hip and sauntering beside the Sith Lord. They had only walked a few paces away, quietly beginning to talk amongst themselves when Luminara found her courage, swiftly left her Padawan's side and ran past Qui-Gon and Master Yoda, stopping a little ways from the Sith. Obi Wan. The man froze. For a long moment, he didn't move, then he leaned over to whisper something to Ventress, the Night Sister looking at him curiously before slightly inclining her head and walking a little ways down the hall, stopping and leaning against the wall when she was far enough to not hear the Jedi clearly. Kenobi turned to face the Jedi Master, his golden eyes meeting the bright blue that once closely matched his own. Luminera. His voice was a soft purr that she had heard so many times before, had missed for years, and it beaconed her. The Mirialan ran to him, stopping just out of reach and holding her breath. She didn't know what to say, now that she was here. She reached out with the Force, touched his mind, but could sense nothing. She bit her lip as she slowly realized that, while the dark side flowed around his companion, nothing could be felt from the Lord of the Sith. She felt the dark side around her mind and, hissing, reinforced her defenses, steeling herself in the Force, and the darkness retreated, but Kenobi showed no hint of being repelled. "You are concealing your Force presence." "How?" Obi-Wan smirked. "Skipping the foreplay, dear." He laughed when the Jedi flushed slightly, and he took a step closer, Luminera taking a step back. "You look well, Luminera." "I'm pleased." Yellow eyes drifted over her shoulder to see the other Jedi, his gaze fixed on Barriss, her blue saber still drawn and ready, but the young teen shrank under his intense stare. "And you've taken a Padawan. Is that the one I saw with you all those years ago?" Luminera said nothing, and Obi-Wan just shrugged, chuckling softly. "Be mindful of that one, my friend. I think you'll find her thoughts on the dark side much more in line with my way of thinking than yours." "I won't be intimidated by you," she growled, not even looking back at her nervous Padawan. "I know how the Sith work." "Oh, do you?" Luminera nodded. "You taught me everything I need to know about them." "Well, if you're going to learn, you may as well be taught by the best." The Mirialan smirked. "Oh. Pity I wasn't, but I'd be happy to take your recommendation." He smiled, extending his hand. "Come with me and I'll introduce you to my master. He'd love you." Luminera seemed to flinch, drawing back from the chuckling man. "Oh, sweetheart, there is no ignorance, there is knowledge. Don't shy away from your own code. Is that what happened to you?" Her blue eyes narrowed, looking the man over. He looked enough like Obi-Wan. He even acted a fair deal like her fallen friend, but the more she looked at him, the more she felt that he was truly lost. "I embraced what I learned. One day, the Jedi will as well. It's amazing how quickly your code falls apart under a little scrutiny. And your code is better." The woman growled, shoulders tense, and Obi-Wan just nodded. "Mine is a code for all life, not just the Jedi that your masters wish to control." Golden eyes fell on Anakin and Padme as they staggered out of the containment room, Skywalker gasping for breath as he left the oppression of the field, his arm draped over the senator's shoulders. "But I didn't come here to debate philosophy with you, my dear. Perhaps another time." He flashed her a cocky smile and turned from the Mirialan, sauntering down the hall toward his waiting companion. He never got that far. Anakin rushed him, his speed greatly augmented by the Force and pushed even further by a mindless, blind rage, his lightsaber blue and blazing in his hand, and Kenobi only just managed to ignite his own red blade to block a vicious strike. The golden eyes flared, pupils narrowing as the Sith's perfect mental defenses crumbled, leaving him bare and exposed as the dark side raged around him like an inferno. The other masters tried to run in to help, but the Sith put his hand out, the full weight of the dark side slamming into the Jedi and sending them sprawling backwards, striking the walls and falling heavy to the ground. Master Yoda sat, unmoving in his chair, carefully observing. The unrestrained fury of the dark side took Anakin completely by surprise. It was entirely unlike Geonosis. There, the Sith was in control at all times, but now, the dark side was blazing, and Obi-Wan was burning with it. That moment of hesitation was enough for the red saber to slice easily through Anakin's right wrist, burned metal and wires exposed as the hand and the lightsaber dropped to the ground. The Sith's weapon raised, point angled down at Skywalker, and as Kenobi thrust forward, the weapon was torn from his hands and caught easily by the tiny Jedi Grandmaster. Obi Wan snarled in frustration, his hand tightly grasping his hair as he turned from the Jedi and struck the wall with his fist, the heavy steel buckling underneath the force of it like paper-thin sheet metal, shooting Ventress a vicious glare as she ran to him that stopped her in her tracks. His breath was rough and ragged as he wrestled with the dark side for control, his strong muscles twitching as he slowly exerted his will over the force, bending it and shaping it and commanding it to obey him, and within moments, the inferno was caught in his hands and cooled, shrinking away into embers to be hidden away until they needed to be stoked again. The oppressiveness of the dark side abated, and when Kenobi looked over his shoulder, the Jedi were all a few paces behind him, the Mirialans pointing their lightsabers at him and Qui-Gon carefully attending a wary Anakin with Padme, the Senator quietly admonishing him for being so foolish. When Skywalker looked sufficiently cowed, Padme stood, her brown eyes narrowed and glaring at the Sith Lord. She began to say something, but Master Yoda pushed to the front of the group, Kenobi's lightsaber held in his hand. Impulsive, Skywalker is, the Master rasped, the lightsaber floating to the Sith, and Obi-Wan wrapped his fingers around it when it landed in his palm. Apologize, I do, for his temper. A Padawan, he still is. They don't make them as they used to, I suppose. The Sith mumbled, an easy smile coming to his lips as he regained complete control. I apologize as well. I shouldn't have lost my temper with a child. I'll show you a child, you son of a bench. Anakin scrambled to his feet, the stub of his metallic hand scraping the floor, and Qui-Gon pulled the teenager to the ground, putting his hand on the boy's chest and laying his full weight down on him. Padme shot him a withering gaze, and Skywalker pouted and gave up trying to escape. I'm sorry, Obi-Wan, the Senator apologized, stepping past Little Master Yoda to stand before the negotiator. Kenobi smiled. No need for apologies, Padme. It was a misunderstanding. I have found that ancient enemies have a great deal of those. Can we not overcome that? The Senator's voice was soft, hopeful, and the Sith smiled, drawing closer to her. He knew Yoda's eyes were on him, watching carefully, and while the Little Master had absolutely no ability to sense Darth Sidious, he knew exactly where to look right now. He had already shown too much that day. Any other use of the Force would have to be quiet and subtle, if used at all. Golden eyes fell on the Jedi, looking over them carefully. Yes, he purred, drawing closer to the Senator. I think we can. I believe the Jedi and the Sith can come to see eye to eye. A bright smile graced Padme's face, and Kenobi laid his hand on the girl's shoulder, drawing her close and whispering something in her ear. The Jedi couldn't hear what it is, but they watched as the woman's face dropped, her eyes widening as her pupils dilated, engulfing the brown of her eyes. The Jedi moved to take the Senator out of the Sith's clutches, but Yoda raised his hand, and they all stopped, looking at the Master as though he had lost it completely. Kenobi let the stunned women go, and bowed deeply to the Jedi. I do hope to see each other again, my Jedi friends. Very, very soon. With that, he turned away from them, commanding Ventress to come, and the Night Sister fell in step next to him. Successful? She asked quietly, far too quiet for the Jedi to hear. The Sith nodded. I need to see Saturn quickly, and then we'll be on our way. Asajj rolled her eyes. You said you wouldn't. Believe me, I need this, or I'm going to be useless on Felucia. I need to be at my best if I'm going to enthrall a Bull Rancor. He shrugged. The dark side demands this of me. Laughing, Ventress shook her head. There could be no helping it, she supposed. The dark side took what it wanted, when it wanted it. Who was she to deny the Force itself? The Jedi watched the Sith and his companion walk away from them, a light, easy laugh coming from the woman, and Luminara's eyes narrowed. They were tense, all of them, except for Yoda and, strangely, Anakin Skywalker. "What did he say to you, Senator Amidala?" Luminara asked softly, but the woman shook her head. "Nothing important." The Mirialan sighed. If the woman would not talk, it was pointless to press further. In time, she would know. "Master Yoda," the Mirialan whispered. "What did Obi Wan do to her?" "Use the Force," he did not. Luminara frowned. Force or not, it clearly wasn't good. Anakin slowly stood, his master having released him, and picked up his severed hand with a groan, trying to line up the cut to see if the hand would still move when it received the sparking pulses of the severed wires. It didn't, and he hung his head, sighing. "I hope this thing wasn't expensive." "It's only a state-of-the-art piece of technology," Qui-Gon growled. "Don't worry about it off. You can work it off." Anakin ignored him, looking at the little Master Yoda, the creature's eyes closed in concentration. "Master." The Grand Master's ears angled up toward the Padawan. "Was that what you were looking for?" The eyes of the Masters shot to Yoda, then to Anakin, then back to the softly smiling ancient being, his stick clutched lightly in his hand, and he nodded. "Seen the Sith Lord, I have. Obi Wan, he is, but a Jedi, he will never again be. Sith, he is. Save him, you cannot." "Master," Qui-Gon said almost desperately, kneeling before the tiny Jedi. "We have to try. I have to try, he's..." Yoda jabbed the end of his stick against the center of Qui-Gon's chest. "Only the dark side, there is, in Obi Wan. From this path, he must turn himself. No power, do you have over him?" Yoda frowned, looking the Master in the eye. "Your Padawan, he is not. His own choice, Obi Wan has made. Blame you, he does, but embrace the dark side, he did. Not you. If we could just arrange to talk to him." The stick poked him hard right at the spot where the ribs met, and Qui-Gon nearly doubled over, coughing and wheezing as he tried to catch the breath that was knocked from him. "No," the Master sternly rasped. "Talking, Obi Wan's power is. The dark side, his ally, but power there is in his words, with the Force, and without." Qui-Gon's eyes narrowed, and Yoda raised his stick threateningly. "Looked into him, I did. Intelligence, there is. Loyalty to the Sith. Power, pain, and rage, there is. But also cruelty. Also murder. Blood there is, on his hands. A killer, Obi Wan has become." Qui-Gon hung his head, despondent blue eyes at the ground, and he didn't object again as bitter resignation settled over him. "Is there nothing we can do?" Luminara asked, kneeling beside her friend and laying a small hand on the broad back. Yoda shut his eyes, and the Masters could feel the presence of the Grand Master all around them. "Meditate on this, I must. Fearsome, this Sith Lord is. Cautious, we must be." Anakin scoffed. "He's scared of you, Master Yoda. He won't do anything when you're around." But the Master shook his head. "Forgot what Ventress said, did you? No fear, does a Sith feel? No fear is there in Obi Wan. Caution and planning, there is. Mistake them not, Anakin, or to Obi Wan, you will fall." Anakin was silent after that, watching the others quietly discuss what had happened. Despite what they had learned that day about the negotiator, the young Skywalker couldn't shake the feeling that they had lost an important battle. The lightsabers clashed furiously, sparks flying as green and purple collided with wrathful frequency, the combatants beyond angry as their eyes narrowed in rage. The blades moved so fast they left trails of colors through the air as the weapons struck and showered sparks around their feet. Despite the impressive nature of the vicious fight, the other Jedi had cleared out quickly, Masters taking their Padawans from the room and knights fleeing in fear. It may have been just a sparring match, but it didn't seem like it when both men were walking dangerously close to the dark side. The training room was empty, save for the 2 combatants and alone, newly selected Padawan, sitting in a chair near the ring and dutifully taking notes. The blades locked, purple over green, and Mace pushed forward, snarling viciously as he looked at the similarly violent face of Quinlan Vos. The days following the Battle of Geonosis and the start of the Clone Wars was sobering, numbing to the entire Jedi Order. But now, the peace delegation was returning from Mandalore with supposed success, and the shock of Obi Wan's survival and betrayal was beginning to wear off. Many Jedi were afraid. Less were called to action, the need for justice filling them with purpose in their hunt for the Sith Lord. But Mace Windu and Quinlan Vos were neither of these things. They were furious. For Mace, it was a matter of personal pride. He was one of the most powerful Jedi in the Order, certainly the greatest duelist, and he had been in charge of coordinating Obi Wan's activities in Sith space during his long-term mission after his knighthood. He had extended contact with the young man, had fought with him often, argued with him always, and yet, not once did he feel the dark side boiling within the boy. Almost worse, it was Mace that had readied young Kenobi for a confrontation with Dooku, a man that Obi Wan had, for a very long time, insisted was Sith. Windu had never believed him when he said so, but just in case, he had gone to the Knight to prepare him for what he may face if it came to combat. The smarter thing would have been to go himself. After all, Dooku and Mace had often tested each other's lightsaber skills, and old as Dooku was, he was vastly talented with a weapon. He never blamed himself, but when Obi-Wan had died, Windu couldn't help but feel that Kenobi should have been better supported for such a dangerous mission, and now, knowing that he was alive, it was clear that many lives could have been spared if only the Masters had listened. Now, another Sith Lord was added to the list, and the betrayal made the Master Jedi absolutely furious. For Quinlan Vos, it was personal. Obi-Wan had been his friend, easily his best in the Order. He and Obi-Wan shared an antagonistic friendship that was born out of vastly different values, and yet, because of their differences, they complemented each other well, far better than they could have ever expected. And right under his nose, Kenobi had fallen to the dark side. The Masters had tried to tell Quinlan it wasn't his doing, but the Kiffer knew better. He was devastated when his friend had died, spending his time drowning the pain in alcohol and women and increasingly dangerous missions, and slowly, the Kiffer came to accept the shocking death of Obi-Wan. His dangerous behavior had continued, but Quinlan just got better at it, opting to bring Obi-Wan's memory with him instead of letting him go. When he heard his friend wasn't dead, but fallen to the dark side, he believed it immediately. Kenobi's death was senseless, pointless, and lost for meaning, but his turn to the Sith felt natural. He couldn't believe he hadn't felt this could have happened. After all, Obi-Wan's powers had grown in their time in Sith space, his obsession with killing the Sith leading him to increasingly reckless behavior to find them. Quinlan had felt a change in Kenobi, yes, but he thought nothing of it. After all, he wasn't one to judge a Jedi for flirting with the dark side, since he did it often enough. But Kenobi. When the shock wore off, he was left angry, not at Obi-Wan, but at himself. For not noticing the darker change, for not feeling the dark side swirling within him, for encouraging behavior that ended up shaping the Sith Lord, for not being there when his friend had fallen. It was self-loathing at its finest, and despite his rage, he didn't hate Obi-Wan, couldn't find it in himself to face him, though he knew he would have to. Obi-Wan probably needed to die, but Quinlan knew he didn't have it in him to do it. The fury consumed both masters, and they recognized it quickly, which led them here, fighting for all they were worth, allowing their beings to teeter dangerously close to the dark side in an effort to purge themselves of their anger, expend their energy and hatred through combat so they may once again find focus. It was weirdly working. Sweat dripped from the masters as they threw everything they had against each other, their feet skidding on the ground as they blocked and dodged and lunged, dust rising from the compacted dirt of the arena, the entire ring scorched with deep, burning lines from deflected saber strikes. The fight had gone on for a long time, and they were both beginning to wear and make mistakes, barely dodging wild, swift strikes, and once or twice, Mace's purple saber had singed through the growling Kiffer's hair. In an instant, Mace struck home with a vicious growl, thrusting the saber up through the other master's stomach, the blade extending out through the howling Kiffer's back, but even then, the wrathful man wasn't stopped. With the last of his strength, he drove his green lightsaber through Mace's back, piercing both Windu's lungs and his own. Their bodies stiffened, and despite the saber's low settings, the pain was burning through them, their fatigue and worn defenses only making it worse. They both dropped to the ground, the sabers deactivating, and the masters coughed, wheezing from pain and exhaustion, and sweat dripping from their faces onto the dust on the ground. Quinlan started laughing, softly at first, but it quickly built into a loud, easy thing that made him even more breathless than before. That was necessary. Mace nodded, but said nothing. I really needed that. You're going to have to fight like that if you are going to kill that Sith. Quinlan scoffed, rising to his feet. That Sith was always better with a lightsaber than me. At my best, I couldn't beat him. I'm better than you, Mace drawled, brushing the dust off his robes and running his hand over his bald head. But you still won that fight. If it was a real duel, I'd be dead. Yes, but so would I. That's still victory. No. No, it isn't. He whistled, and the Padawan in the chair looked up and jumped to her feet, clutching the daytop pad to her chest and running into the ring. Are you listening to this, Ahsoka? The Togruta nodded, smiling brightly. Yes, Master. Oh good. Ignore it. There's no victory in death. The Padawan frowned and opened the daytop pad, drawing a line across the screen, and Mace groaned. Is this how you train Sakura? No. Ayla was an easier temperament than this one. He winked at the Padawan, the young teen grinning with pride, tugging at the beaded chain that hung from her lekku, serving as a substitute for a Padawan braid on her hairless head. Mace just rolled his eyes, clipping his saber onto his belt. Master Yoda should be back from Mandalore by now. I need to confer with him. We'll do this again. Next time, I'm going to shove my saber right up your butt. Be ready for that, sweetheart. Windu just glared at the grinning master, shaking his head as he left the training arena for the council chamber. Ahsoka stood next to her towering master, looking up at him with awe and respect. Quinlan was notorious, and a lot of the initiates, as eager as they were to become Padawans, didn't want to be taken in by a controversial master. Ahsoka, however, wasn't a normal initiate. She was 14 years old, easily the oldest in her group, having failed to be taken in for training several times in the past. It wasn't that she lacked for talent, no, Ahsoka Tano had it in abundance, both in terms of lightsaber skill and force potential, but the girl was arrogant, cocky and stubborn and reckless and impulsive, with a mouth on her that failed to show even the slightest inkling towards respect, the masters had said, and not just once, far more times than she could count. She did try to improve her chances, but as Master Plo was always saying, she was willful, and the knights and masters looking to take on a Padawan were all nervous in the wake of the return of the Sith and Dooku's betrayal. Now, with the legendary Obi Wan Kenobi exposed as a Sith Lord as well, her chances of being chosen had gone from slim to none. Nobody wanted to be the Jedi that trained the next one to fall, the next Sith Lord. Nobody wanted the pain that Qui-Gon Jinn faced every single day. And then there was Quinlan Vos. Ahsoka couldn't believe it when the Kiffer Master had selected her out of the group of younger initiates, especially after her frantic, erratic showing. Nobody else could believe it either. Several masters actually attempted to sway him to another student, but it seemed like their disapproval only made Master Vos more certain of his decision. The Togruta couldn't have been more pleased. After all, one of her earliest memories was of Obi Wan Kenobi, the Sith killer before he became Sith himself, and the young girl had wanted nothing more than to be his Padawan at the time. Now, she didn't know what to feel about Obi Wan. She knew how she was told to feel, that the man was a traitor, a coward, a menace that had to be put down, but when she thought about the man and his reserved, blue eyes and a desire to protect the Jedi from the Sith, all she could feel was sympathy and pity. Not understanding, of course, but she felt bad for him. It was a difficult path he had chosen, and something awful must have happened to turn him from the only home, the only family he had ever known. Her one brief, fleeting encounter with the Sith killer had shaped her, though, filled her with a burning desire to defeat the Sith so the Jedi could once again be safe. She feared that day would never come, but when Quinlan Vos took her hand, she could not have been more pleased. This was her chance, and she stood beside one of the greatest masters in the Order. It felt right. Deep within her, she knew that only a wild, unconventional mess of a Jedi could train her right. After all, the Kiffer had done wonders with Aayla Secura, and she was known to be ridiculously mischievous. Ahsoka Tano would never make it as the Padawan of a great Jedi like Master Windu or Luminara Unduli, but she might do well under the wild and untamed Quinlan Vos. And better yet, it was said that her new master was best friends with Obi Wan Kenobi, her childhood hero and recent enemy of the Jedi Order. This was only her second day as the man's Padawan, so she hadn't had a chance to ask about Kenobi yet, but she would. She imagined that the subject was sensitive, even if the renegade was no longer dead. The idea of a Jedi turned Sith was unsettling at best, and she knew there were many around that wished Obi-Wan had the good sense to lose his life against Dooku instead of joining him. She wasn't sure if Quinlan was one of those people yet. "Well," Quinlan said, smacking the dust off his robes, only to leave dustier handprints in his wake, "second day on the job and you aren't dead yet." "Neither are you, Master." He grinned widely at his slyly smirking learner and laughed, large hand on her back and leading the Togruta out of the ring. "If Yoda's back, so is Ki-Gon and Luminara. I'm sure one of them had the opportunity to slap Kenobi around." He took a deep breath, stretching his arms up towards the vaulted ceiling. "Let's go interrogate them. That's a very important skill for a Jedi, Obi-Wan taught me that." He glowered. "Before he was Sith, Master. It was as good a time as any." The Kiffer looked down at her, his brown eyes affected with a lazy ease. "You were friends with Obi-Wan, right?" Quinlan scoffed. "I am friends with him, Ahsoka. He's just..." He growled, running his hand through his thick, messy hair. "All right, you know how sometimes you have that friend that has a spice addiction? And he can't get off of it, and he's lost everything and meets with his dealers and back allies too, you know." He pointed to his mouth. "Oral sex for drugs. You know." Ahsoka shook her head, blushing. "Oh. Well, you know how you have that friend that gets hooks on death sticks? And you try to stop him, but he ends up in clubs giving lap dances to senators? Right. I don't think I know anyone like that." "Dang it, Ahsoka, all right. You know how you have that friend that can't stop spreading his legs for bad boys." Ahsoka's orange face turned a shade of red and she bit her lower lip, her discomfort going unnoticed by the Master. "And every single time you're out with him, boy walks by, gives him that look, and it's pants down, butt up in the middle of the street. Horribly embarrassing. Tiny bit sexy. Next thing you know, you're buried inside your friend and he won't stop badgering you for sex. Criff fing heck, Master, what sort of people are you hanging out with?" "The wrong kinds, apparently," he mumbled, smirking lazily at the Jedi they passed that were giving the pair very strange looks. "Look, the point is, Obi-Wan is that friend for me. He's a drugged out, lascivious reprobate." "Yes, exactly." Quinlan shrugged. "But his drug of choice is the dark side, and Obi-Wan was never very sexual, but if you're going to join the Sith and not have sex, what's the criff fing point? That's, like, the one thing those passion-obsessed idiots have over the Jedi." The Padawan looked at him curiously. "Master, I have heard that you engage in a great deal of physical passion." "What? Me? The Kiffer shouted, surprised, a hand on his chest and clutching his heart from the shock of the accusation. I would never. Who have you heard this from? Varys, she drawled, and Quinlan clenched his jaw. She says you talk to Master Luminara about everything. She crossed her arms over her tiny chest. I believe her. Yet, you probably should. Voss laughed loudly, nudging his Padawan along. He liked this girl. Those Mirialans are disgustingly trustworthy. Don't believe a word they say. Didn't you just say I should? The point, Ahsoka, is that when you have a friend that is self-destructing in the most fantastic way possible, you can put him out of his misery or just watch as he burns. And I do hate to ruin a guy's fun. You want the Sith to live? No, stupid, I want to put him in a rehabilitation facility. Obi Wan Kenobi was like my brother. I was with him when he got positively wasted and went to bed with 2 beautiful women at once. I was with him when he was nearly killed and eaten by dark side cave ghouls on a Sith world. And I was with him when he began developing the skills that he would eventually use when he became the negotiator. He started to fall with me. Quinlan stopped walking and leaned against a wall, covering the yellow tattoo on his face with his hand. In hindsight, it's so obvious, I must be an idiot to not have seen it. His carefree voice was much quieter now and laden with guilt and concern, and Ahsoka felt a surge of sympathy for the man. She reached out with the Force to touch at his mind, and recoiled when she felt the Kiffer throw up his defenses, blocking her out and looking at her with a cold glare. Her blue eyes widened with hurt. She didn't mean to offend the Master, presumed too much by reaching out to him, and she felt awful. She bit her lip and looked away, letting go of the Force and letting the Master be. She only moved when she felt the Kiffer sigh, his calloused, tanned hand cupping her face and drawing her close, delicately stroking the leku that fell over her shoulder as he touched her with the Force, warm and comforting and apologetic, and Ahsoka sighed, dropping her defenses and letting him in. She felt his presence within him, felt him drop his own defenses and draw her into himself as well, and images from the Kiffer's life flashed through her mind. He had always been rambunctious, much like her, and as he grew, he only got more free-spirited. She saw his many drunken nights, brief flashes of his passions with women, his successful missions, his very few failed ones. But most of all, she saw Obi Wan, the Jedi Knight that the Kiffer had been so close to that the two men had formed a bond through the Force, which was excessively rare to occur between anyone outside of a Master-Padawan relationship. The Jedi philosophy of remaining unattached prevented this from happening, but for Quinlan Vos and Obi Wan Kenobi, 2 Jedi that very much existed outside the confines of the Code, their deep friendship was undeniable. The pain of his friend's death was severe, a Force bond brutally cut that left the Kiffer reeling and lost, driving the man to becoming a functional alcoholic in his absence. And then, the Jedi learned that Kenobi was a Sith, and the pain was replaced by rage, knowing that the man had lived and left his friends and family forever, effectively making the past 6 years of mourning amount to nothing at all. In their shared mental state, Ahsoka felt a connection form between herself and her master, a thin stream of the Force opening between them that, if properly nurtured, could become a mighty river. She could feel it deep within herself. She was a good fit for Quinlan Vos. Ahsoka didn't know she was crying until the Kiffer's thumb wiped tears away from her cheek, and she gasped, looking up at him and shaking her head. I am sorry, Master, I don't apologize. It is sad. You should have seen Qui-Gon. I thought he was going to kill himself. A Jedi wouldn't do that, would they? Quinlan shrugged. We're people too, Ahsoka. Grief does some crap to people, even to the best of Jedi. He smiled, taking his hand from the Padawan's face and lightly punching her thin shoulder. Smirking, the Togruta punched him back, though much harder. Quinlan's grin grew wider. Ahsoka Tano. You're going to be good for me, I think. Quinlan and Ahsoka found the returned Jedi fairly easily. They just had to follow the commotion. The Padawan eyed her master when he very easily followed a path of frustrated Jedi to the infirmary. She suspected that everywhere her master went would be like this. The Kiffer seemed to attract a fair amount of chaos, and he did seem to like it. "Are all your friends this disruptive?" she drawled, and the master smirked. "My best friend is a Sith Lord. What do you think?" Ahsoka shrugged. That did seem to explain it, and without another question, she followed Quinlan into the infirmary. They easily found the Jedi they were looking for and, like a few days earlier, Anakin Skywalker, Jedi Padawan, was laying in a bed with his right hand missing. Quinlan erupted in laughter. "Oh no, Skywalker!" he cried between gasps of helpless laughter. "What happened? Did the negotiator talk your hand off?" "He cut it off, Master Voss." Anakin growled through clenched teeth, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Oh, I bet he did. He must like you, Anakin. This is beginning to seem a bit like foreplay. Or maybe he's just in over his head," Ahsoka drawled next to her master, and Anakin's sharp blue eyes snapped to the newcomer. "Master Voss? What is that?" "That is my new Padawan, Ahsoka Tano." The girl put her hands on her hips, chin raised proudly, and Anakin just smirked. "Really? She seems too old to be just getting started, she must be a reject." "You picked pretty badly, Master." "Badly?" Ahsoka strode forward and glared at the smirking teen. "At least I still have my hands," she drawled, wiggling her fingers. "Sky Guy." "Wait, what did you just call me?" Anakin threw his legs over the edge of the bed and drew up to his full height, chest puffed and looking as impressive as he could, which was admittedly not much with a missing, mechanical hand. "Don't you get snippy with me, I've been a Padawan since I was 9. I've seen real combat, what have you done?" "Well, kept both of my hands, to start." Anakin growled and was quietly shoved back on the bed by Qui-Gon, the quiet master giving him a look that said he had enough with Skywalker's anger for the day. With a huff, Anakin threw himself back, closing his eyes and waiting for his mechanical arm to be repaired. "This is your new Padawan?" Luminara asked, aghast, and the Kiffer grinned broadly. "Sure is. Not much in terms of deference and respect, is she?" "Luminara, why would I want that? The last Jedi I was with that was respectful and uptight turned to the Sith. I need a fierce fighter, and this girl's it." The Mirialan looked the Kiffer over, her chest tight. She was still stressed and strained about what had happened on Mandalore, and Quinlan had refused to go for fear of meeting his old friend. If he was so easily talking about it now, then staying behind must have done him some good. Her own Padawan was now excitedly talking with young Ahsoka. She knew Varys had a friend in the Togruta, but she didn't expect the girl to be this willful. Her own Padawan was so respectful and obedient, that it seemed strange that such different people would be such fast friends. Though, she supposed, a similar relationship existed between Quinlan and Obi Wan before his turn. "How have things been here?" Luminara asked, drawing closer to Quinlan, and the master shrugged easily. "Fine. The Order is preparing for war. The Council is preparing to announce their new Council members. Congratulations on your promotion, by the way, General Luminara." "General?" The woman gasped, shocked, and she grabbed hold of Quinlan's arm, partly to bring him down closer to her, and partly for support. "They made me a general." He nodded. "With your own ship to command, and 7,000 clones to serve under you. That's madness." "I know." He chirped, smiling broadly and his brown eyes seeming to dance with excitement. "Ahsoka and I went to see the fleet this morning. The tranquility is beautiful, you'll like her. We just came back from peace talks. What is the Republic doing assigning us to warships? Well, nobody actually thinks this will work out." He rolled his eyes when Luminara grit her teeth in frustration, her little green hands tightly gripping the folds of her long robe. "It's not just you, Qui-Gon and I are generals as well. We've got ships as well. The Kiffer crossed his arms, grinning. I named mine the Dauntless. Well, at least that's fitting. The woman was silent, and Quinlan carefully cleared his throat, drawing so close to her that her thin body brushed his. How was Mandalore? Bad, Quinlan, if Anakin's hand is any indication. That isn't an indication at all, he's making a habit of losing hands, it would seem. She shook her head and ran her hand over her face. She was suddenly overcome with weariness. The past few hours hadn't seemed real. He ran circles around the senator, and all without use of the Force. Obi Wan got everything he wanted with nearly no effort at all. He even got her to sign a proposal for peace that he wrote before the meeting. Quinlan laughed loudly. Well, that's Obi Wan for you. I told you he'd be dangerous. I never doubted that. Luminara sighed heavily and leaned against the taller Jedi. But he's more dangerous than we realize. Master Yoda said so as well. He got a chance to look within him, Quinlan, and he said he saw only darkness. There is no saving him. Did he look like himself, at least? The Mirialan considered this quietly for a moment before she slowly nodded. He's concealing his Force presence, but, yes. He felt like Obi Wan. He looked like him as well, except for the eyes. She shivered. Master Yoda says he's still Obi Wan, but all that's left is the dark side. It's time to let go. If he's still Obi Wan, then he's still Obi Wan. Quinlan smirked, watching the Mirialan master shake her head in dismay. If he isn't twisted beyond all recognition, then that's good enough for me. A little bit of the dark side never scared away Quinlan Vos. It isn't a little bit of the dark side, Quinn, he's filled with it. There's nothing left but darkness. The Kiffer shrugged. I'll have to see for myself, I suppose. If the peace talks continue, I assume there will be another opportunity to meet with him. And if not? The master inclined his head toward his new Padawan. Little Ahsoka there is untested. The field of battle may be a good place to test her. A battlefield is no place for a Padawan, Quinlan. Maybe not, he purred, drawing her close and looking at the three learners. Skywalker, hopelessly frustrated in his bed as a droid affixed a new arm to him, Ahsoka pointing and laughing and making as much fun of him as she could get away with, and Barriss, between the two and trying to keep the peace. But our Padawans aren't average, are they? No, I suspect they aren't. A faint smile came to the grim Mirialan's lips, and the Kiffer chuckled deeply. I sense greatness in them, Luminara. Just see if they don't come out of this war as legends. Obi-Wan Kenobi was laying lazily over his command chair, his long-fingered hand running through the thick, black hair of the kneeling Jedi Master Ithkoth and laughing uncontrollably as a massive bull rancor raged through entire divisions of hapless battle droids. The hunt on Felucia had been more than successful, though several females of the species had to be killed in order to draw out the mighty male bull rancors, the most fearsome and aggressive of all the varieties of the species. They were much bigger, much more vicious and sported four massive horns on their hard, pale heads, and Kenobi would settle for nothing less. He didn't get one. He got three. When they arrived, the natives had been convinced to tell the Sith Lord that the dangerous bulls could not be captured or tamed, unlike the more docile females or the lesser males. But Obi-Wan Kenobi was a Lord of the Sith, and the Felucians hadn't encountered anyone with his proclivities before. After all, the Felucians didn't need convincing to join the Separatists. The first bull rancor they encountered was mistakenly killed when Kenobi had entered its mind and utterly destroyed it, leaving the beast drooling and docile and devoid of any of the ferocious temperament that the Sith longed for. He had Ventress kill it. A creature that could not serve him was not worth keeping alive. The second one had to die too, but that was more poor timing, the hapless creature getting caught in the full brunt of Kenobi's rage at having to kill the first one. He had killed that one himself, the Sith Lord expending his pent-up wrath on the ferocious creature in a fight that was hardly more than a predator playing with prey that didn't know it was about to be eaten. The burned, bloody rancor didn't die until the red lightsaber sunk slowly into its large, black eye, the Sith shivering as he felt the rush of the dark side as the life left the apex predator. But the next three, those he captured. The creatures hadn't needed a terrible amount of pressure to submit to his will, as he had learned from his mistake with the first one, and it only took moments to subdue the massive beasts, bringing the snarling, growling creatures to lay prone at his feet, almost seeming to purr when he placed his hand on their massive heads. He had to arrange for massive transports courtesy of the local Confederate leadership to bring the beasts back to his ship, which they had happily done for their commander. After all, they all knew of the negotiator's reputation, and the man had 3 new pets that they were quite a bit terrified of. The planet didn't have much in terms of highly aggressive species, but Kenobi made sure to grab about 24 Felucian Rippers, a particularly dangerous species of aerial hunter that he planned to use against the clones. And all of these creatures were now running free aboard the negotiator. You know, Ventress drawled from a chair close to Kenobi's, so far, in this war, the greatest reason for the destruction of Confederate forces is you. Obi Wan scoffed. I'm not doing anything, it's the rancor. He chuckled maniacally as the savage beast raged across the large room, stopping and shaking its massive horned head when it came too close to a wall, and then it changed its path, returning to the destruction of the standard battle droids, as per his master's wishes. Kenobi didn't want his ship hurt. I feel like it stops being the rancor's fault when you're the pilot. Nonsense, my dear. The rancor has its mind. It just knows who its master is. The long fingers gripped tightly in the black hair, and the Jedi on the ground gasped in a mix of pain and pleasure. Isn't that right, Eth? The Jedi didn't answer. He just groaned and stroked at the Sith's leg, kissed at his soft, black boots, and Kenobi grinned. See? Even the Jedi knows it. Ventress huffed, crossing her arms and looking as cross as she was able. Dooku is going to be so angry with you, she growled, and Kenobi rolled his eyes. For destroying his useless droids? Sweetie, I have been using them as practice for months. He gave up trying to lecture me a while ago. That was before the war. That was before I had 3 pet bull rancors. He grinned, using the force to bring a glass of expensive liquor to his hand. I think these are worth a great deal more than some useless droids. I'm keeping the good ones locked up anyway, he can't be too angry. The circular hollow table behind them began beeping with an incoming transmission, and the droids on the control deck answered the call before Kenobi could command them not to. The Sith closed his eyes when he heard Dooku's deep voice begin speaking to the droids, the chattering monotone of the mechanicals requesting aid to deal with the beasts on the ship. That particular droid found itself lifted into the air, its voice box wailing as it twisted unnaturally and was quickly crushed in a shower of sparks and groaning metal. With a sigh, Kenobi rose from his chair, tapping the Jedi on his horned head, and he sauntered to the hollow table, his Zabrak slave clothes on his heels. Disregard that request, Dooku, everything's fine. Dooku frowned, glaring at the cocky Sith, that insufferable smirk on his lips, and Tyrannus felt himself burn. Kenobi didn't seem to take anything seriously, and, like the lord that he was, he seemed to have a complete disregard for expensive equipment. He didn't need to take finances into account. Kenobi believed that everything was his to do with as he liked. Really? Your command droid doesn't seem fine. I know, it broke. I wonder how that happened. Dooku uttered a long-suffering groan and covered his eyes. Honestly, the T-Series tactical are so unreliable. Wasn't the Techno-Union going to make us some more advanced models? They are, Kenobi, but you and Grievous aren't getting any, since you have such a disregard for expensive equipment. Wait, no, Grievous has the best ship in the fleet. And he's well supplied with commando droids and Magna Guard. I would be so much happier if I had his arsenal. There was a deafening roar, Dooku wincing as he heard it, and glaring at the Sith when 5 battle droids soared over his head. Kenobi smiled sheepishly. This is why you don't have nice things, Dooku growled. What was that? My rancor. You didn't. They're friendly. More battle droids soared overhead, these ones in pieces. I promise. They. Dooku crossed his arms. Do you have more than one rancor on that ship? No. Another roar, and Dooku grit his teeth. Maybe 3. Tyrannus shook his head and sighed. It was best to ignore this. I need you on Christophsis. Kenobi yawned and pulled up the galaxy map, entering the coordinates for the planet and looking up the data he had on it. Ooh, undeclared crystalline world, Obi Wan purred, looking at the images he had on file of the large formations on the planet's surface. You want it brought into the Confederacy. Secretly, if you can, Dooku drawled, holding up his data pad. I got your peace proposal, and I will bring it to the attention of the Council tomorrow, but for our master's plan to work, we need the planet secured. He's going to send forces to liberate it from us as soon as he hears that you have taken it. Kenobi nodded and sent the coordinates for Christophsis to the Dreadnought's navigation, and a low rumbling indicated that the massive engines had powered up. No conflict, then? Not when you get there. There is a Republic relief effort there right now. The miners on the planet are working in terrible conditions and are subjected to slavery. A senator from Alderaan is leading the effort to help. Kenobi smirked. Might be worth it to find him as well. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Nothing like undermining a peace effort to start the day. He yawned, reaching behind him when the rancor roared again and used the force to subdue the creature, the massive beast growling submissively and laying on the ground. The Jedi Master next to him also dropped to his knees. How is our master going to pull this off? There's a ceasefire in effect until the negotiations are over. We're going to blockade the planet. It will look like an invasion, and they have a senator in the capital. He will obviously not be allowed to leave. Kenobi nodded. I see what he's doing. Anything else? More than you know. Dooku dropped into a chair, the hologram wavering as the ship picked up speed, and for a moment, the Count looked weary. Dooku never truly looked his age, but now, it showed. Kenobi bit his lip and took out his data pad. Tell me what you need. The Count looked up, glaring at the other Sith Lord, but Kenobi was sincere. His eyes narrowed. What are you playing at, Obi Wan? Nothing. I know that messing with you is my prerogative, but this war is our master's work. I wouldn't disrupt his plans, and that means working with you. Tell me what you need. Strategic systems are contested territory, Dooku began after a long pause, a faint smile on his lips as Kenobi began scrawling on the data pad. It was rare for the younger Sith to be cooperative, and he was going to take advantage of this while he could. Christophsis, the Relith system, and the Toydaria system are key points that we must secure if we are to ensure that the war goes as planned. The Confederacy will be crushed if we cannot secure these points early. Kenobi nodded, but said nothing, quickly writing. We also need to gain control of Hutt space. If we do, we will control most of the hyperspace lanes in the Outer Rim. We can bottleneck the Republic forces if we can secure Hutt cooperation. Obi-Wan repressed a laugh. So, what I'm understanding is that you want me to enter negotiations with two species that are notoriously resistant to the Force. Dooku shrugged. I saw what you did to Senator Amidala in a containment field, and you have boasted about being able to break Hutts and Toydarians in the past. I can, he growled, dropping the data pad on the table. The problem is that the intrusion is often violent. He yawned. The last time I compelled a Hutt, the creature was left slightly brain-dead. Dooku groaned. Tell me, Kenobi, how do you leave anything slightly brain-dead? The younger Sith opened his mouth to answer, but the Count shook his head. Never mind, don't answer that. This was before you started learning from the holocron, so you should be able to accomplish this with a gentler touch. Yes. Yes, I suppose, Kenobi sighed. I can have this done by the end of the week. I'm assuming our master will have discredited Amidala and made the peace talks fall through by then, yes. If you secure Christophsis for us first, then absolutely. The Republic will be forced into military action to extract their senator, and the Jedi will be compelled to liberate a supposedly invaded planet. Jedi. The Sith's hand winded in Master Koth's hair, the man groaning pitifully under the influence of the Sith Lord. He had long since given up resisting. I need to be on Christophsis when the fighting breaks out if the Jedi are going to be there. I need a new plaything. Why, Dooku drawled. You haven't done anything with your old one. Yes I have. Kenobi growled, offended. I've been preparing to release him from my control. He's going back to the Jedi, aren't you, pet? The master leaned against the Sith's leg, clutching at his robes tightly with an almost desperate abandon. You're going to just let him go? Dooku asked, eyebrow raised. Why? There are better ways to send a message to the Jedi. I agree, but there aren't many better ways to raid the Holocron Vault. Do try to pay attention. Dooku scoffed and rolled his eyes, and the other Sith just grinned. Once he's back in the temple, he's going to bring us the Sith holocrons the Jedi keep. Sure, he'll probably die in the process, but he's expended his use to me anyway. It'll never work, Dooku drawled. The Jedi will sense dark side corruption in him. They'll never let him back in the Order. Kenobi shrugged carelessly. Who cares if it doesn't work? I need to test how far my control extends, and this is the best way to do it. He pet the Zabrak's head. Would you like that, Eth? Your master needs you. The Jedi whimpered desperately, clinging to the Sith like he was all that mattered. I win regardless, he drawled to Dooku. Either we get the holocrons, or the Jedi will be forced to kill one of their own. No matter the outcome, the Jedi will begin to see Sith within their own ranks, and their lack of unity will make them weak. And what about him? The Count drawled, pointing to the enthralled Jedi. Oh, he needs to die. Kenobi glared at the Jedi clinging to him and looking up at him with unfocused, clouded eyes. He's no more use to me. I can only use him once, and if the Jedi don't kill him, I will. I haven't killed a Jedi since I fell, I'm starting to get itchy. You have had several opportunities for it, Kenobi. Yes, but I want them to beg for it. He tilted the Jedi's face up, a lazy smile on his lips. It would greatly please me if I got to kill you, Eth. Would you like that? The Jedi whimpered softly, wavering for a moment before clutching at the Sith's hand. Yes, Master. There isn't a single thought in that head of yours, is there? Kenobi purred, reaching into his mind and finding no resistance, no will, no desire but his own. I do hope you haven't removed my apprentice's brain as you have done to this Jedi, the Count droned, rolling his eyes when Kenobi gently cooed to his captive as if her were a treasured pet. Of course not, I love Ventress. She is with you, then. Kenobi looked over the hologram. The Count was not pleased. Yes. Really? The tone was harsh, much colder than Obi Wan had heard the man in a while, and he looked back to where Ventress was sitting, the woman trying to sink into the chair she was seated in. She didn't tell me where she was going. Of course she didn't. I just took her. Kenobi laughed loudly when Asajj shot him a grateful look. I didn't give her a choice. I've told you 1,000 times, Kenobi. The Count shouted, rising from his seat, and Obi-Wan quickly punched in the hyperspace coordinates, smirking as the ship's hyperdrive engaged with a low, escalating whine. Stop taking my things. If you... The hologram cut as the ship shot forward into hyperspace, the blue and white lines streaking around the viewport. Ventress groaned loudly and slumped in her seat, tensing for a moment when the Sith's strong hands grabbed her shoulders and began kneading into the lean muscle, and she quickly relaxed. He's going to kill me. That seems likely, yes. You told me he didn't care. I didn't think he would. She snarled. He destroyed me last night, he said I'd never amount to anything. He said I was useless. Well, you are as a Sith. He's still trying to train you as one, it would seem. What do I do? Kenobi smirked and leaned over to kiss her cheek. Leave this one to me, my dear. Christophsis was beautiful, the city built into huge, crystalline formations that rose out of the ground, the city bustling with activity. Things didn't look too bad here, and Kenobi couldn't help but wonder exactly what the planet needed in terms of aid. He closed his eyes, reached out into the Force, his consciousness leaving him and entering into the planet, feeling the rush of the civilians, the pulse of life within the city, and the suffering of countless below the surface as they toiled in the mines. There it was. Kenobi opened his eyes, his sharp yellow eyes taking quick stock of the city. On closer inspection, many of the people appeared to be refugees, and as he walked, camps and aid stations had been set up inside allies all over the busy city. On the surface, it appeared to be thriving, but there was suffering here, and Obi Wan couldn't help but wonder how a senator ended up getting permission to be here, given how close it was to the Kurenaino run. Its proximity to the hyperlane made it an ideal target for the Republic and the Confederacy alike, but perhaps that was part of Sidious's plan. It certainly made it easy to spark violence here. The government building was easy to find, as it sat in the middle of the city in a perfectly gargantuan ice green crystal, the beautiful structure hollowed out to transform it into an elegant, elaborate building of office. He gained admittance easily, and with the assistance of a very helpful aide, Kenobi was granted admittance to the room where the leaders of the city met. Kenobi grinned, lowering his hood when he walked in on a frustrated human arguing over something or another with the group of 5 very wealthy humans, a Rodian, and Kurenaino, all of them looking at the finely dressed man with disdain. He recognized the group's antagonist. It was Prince Bail Organa of Alderaan, and it seemed he was the senator sent to offer aid. It was perfect. The Sith Lord cleared his throat, and all eyes shifted to him, the ruling council scoffing with superiority, but Organa's eyes widened in recognition. "Why, Yuri the negotiator," the prince breathed, and the others suddenly tensed, their presence in the Force slipping from pointless arrogance to distinct concern. Kenobi bowed deeply. "Gentlemen. Good evening." He flexed his fingers by his side. "I thought we had an appointment, did you forget?" They all looked at each other, and Obi-Wan clicked his tongue, one hand to his cheek as he pointed to the Kurenaino, his long mouth hanging slightly open under the Sith's gaze. "I spoke to you about it, how could you forget?" I apologize," the creature said, bowing his head and trembling ever so slightly. Kenobi closed his eyes and crossed his arms, feeling the nervous looks of the council, and the curious, questioning gaze of Senator Organa. "It's fine if you aren't committed to the Confederacy, but I came all this way from Raxus because you wished to join us." The council seemed to wither under the intense stare of the negotiator, and Bail looked almost accusingly at the young, blonde man dressed in black. "Wait, this is the first I've heard that Christophsis..." The words caught in his throat and his eyes widened as golden yellow eyes fell on him and a sweet, compelling voice gently purred, Now, Senator. Please, have a seat, I'll be with you in a moment." Bail slowly sat, even though he did not want to. His body was moving on its own, and though he tried to speak to object, he found his mouth forcefully closed. Smiling gently, the negotiator patted him on the cheek. "There's a good boy." Kenobi looked around the room, carefully observing the seated men, quickly running through their minds to find one of them, a thin, gaunt human male, as the one that held the most sway, the most influence over the group. "You must remember discussing this. Your fellow," he drawled, pointing at the Kurenaino, "assured me that it was your idea, and you all agreed to it. I wouldn't be here otherwise." The man began to talk, but he was swiftly silenced as memories of the event in question slowly filtered through his mind, memories he didn't know he had. He felt dizzy, like he had too much to drink, and the entire room seemed to shift, the gold of the negotiator's eyes like fixed pinpoints in his hazy vision. "I remember, yes. He looked to his fellows and found them looking as dazed as he felt, the others slowly nodding and quietly agreeing. "Apologies, my lord, we thought the meeting was later." "Oh!" Kenobi cried, biting his lip and looking at his data pad, quickly scrolling through the device before he found what he was looking for and laughed. "Oh, you are right. It wasn't supposed to be for another hour." With a smirk, he slid the device across the table to the slightly swaying men. "But since I am here..." Obi Wan didn't need to finish. In turn, they all signed the article of succession, none of the men even looking at the device as they scrawled their names across its surface. Bail Organa looked on with wide eyes. He didn't understand what was happening, but something was very wrong. He moved, bucking against the invisible restraints that held him as the negotiator observed the data pad, smirking with satisfaction, and put it back into the folds of his robes after fiddling with it for a moment. With a smile, Obi-Wan smoothly drawled, "All of you. Out." All the men in the room rose and began heading toward the door, the Sith going to sit in the largest chair at the table, leaning back and making himself as comfortable as he could. "Except for you, Prince of Alderaan." Bail froze mid-step. "You stay." Against his will, the dark-haired man shuffled to a seat across from the man, sitting and looking away, and he could feel a weight lift off him, breathing deeply when his chest felt lighter. They said nothing for a very long time. Bail just looked at him, the mighty negotiator, and tried to put together the things he had just seen. Nothing that had just happened made any sense at all. The greedy men he was trying to reason with seemed so certain that they could make the Republic and the Confederacy engage in a bidding war for their support, so they couldn't have made a deal like that for what seemed to be nothing, could they? He started to feel the beginnings of a headache forming behind his eyes. It had been a long day. "Padme always spoke highly of you, Bail," Kenobi said softly, smiling when the man's dark eyes shot to him and narrowed. "I think I've heard enough about you for a lifetime, Kenobi." The Sith Lord grinned, and it only served to further anger the senator. "I'm flattered you remember me." "Don't be." "I wouldn't have, but Padme spent a great deal of time reminding me." Organa hissed, bringing his hand to his temple as it slowly throbbed with pain. The negotiator leaned in toward him, golden eyes narrowing. "There's so much anger in you," Kenobi drawled. "And all toward me. I've done nothing to earn this." "So why?" The senator said nothing, and Kenobi chuckled. "Why? Be because of Padme," Organa said hesitantly, and he nearly bit his tongue. He didn't want to say that, and certainly not to the former Jedi before him. "So why did he?" "Your lover." Organa scoffed in disgust. "Never. Padme is like a sister to me." "And you?" He growled, fists balling as he tried to silence himself, but he could not. "What has she told you about me?" "Everything." Kenobi smirked. "Oh? Did she tell you I was a Jedi?" "Yes." "Her Jedi protector." "But she said you died." His eyes narrowed. And then came back. "From a certain point of view, yes." He smiled, increasing his pressure on Organa's mind and watched him wince, bringing both hands up to rub his temples. "But where is the anger coming from?" Organa shook his head, trying to clear it. "When you delivered your proposal," he said, his voice shaking under the pain of his headache, "Padme lost it. She confessed to me that she had loved you once." "Did she?" Obi-Wan looked away, his mind mulling the information over. The look he got within Senator Amidala's mind was brief, cursory at best for fear of revealing himself to Yoda. But this, if this was true, his master needed to know. Sidious was looking to discredit the senator, since Amidala had been a constant thorn in his side. He had laid the groundwork with the meeting the other day, but it would not be enough. This would be an emotional connection to the Separatists' negotiator would discredit her completely, at least for a time. And Kenobi smirked, watching as the man grew more and more angry. It was true that the man saw young Padme as a sister, and now, faced with a man that the girl had expressed interest in, Organa reacted as any older, protective sibling would. I spent the last 2 days listening to her pine. I urged her not to go, but she had to see you. I hate seeing her like that, something flashed in Organa's dark eyes, and Kenobi grinned. You think I made her a woman? The senator snarled, and Obi Wan knew he hit the mark. It was a very long time ago, but... The prince growled, rising from his seat in the heat of his anger, and Obi Wan grinned, fingers splayed, and forced the man back into his chair hard. Now, the Sith drawled, rising from his seat and coming to stand before the senator. No need to be uncivil. I think you can be of use to me. He put a long finger on the man's forehead, smirking and golden eyes glinting. Show me everything. And then there was nothing but pain, the dull pulsing in his head becoming agonizing, so intense he had to shut his eyes. And then, the pain suddenly stopped, replaced by the feeling of cold, rushing water that seemed to flow easily through his head to chill his fevered brain. It was refreshing, a great relief, and as his body relaxed, a warm, tingling feeling started in the very heart of him, spreading until his every nerve was sending jolts of euphoria through him. It wasn't so bad. Desired, even, and though his thinking slowed, his vision becoming hazy, his hearing muffled, he welcomed the sensation. The information wasn't much, but it was something Kenobi could use. He was right to have been so physical with Padme, and he quietly congratulated himself on his parting words to the girl. Given the memories Bail was so thoughtfully sharing with him, it could very well set her into a frenzy, which had been the intent. He just didn't know how successful it was shaping up to be. But there was little he could do about Padme right now, just collect the prince's memories of long, advising talks, watching the girl suffer with grief for a loss she never truly had, and recently go to him for advice, aching and lustful, when she discovered her Jedi protector had lived. Obi-Wan couldn't do anything with this information, but Sidious certainly could, and he had already sowed seeds of doubt in the prince's mind in regards to his precious Padme. It was enough. Bail, he purred, smirking in delight when unfocused eyes turned on him and narrowed slightly. Kenobi was in his mind, yes, but he was not an overwhelming presence. It wouldn't serve to destroy the senator when Palpatine could use him. He just needed to alter a few things. Remember for me, if you will, what happened here. You made them sign the Articles of Succession. You must have. I don't know what you're talking about, the Sith drawled, the force behind his words, and Organa sucked in a sharp breath, his already unfocused eyes clouding over as Kenobi carefully altered the man's memory. It was an easy thing to do with those who were not force sensitive, even if the effect was only temporary on the strong-willed and intelligent. It would be enough. There was no treaty here. There, wait, I thought. You were mistaken. Organa shook his head, trying to clear the haze, but it only made it worse. I was mistaken. But you weren't wrong about the planet needing relief. Those awful separatists have blockaded the planet. Aid will not come to you or your refugees. Kenobi smiled as the shadow of worry passed over the man's face. They have brought an invasion force. We cannot stand for this. No, you can't. Kenobi cried mockingly, but the derisive tone was lost on the prince. The Republic can send you reinforcements, though. The separatists have broken the ceasefire by invading an undeclared planet. The command was given, and Bail Organa rose from his seat and dashed out of the room, leaving Obi-Wan to drop back into his seat and grab his comlink. He stared at it for a long while. He wanted to contact his master, but knew he could not. The channel was not nearly secure enough, and the man was most likely not able to take his call anyway. Sidious had warned him about the limited contact, but now, more than ever, Darth Loomis missed the presence of his master. Instead, he sent the call to the negotiator, a genuine smile on his lips when Asajj Ventress answered the call instead of one of the many command droids on the bridge. But Asajj didn't look happy. Kenobi. She snarled, her pale eyes narrowing when the man just grinned wider. You didn't put the rancor away. What? Yes, I did. He didn't. Well, he did, but he had left the largest one out. He liked that one best. No, you didn't. She hissed, looking over her shoulder. It was sleeping before, but it just woke up and it's hungry. Asajj. Come now, he's not a droid. It's starting to eat the rippers you brought up from Felucia. That got his attention. Well, stop him, Asajj. Sith hells, you'd think that would go without saying. I need those things, they're going to eat the clones. She crossed her arms, her face expressionless. And how am I supposed to stop that thing? If you kill my rancor. Without killing it. Kenobi, I can't do what you do. Of course you can, you're a Night Sister. Don't your people have a history of controlling the rancor? I mean, they're native to Dathomir. He scoffed, rolling his eyes. Honestly, have some respect for your history. I was a slave, Kenobi. I didn't grow up among my people, this isn't in our genetics, we have to learn. Well, what's wrong with you then? You watched me tame them, you saw how to do it. Are you really comparing me to you, O great and mighty Lord of the Sith? Kenobi groaned and rubbed his temples. This is why I'll never have a student, you are all far too dim-witted. You'll never have an apprentice because you don't have students, you have friends. Kenobi looked up at the woman, her eyes narrowed, but a faint smile on her lips. Really, what kind of Sith are you? The best kind. He tapped his finger on the table. I need you to contact the Invincible and tell Admiral Trench to enforce the blockade and send his troops down to occupy the planet. Asajj rolled her eyes. I hate that spider. As do I, which is why you're doing it. Ventress uttered a string of quiet curses, and Kenobi laughed, leaning back in the chair. I'll be up shortly to put the rancor away, and then you're coming back down with me. A slight, cruel face graced his fine features. Prepare for battle, Asajj. The Jedi are coming. The timing was awful. The Jedi Council had just come to call. Many masters of great power and renown were present to hear who had been elected to sit upon the council in place of their fallen or departed comrades. They had only just gotten started when they were interrupted by a frantic Chancellor Palpatine, his thin, breathless wheeze informing them of the atrocity on Christophsis, the breaking of the temporary truce in light of the peace they were attempting to forge. And worse, Bail Organa, Prince of Alderaan, was trapped on the planet and barely making do under the vicious separatist bombardments. The planet was blockaded, and there was no hope of breaking it without the support of the Republic Army. Obviously, this could not be allowed to stand. The separatists were cruel, vicious, with no intent on seriously considering peace as an option. They needed to be stopped, and they needed the Jedi. Quinlan and Qui-Gon quickly volunteered for the mission, grabbing their Padawans and leaving the chambers as quickly as they were able. The two of them stood no chance at being put on the council, so their attendance was completely pointless, and neither cared much for formalities. Anakin was of a similar mind with his master, but Ahsoka made her displeasure known. She hadn't spent much time with the council, despite being close to Master Plo, and just being there was a great honor for her. She couldn't understand how her master had been so eager to get out. They headed directly to the shipyard, not bothering to stop by their rooms to pick anything up. Their lightsabers were always on hand, and they figured they needed little else, since the massive star destroyers they would be taking had everything they needed. The two massive ships, Qui-Gon's Resolute and Quinlan's Dauntless, stood next to each other in the shipyard, thousands of clones marching in perfect order up the boarding ramps and into the hold of the ships while hundreds of droids were running final maintenance checks and loading the arsenal that would be needed for combat. Both ships were ready, and with a quick chat with a clone in orange-streaked armor, Quinlan and his Padawan followed Jyn and Skywalker onto the Resolute. It was not long after that the ships were on their way down the Corellian run toward Christophsis, and Anakin sighed, looking around the bridge at the identical men that manned the controls, and the Jedi Master and Padawan that were gleefully spinning in circles on the command chairs. Anakin was glad to be out of the temple, to be sure, but Quinlan Vos and Padawan Tano were taking it to a whole different level. "You know, Snips," he drawled, and the little Togruta tensed, glaring at him. "This isn't a field trip. It's a battleground." "It's a relief effort, Anakin," Qui-Gon said softly, the Master standing at the bridge with his hands clenched tightly behind his back as he gazed out the viewport. "We're here to bring the supplies that the Senator requested and then get him out of there. We can deal with the Separatists if we're going to clear them off the planet." Quinlan cried, spinning in his chair, and Qui-Gon hung his head. "They've broken the ceasefire, and it's not like we wanted that peace deal. I mean, a Sith made it. We're better off throwing it to the wind and letting darling Obi Wan try again. Saving lives comes before destroying ships, Quinlan," Qui-Gon sighed. It was almost pointless to argue with the man, but, as the senior Jedi, he felt it his duty. The two Padawans were reckless enough as it was. Anakin sighed and looked at the radar readings. 3 Republic cruisers laden with food and medical supplies flew beside the Star Destroyers in the hyper lane. Even after all that had transpired, even after the nasty business with the Sith, the Jedi, first and foremost, stood for peace and saving lives. He could feel his chest swell with pride for the order he served and took solace in the fact that this war would be fought primarily against mechanicals, and it felt good to know that he was on the side that was taking the least lives. After all, the Jedi fought to preserve life. The Sith fought to end it. "How are we supposed to get past the blockade, Master?" Skywalker asked, coming to stand beside stoic Qui-Gon. A faint smile came to the old Master's face, small and slightly mischievous, and for a moment, the Jedi looked just as he did when he found Anakin 10 long years ago. "We may have a plan." Those dark blue eyes drifted to Anakin, and the Padawan grinned broadly. "We have a stealth ship, Anakin. A prototype. And you're going to fly it." "I don't get it." Ahsoka wailed, throwing her arms in the air as she paced in the tight corridor of the ship. "How come he gets to fly this thing?" "I told you, Snips." Anakin laughed, his hands running over the controls as he deftly powered the ship on, breathing as one with the thrum of the engines like he was born to it. "There isn't a pilot better than me. Anywhere." "You are so modest." Ahsoka shrugged. "But, I suppose you must feel some kind of kinship with ships, Sky Guy, since you're part machine yourself." "That isn't funny, it's a battle wound. I'm a veteran and a survivor of 2 Sith attacks." The Togruta chortled. "I thought they were mighty battles." "He just attacked you now." "I was ambushed." "You change this story all the time," she drawled, smirking as the other Padawan's hands tightly gripped the yoke as he lifted the ship into the air and engaged the stealth drive. "Master Quinlan never lost a hand, and he's been in lots of fights." "Never with a Sith, Ahsoka," the Kiffer said from his seat behind the co-pilot's seat. The Togruta sniffled. "Well, Master Qui-Gon fought 2 Sith, and he's still got all his hands." "Well, Master Qui-Gon's just better than me, okay." Anakin jammed the controls forward and the ship sped away from the Resolute toward the massive might of the Separatist blockade, the young Ahsoka nearly being flung back through the halls with the suddenness of it, but she managed to grab hold of the back of Quinlan's seat. The clone in the co-pilot's seat couldn't help but laugh, his blue-trimmed armor distinguishing him from his millions of identical brothers. Anakin decided he liked this one. They had left Qui-Gon behind on the Resolute. It's not that they wanted to, but the old master had insisted they keep a Jedi commander in the air if it became necessary to engage with the Separatist fleet. As the stealth ship drew closer, it was becoming increasingly apparent that they would. The entire fleet was primed and ready for combat, and while they were not actively pursuing the nearby Republic ships, debris in the surrounding space indicated that they had opened fire earlier. The Jedi were uncertain if they were the first on the scene, but they suspected not. The image of Qui-Gon appeared on the small hollow disc that sat in the center of the control console, his arms crossed and face pensive. "Remember, Anakin," he said sternly, "our top priority is getting you through the blockade. There should be enough relief supplies on the ship to at least get Senator Organa through the day. Is this stealth thing going to work?" Anakin asked, and Qui-Gon shrugged. "That's why you're the pilot. If anything goes wrong, I'm fairly certain you can still navigate through that mess. I have the fleet on standby to cover you." I wouldn't if I were you, Qui-Gon," Quinlan drawled, leaning out to look through the viewport as they quickly approached the Separatist blockade. "That dreadnought over there is going to be a problem." Qui-Gon frowned. "Why, do you know the ship?" "No, but I know who she belongs to." He pointed at the markings on the massive ship as they flew closer, the two Padawans holding their breath as they came uncomfortably close to the ship's large, imposing broadside laser cannons. The ships did nothing. The Separatists couldn't see them. "That's the insignia of Admiral Trench." "Never heard of him," Ahsoka muttered, but Anakin nodded. "I have. I thought he died." "Not yet." The stealth ship glided past the Separatist fleet, and soon enough, they were on the other side of the blockade. Anakin held his breath. He felt something in the Force, and his hands gripped the yoke tighter. Seconds later, the dreadnought launched several small starfighters, accompanied by slightly larger vulture droids, the combat-ready ships blazing toward them as full speed. Anakin didn't move the controls, despite protests from Quinlan and Ahsoka, the two Jedi looking nervously from the radar to the viewport. A moment later, the fighters shrieked past them, flying toward the planet down below. "Master, they're attacking the planet," Anakin said, his chest tight as he quickly took inventory of his assets. "We must have troops on the ground, or they're trying to kill the Senator, or something." Qui-Gon nodded. "We can begin an attack on the fleet, if you think that will stop the raids, but I'm reluctant to do so. I'm familiarizing myself with this Admiral Trench's history, and well, it's not good. He's dangerous, and he's holding his position, and our fleet is much smaller. It seems like he's trying to goad us into action." Anakin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, reaching out with the Force and feeling the thrum of the ship, the concern of the other Jedi, the fear of the Senator far down on the planet below. Something had to be done. "He's trying to lure us to attack by attacking the planet," Anakin muttered, wheeling the ship around, pointing the thin nose at the Invincible. "Let's give him what he wants." He cut the hologram when it looked like Qui-Gon would object, and he could hear Quinlan behind him quietly telling his Padawan to fasten her safety restraints. "We're going to fire on that dreadnought, Rex," Skywalker told the clone next to him, eyes narrowing in concentration. "Sir," the clone said, apprehensive, "firing the weapons will take us out of stealth. It kills our advantage." "I disagree." The clone looked back to General Voss, and the Kiffer nodded his head. "Do as he says." The clone sighed, prepping the system and readying the weapons. "I hope you know what you're doing, sir." "Yeah, me too." Without another word, Anakin fired, the ship's perfect stealth fading away to reveal the long needle-shaped ship, the missiles seeking the vulture droids that were flying from the dreadnought toward Christophsis. They hit their mark, the droid ships exploding in a burst of flames and shrapnel. They had the dreadnought's attention, the massive ship opening fire on the little ship, and Anakin expertly navigated the crossing lasers, bringing the ship safely through the volley. "Ready our flares, Rex, and get us back into stealth." The clone nodded and didn't say a word, and Anakin smiled appreciatively. They were born and bred for battle, yes, and while they were made to follow the orders of their commanders, Skywalker was used to taking orders, not giving them. But Rex followed orders, and he did it quickly and well. "Sir," Rex said sharply. "The dreadnought is firing heat-seeking missiles." Skywalker smiled. He knew this would happen. He felt it. "Get ready to fire the flares, Rex." How long before we're back into stealth? 10 seconds, sir. Skywalker nodded, thrusting the acceleration forward, the long ship screeching as it tore through space, the missiles on their tail. Moments before the stealth drive engaged, Anakin told Rex to deploy the flares, and the ship went invisible, the dreadnought's missiles seeking and destroying the superheated flares that the clone had released. The ship rocked in space from the explosions, but they were not damaged. Qui-Gon appeared on the hollow disc, his noble face worried, his eyes frantic, and his breath ragged. Anakin, stop. What are you doing? If they lose their fleet leadership, they will lose this battle, Anakin said, his teeth grit as he banked the ship around, a fair distance from the blockade. This trench guy is dangerous, right? Extremely so, Anakin, please, don't. Then we want him focusing on us instead of the people on the planet, right? He hissed as the dreadnought fired on their last seen position, and Skywalker deftly avoided the lasers, the ship spinning and weaving out of the way and coming out of the volley unscathed. Sir, Rex said softly. There's a message coming through on the open comm channel. Anakin frowned. The only one that could possibly be using the open channel right now was someone in the separatist fleets, since the Republic was using their own encrypted channel. It had to be Trench. The Padawan frowned. He was not equipped to deal with it. He knew the Admiral would only be goading him, and Anakin knew himself, knew that he was impulsive enough to fall for the taunts. Master Yoda had been helping him with his reckless nature, but a few days wasn't enough to correct all his bad habits. Ignore it, Rex. Master, did you get the message on the open comm? Qui-Gon nodded. It's Trench. What does he want? To let you know that he knows you're a Jedi. Qui-Gon crossed his arms. He says no clone can fly the way you can, which is how he knew. Anakin chuckled. Well, he's right about that. He says he's dealt with cloaked ships in the past, and he's going to deal with you now in the same manner. He's giving you a chance to retreat before. No, stop, that's enough. Anakin frowned, his fingers drumming on the control console as he observed Trench as invincible. I don't need to hear his idiot taunting. Did he say anything else of note? Qui-Gon shook his head. Can you see if there's anything in our records about the cloaked ships he's destroyed in the past? The Master nodded. Give me a moment, I'll see what I can find. The hologram cut, and Anakin sighed, running his hand over his face. Well, now what? Ahsoka asked, leaning forward to look over his shoulder. Skywalker looked back at the girl to find her concerned. He frowned. He'd only known Ahsoka for a few days, but the girl had never looked anything but smug. He knows we're here, what's the plan? I'll let you know when I have one, Anakin muttered, and the little Togruta's face dropped. You don't have a plan. My master always says that one must follow the will of the Force. Anakin shrugged. The Force really wants me to take this ship down. You're making that up, aren't you? Anakin grinned. Absolutely. The hologram of Qui-Gon came back, and all Jedi in the ship looked to his image. He wasn't lying, Anakin. Cloaked or not, Trench found a way to destroy them using tracking torpedoes. But how? Anakin sat back, removing his hands from the yoke and looking through the viewport at the dreadnought before him. His attention was snapped back to his passengers when the Kiffer touched him on the shoulder, a lazy grin on his face. I know how he's doing it. The Master purred, lightly tugging on Anakin's braid. It's a trick of the trade among bounty hunters who carry cloaking devices with them. He tapped his wrist. They track others cloaking through the magnetic signature of their stealth device. A slow smile spread over his face. That's why you're the Master. He grabbed the yoke. Got to go, Qui-Gon. Hold off any attack until we destroy Trench. The Master hung his head. For what it's worth, my reckless Padawan, may the Force be with you. The hologram cut again, and Anakin focused, his attention narrowing to the feel of his ship and the dreadnought before him. This time, he had a plan, and while Anakin Skywalker was very good at improvising, he was downright dangerous when his scattered thoughts focused into a moving idea. "Let's give him something to look at, Rex. Arm the torpedoes and prepare to disengage the cloaking device." The clone nodded and did as he was told, flipping the necessary switches and arming the weapons, his hand on the stealth controls. When Skywalker gave the command, the ship reappeared and fired 4 more torpedoes, the projectiles screeching through space toward the dreadnought. "Engage the cloaking device," Skywalker commanded, and the clone moved to do as he was told. That should have given him something to lock onto. "And we want that?" Ahsoka asked, and Anakin smirked when he felt fear and tension in the Padawan's voice. "What's wrong, Snips? Real action a little too much for you? You can make fun of me when I lose a hand, Sky Guy." He laughed as he thrust the accelerator forward, flying full speed in a wide arch toward Christophsis and slowly circling back around to face the dreadnought just as the 4 torpedoes struck the hull. "No thank you. I'll make fun of you now, if that's all right." Ahsoka grumbled, crossing her arms over her chest, but she said nothing. As suspected, the dreadnought launched its weapons, lowering its shields as 4 proton torpedoes were fired at the cloaked ship. Anakin's eyes narrowed, reaching into the Force as he banked wide, the dangerous missiles narrowly missing the hull of the hidden ship as he sped past them toward the waiting dreadnought, the locked-on weapons following the ship like magnets. It was exactly what Skywalker had wanted, but he would have to be quick. The dreadnought's shields were down, but it wouldn't stay that way. "Rex, turn off the cloaking device and divert all power to the engines." Skywalker tightly grabbed the yoke and pushed the ship to max speed, feeling the additional thrust kick in when the stealth drive deactivated. With the torpedoes right on his tail and slowly gaining, he drove the ship as fast as he could right toward the dreadnought Invincible. It was deadly silent in the cockpit, the other 2 Jedi and the clone commander tense and watching as Anakin worked. Maybe he wasn't the best Jedi. Heck, he wasn't even a good one, despite his tremendous power in the Force, but here, at the helm of a ship, Anakin Skywalker was home. He would not be bested in his element. Not today. The dreadnought quickly grew larger in the viewport, but Anakin stayed his course, feeling the others on the ship shift uncomfortably, their anxieties and concerns increasing as they drew perilously close to the massive separatist ship. He waited until he could wait no longer, and then Skywalker pulled back the yoke as hard and as far as he could, and the needle-like ship jetted upwards, its hull scraping against the dreadnought and leaving a shower of sparks in its wake until it breached over the thick transparent steel of the bridge. Anakin leveled the ship off, flying low along its length and not pulling up until he heard 4 deafening blasts as the Invincible was struck with its own proton torpedoes, the ship erupting into flames as the impact and the vacuum of space destroyed it, breaking it apart as it drifted. Skywalker grinned triumphantly as the cockpit erupted into Quinlan's helpless laughter, Rex's cheers of victory, and Ahsoka's quiet cries of relief. Anakin put the ship's navigation on, allowing the autopilot to bring them down to the planet, and he turned to the Padawan sitting behind him. "You all right, Snips?" She nodded, but didn't say a word. "I know it's scary, but I'm not afraid." Anakin raised an eyebrow, and the Togruta's blue eyes became indignant. "I'm not. I just..." She sighed. "I was wrong. Okay? That was pretty good." She smirked. "For an amputee." Anakin rolled his eyes, but smirked at the other Padawan. The hologram flashed back on to reveal a relieved Qui-Gon. "Nice work, Anakin." He frowned. "Never do that again. I'm far too old to have you straining my heart like this." "Master, I had it under control. You are reckless, and a menace, and you are absolute garbage at following orders. You're turning out to be an awful soldier." Qui-Gon couldn't keep the faint smile off his lips. "I've called for reinforcements, they should be arriving shortly." We're beginning our attack on the remainder of the Separatist fleet so we can get our troops down on the ground." Skywalker nodded. "Understood, Master. I'll get in contact with Senator Organa while we wait for you so we can deliver the relief supplies." Quinlan climbed over the seat and settled himself in the lap of an extremely uncomfortable Commander Rex, winking at the clone before turning his attention to the hologram. "I'm not waiting, Qui-Gon. When I hit the ground, I'm going to go out and scout the opposition. They were sending ships down to the surface, so they must have troops around." "Understood. I'm getting reports about the fleet launching carrier ships now. I'm rerouting the Dauntless to see if we can't cut off their reinforcements. Just be careful out there. We don't know what the Separatists have brought." "Well," Quinlan drawled, "they probably brought droids. Don't take this lightly. You know what's on their side." Master Voss was silent for a moment before he slowly nodded. "Yes, I know. I'll be careful." He reached over and shut off the connection and leaned back, his head resting on the blue and white helmet of the clone commander, the man shifting uncomfortably as the master softly hushed him. "Do you think there's going to be a battle on the planet, Master?" Ahsoka managed to ask between repressed giggles as Rex slowly wormed his way out of Quinlan's fierce grasp. Anakin was not so tactful. He was openly laughing as loudly as he could. "Without question." The master yawned as the clone broke free, losing his helmet in the process, which the Kiffer clutched in a tight grasp. Rex was flushing deeply, a frown on his stern face, and Quinlan yelped, throwing the helmet back at the clone when he looked at the man's face. "Sweet Force, put it back on." The clone did so gladly, and the Padawans looked at the master silently. They didn't need to say anything, they knew the master could feel them in the Force. Quinlan thrust his thumb at Rex. "He wasn't as cute as I hoped." Anakin whistled. "This war is just going to be filled with ugly faces for you then, isn't it?" He leaned toward the clone. "No offense, Rex. Believe me, sir, none taken." Quinlan rolled his eyes. "He's not that bad, I just forgot that he looks like that assassin jerk that was trying to kill your girlfriend, Anakin." Skywalker stared wide-eyed at the master as he begun to sweat, though he wasn't sure why. Ahsoka's helpless laughter wasn't helping much either. "She's not my girlfriend." "Oh, right." Quinlan smacked his forehead. "Sorry, I forgot that the Senator was into Sith Lords these days." Ahsoka Tano watched the following explosion of anger and tears and emotion with interest, and the only thing she could think of was how happy she was the ship was on autopilot. Anakin would have certainly crashed the ship in his rage if it was not.